The sun is absolutely brutal out here in the middle of this desert wasteland. Amidst the dunes, a group of warriors finds themselves staring down a massive three-headed dragon. They've got their spears raised, trying to hold the line as the monster closes the gap. A blade flashes through the air, moving fast enough to leave a trail of light behind it. The strike hits home, and one of the warriors gets skewered as blood sprays across the sand. He lets out a final scream as he collapses, clearly not making it out of this fight. Park Hyun-myung is right in the thick of the carnage, his face already splattered with blood. He doesn't hesitate for a second, slamming his sword down to finish off an enemy on the ground with a brutal thud. He's gasping for air, the heat and the non-stop fighting pushing him to his absolute limit. The enemy soldiers look on in total shock, staring at him like he's some kind of monster. He stands there hunched over, his body trembling from exhaustion as he grips his blood-stained blade. Seeing him struggle, the enemy warriors charge back in, thinking they've finally got an easy kill. Everything is starting to blur, and it feels like his heart is about to explode right out of his chest. Every single breath is pure agony, like he's swallowing a mouthful of jagged glass. He looks up at the sky, drenched in a mix of sweat and blood that he can't even tell apart anymore. Even though he's running on empty, he stays on his feet as the next wave of soldiers closes in. He grips his sword tight, realizing this isn't just some crazy high-def graphic. This pain is 100% real. Right then, system notifications start flashing to life, announcing that his hidden traits are finally activating. The enemies roar and lunge forward, shouting to finish him off while he's still worn out. But Hyun-myung just lets out a defiant roar of his own, ready to push back against the tide. He's finally accepted the truth. This brutal nightmare is his new reality. Just 3 months ago, his life was a lot different and a lot more pathetic. He used to spend his days locked away in a dark room, completely glued to his computer monitor. Another game over screen pops up, mocking him for yet another failure in the digital world. He leans back with a frustrated sigh, cursing the game for being such a piece of trash. His room is a total disaster zone, a perfect reflection of a life spent chasing achievements while the world moved on. The morning light starts creeping through the window, a blunt reminder that he's wasted another entire night. He looks exhausted, his messy hair and unshaven face showing just how much he's let himself go. His desk is a graveyard of instant noodles and coffee cans, the standard diet of someone who's given up on reality. He's been living like this for 5 years now, long before he even quit his job. To him, his life is legendary, but only in the worst possible sense of the word. The game he's obsessed with is called Pangania, and it's famous for being an absolute nightmare. It actually had a brief moment of popularity 5 years ago when it first launched. The developers used a ridiculous bait line, promising to grant any one dream to whoever could actually clear it. Most people saw it as a gimmick, but some were desperate enough to spend their lives trying to win. 5 years later, nobody's even come close. The player count has dropped to almost nothing as people gave up. Now, if he's not logged in, the game basically shows that the number of online players is 0. Pangania was infamous for its brutal difficulty right from the start, driving most players away in frustration. The bosses were designed to be so strong they made players question if the game was even meant to be cleared. On top of that, you had to worry about companions who would stab you in the back without a second thought. And if you were unlucky enough to get a bounty, high-level NPCs would hunt you down until you were dead. But the worst part? Permadeath. If your character dies once, everything you've worked for disappears instantly. The game makes its rules very clear from the start. If you die, you lose everything and have to start from absolute scratch. It's an insane system that doesn't respect the player's time at all. Because the difficulty was so insurmountable, the brief burst of popularity the game had at launch died out almost instantly. Now, it's just a graveyard for frustrated players. Park Hyun-myung sits at his desk, staring blankly at the screen with a hand propped against his face. He's starting to think that someone is actively trying to prevent anyone from ever clearing the game. His latest character, a high-level knight loaded with 8 unique items, lies dead on the floor with swords through its back. 5 years of grinding and effort have disappeared just like that. Hyun-myung blinks in disbelief, his eyes fixed on the sudden flicker of his monitor. Something unexpected is happening. A blue system window confirms his character has been deleted due to the death penalty, but another message follows. He's just obtained a staggering 1,600,000 soul points. As his old character dissolves into digital pixels, a text box explains that soul points are only acquired when a character dies. The more progress you've made, the more points you get back. Hyun-myung can't believe the number. 6 million SB is an absurd amount. Up until now, even after hundreds of deleted characters, he'd barely managed to scrape together 80,000 in total. Panginia's system works by awarding points based on the value of the character you just lost. It's a consolation prize for having all your hard work wiped out in an instant. These points can then be reinvested when creating a new character to give them a much-needed head start. It's the only way to make any real progress in such a brutal world. The more SB you pour into a specific talent, the easier it is to level up that skill later on. It smooths out the growth curve so you don't hit a wall quite as fast. Hyun-myung remembers a previous character he'd poured 10,000 SB into for sword talent, eventually becoming a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Even with that power, he still ended up dead. The investment limit for a single talent is 10,000 SB, but with 1.6 million, those limits don't even matter. He realizes he has enough to max out every single talent available. Usually he'd play it safe and focus on magic for a more stable run, but this time he's feeling reckless. He moves his cursor over the random button, deciding to let the game choose his path. He doesn't think he'll ever actually clear the game anyway. He lets out a smirk, deciding this will be the first and last time he truly tries to enjoy the game before deleting it for good. There's nothing left to lose. He positions his thumb over the button, ready to gamble everything on one last roll. But as he does, a memory from his past flashes through his mind. "Sorry, Hyun-myung," a voice says as a woman holds a coffee cup between her hands. He looks up at her, his expression full of confusion and hurt. He asks her what she's even talking about, his voice trembling. The world around them seems to fade as he realizes what's coming. She sits across from him with a cold, steady gaze, telling him that he's a good person, but she can't date someone with no future forever. The words hit him harder than any enemy in the game ever could. She leans in, explaining that she's at the age where she needs to start seriously thinking about marriage and stability. She needs more than just a good person. She needs a provider. Hyun-myung sits there, speechless and sweating, unable to find any words to defend himself. The silence between them is suffocating. He bites his lip, his gaze dropping to the floor. He has no answer for her, no plan to show that things will ever change. She looks away, mentioning how all of her friends are dating or marrying guys who work at big, well-known companies with bright futures. It's clear that she's already made up her mind. Her eyes stay fixed on something in the distance, but the disappointment in her voice is directed entirely at him. "Yet you," she begins, but leaves the rest unsaid. Hyun-myung stands in the middle of the cafe, head bowed in shadow. He knows exactly what she was going to say, and he can't even argue with it. She finally stands up, sighing that she's had enough and that she's leaving. It's the final break in a relationship that lasted 5 years. He keeps his head down, only able to mutter that he hopes she has a nice life as she walks away without looking back. It's the most pathetic moment of his entire life. He stays seated at the table long after she's gone, staring at the empty chair across from him. The cafe around him continues on as if nothing has changed. That was 3 months ago. After 5 years together, he was dumped in the most brutal way possible, leaving him with nothing. In the weeks that followed, he quit his dead-end job in a fit of rage and shut himself away from the world. He decided to let the digital world consume him entirely. He became a complete gaming addict, finding more meaning in experience points than in real human connection. His room became his entire universe. Back in the present, he stares at the random button one last time. He tells himself that he's finished being pathetic and just wants to see what the game has left for him. He takes a breath and finally presses the button. He's done with the regrets and the memories. It's time to move on, even if it's just into another virtual life. He clicks it down, and the screen erupts into a flurry of digital noise. The system immediately starts consuming 100 SB at a time to rearrange his starting stats. An avatar falls through a bright, flashing tunnel of light as the system processes his request. The light is blinding, and the sound of the game systems fills his room. Hyunmyoung blinks, his eyes wide behind his glasses as the monitor starts behaving strangely. This isn't the normal character creation sequence. A new window pops up, announcing that a hidden piece has been activated. He's confused, never having heard of such a thing in all his years playing. The message congratulates him, saying he's satisfied a singularity and has been officially invited to Pangea. He wonders if this is just some rare, high-level Easter egg. The screen glows with an intense blue light, the intensity far beyond anything a normal monitor should be capable of. It's like the game is trying to reach out and grab him. He stares in shock as a dark, ominous presence starts to bleed through the light. The room around him begins to feel heavy and wrong. A massive, demonic mouth opens wide in the middle of a sea of red light, screaming a curse against a wicked god. The screen is no longer a window, it's a portal. Park Hyunmyoung hunches over, his hands desperately clutching his head as the red light from his screen pulses violently. A sharp cry of pain escapes his lips as the world around him begins to fracture. Through gritted teeth, he gasps out a question, his eyes wide with confusion behind his glasses. The room is no longer a place of comfort. It has become the center of a chaotic transformation. He freezes as a mysterious voice begins to resonate directly within his mind, bypassing his ears entirely. The sensation is alien and overwhelming, filling his thoughts with things he can't yet understand. A dark red void consumes his vision, leaving only the top of his head visible as he drifts further away from his reality. The voice continues to echo, its words carrying a weight he's never felt before. Back in his messy room, Hyunmyoung's body finally gives out, and he collapses limply onto the floor. The monitor continues to blaze with an unnatural brilliance, casting long, sharp shadows across the scattered junk. Bathed in the sickly orange-red glow of the monitor, Hyunmyoung lies motionless, his journey through the screen beginning in earnest. The hum of his computer fan is the only sound left in the quiet apartment. On the screen, a red system box flickers with a cryptic message, addressing him as a being brighter than light yet darker than darkness. It speaks of creation and destruction, marking the start of something monumental. The final message pulses with an ominous well-wish, hoping that he finds happiness in the world of Pangea. With that, the connection is complete, and the room's light finally begins to fade. The screen dissolves into a jumble of corrupted data and static noise, the digital world fully reclaiming what it has taken. Silence returns to the dark room, but Hyunmyoung is no longer there. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a whip echoes through a dry, dusty atmosphere. Hyunmyoung is jolted awake by the stinging pain, and a harsh voice bellows at him, calling him a useless slave and demanding he get up immediately. The slave master, a man with sun-darkened skin and a white headscarf, looms over Hyunmyoung with a coiled whip in hand. He snarls a threat, warning that if he falls one more time, he'll be fed to the monstrous High-Dragon. Hyunmyoung's face is caked in dust and sweat, his eyes bulging as he repeats the creature's name in a daze. The reality of his situation is starting to sink in, and it's far more brutal than he ever imagined. Massive, scaly talons crush the dry desert sand nearby, each heavy step sending tremors through the ground. The creature is immense, its presence alone enough to dwarf everyone in the area. A wide view reveals a long line of half-clothed slaves, all bound in heavy iron chains, trudging across a vast, unforgiving desert wasteland. Guards with whips patrol the ranks, ensuring no one slows down or collapses from the heat. Hyunmyoung looks around frantically, his mind racing to process the impossible sight before him. He's no longer in his room, he's a participant in the very nightmare he spent years playing. He gazes up at the source of the heavy footsteps, the multi-headed High-Dragons, massive beasts of burden that tower over the slave caravan. They are just as terrifying in person as they were as digital sprites. He clenches his fist, the cold iron of the shackles biting into his wrists. The weight of the metal is real, and the heat of the desert sun is even more so. The slave master strikes another slave who was mumbling, barkingly ordering the man to get back into formation. There is no mercy here, only the constant demand for movement and silence. Hyunmyoung collapses to his knees once more, his exhausted body struggling to keep up with the brutal pace. Behind him, the master prepares his whip, a dark threat hanging in the air. He lets out a low grunt of pain, his face inches from the dry sand. The physical toll of being a slave in this world is already threatening to break him. He looks up at the bright, cloudless blue sky, the sun a punishing white disk above the horizon. There is nowhere to hide from its heat, and no hope of shade in this barren landscape. The rhythmic sound of thousands of feet shuffling through the sand fills the air, creating a constant cloud of fine dust. The slaves move like a single, tired organism, driven only by fear and the crack of the whip. Hyunmyoung forces himself back to his feet, his gaze hardening as he looks out over the line of slaves. He's dressed in tattered rags, but his eyes show a growing sense of awareness and determination. He looks toward the massive high-dragons in the distance, their multiple heads swaying as they lead the caravan. They are exactly as they were described in the game's lore, confirming his deepest fears. He scans the rocky cliffs and the endless dunes, the familiarity of the landscape striking him. This isn't just a random desert. It's a specific zone from the game he knows all too well. A slight smirk forms on his face as a thought crosses his mind. He decides to try one thing to prove this is real, whispering the command, "Status window." To his utter amazement, a glowing blue holographic screen flickers into existence right in front of his eyes. It's a sight only he can see, confirming his connection to the game systems. He stares at the window, his breath catching in his throat. He really has entered the world of Pangania, and he's brought the interface along with him. The screen is packed with detailed information about his new body. His stats are listed clearly, followed by a long section of active hidden traits that he never expected to see. He looks past the status window at the thousands of other slaves trudging along. The sheer scale of the reality he's now part of is staggering, yet the floating blue screen is his only comfort. He stares directly into his own reflection in the status window, his face a mix of shock and dawning realization. This is real. He is no longer just a player, but a living part of the world. He focuses on his stats, noticing something impossible. Every single one of them is set to 12. In the game, starting stats were capped between 1 and 10, even with maxed out points. His eyes drift lower to a section titled Active Hidden Traits. The list is long, containing powerful names like Void, Great Sage, and Heavenly. He can't help but exclaim internally at the sight of 13 different hidden traits. It's a combination of powers that should be impossible for any single character to possess. Suddenly, a series of frantic shouts and alarms break his concentration. He looks up from his status window, wondering what could possibly be happening now. The slaves and guards alike turn their heads toward the horizon, their faces filled with alarm. A red glow begins to creep across the sky, heralding the arrival of an enemy. A massive wall of dust rises in the distance, kicked up by thousands of approaching feet. The ground begins to vibrate as a new force enters the desert battlefield. A guard screams in terror, identifying the attackers as the army of the Desert Queen. They've apparently broken a non-aggression pact to launch a surprise assault on the caravan. A woman in black leather armor, known as the Snake Princess, stands atop one of the attacking beasts. She looks down at the chaos with a cold, commanding gaze, her forces ready to strike. Hyunmyoung watches the approaching army, his face illuminated by the growing dust and fire. He feels like he's seeing a cutscene play out right before his eyes. He repeats the name Snake Princess, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. He's sure he's heard of her before, perhaps from some deep lore or a long-forgotten quest. Just as the battle is about to begin, a new blue system window chimes into existence. It announces that the main quest for this world has officially been generated. Park Hyunmyoung stares at the floating blue window in stunned silence as the reality of his situation begins to set in. Below him, the other slaves and guards are already descending into a state of pure panic. The holographic message for his first main quest is clear and unforgiving. He must survive. The penalty for failure is absolute, stating that death in the game means death in the real world as well. A single word, survive, echoes in his mind as sweat beads on his forehead. The weight of the system's threat hangs over him, stripping away any lingering thoughts that this might just be a dream. The sky suddenly darkens with a lethal rain of arrows, plunging the slave caravan into a bloody nightmare. Men scream in agony as the projectiles find their marks, leaving no one safe from the sudden onslaught. Hyunmyeong stands amidst the carnage, his eyes darting between the falling bodies and the blood splattering across the desert floor. The sounds of battle and the pleas for help create a deafening wall of noise around him. His face is tight with tension, a few drops of blood marring his skin as he witnesses the brutal efficiency of the attacking army. The fear is palpable, but a flicker of something else is starting to burn in his gaze. He watches as the world around him turns into a blur of violence, the reality of the game's permadeath rule flashing through his mind. Every second he remains frozen is another second closer to his own end. A pillar of intense blue energy suddenly erupts around Hyunmyeong, signaling the activation of a hidden trait. The system identifies it as the heart of the iron-blooded monarch, a power that begins to reshape his very state of being. The system explains that this unique linked trait only appears when a person's physical talents have been pushed to their absolute maximum. It's a legendary ability that few could ever hope to unlock. The trait's effects take hold immediately, preventing exhaustion and drastically reducing the chances of him being caught off guard. Hyunmyeong's posture changes, his movements becoming more deliberate and fluid. Around him, the slaughter continues, but the hidden trait allows him to process the chaotic battlefield with inhuman speed. He can see every threat and every opportunity with crystalline clarity. Hyunmyeong looks down at a guard who has fallen nearby, his blood soaking into the sand. He sees a sword and a ring of keys lying just inches from the dead man's outstretched hand. He ignores the chaos and focuses on the objective, his mind telling him that he must move if he wants to survive. He reaches for the weapons, his chains rattling as he prepares to fight back. With a quick, practiced motion, he retrieves the sword and the keys, his eyes fixed on the approaching enemies. The fear that once gripped him is being replaced by a cold, calculating resolve. He grips the hilt of the sword firmly, the weight of the steel feeling natural in his hand. He's no longer just a victim of the game, he's now its most dangerous participant. A blinding blue light flares out from his body as his energy surges, creating a protective vortex around him. The transformation is nearly complete, and his true power is beginning to manifest. An enemy lunges at him, but Hyunmyeong is already in motion, his blade carving a brilliant white path through the air. His strike is faster than anything a normal human could ever achieve. The impact of his sword creates a massive shockwave of energy, sending his attacker flying backward. The desert air ripples from the sheer force of his newfound strength. He moves with relentless precision, his sword becoming a blur as he strikes down another enemy. Blood sprays against the blue light of his aura, but he doesn't slow down for a single moment. He drops into a low combat stance, his body wreathed in blue energy and his eyes glowing with a menacing light. He has become a vortex of destruction in the middle of the desert. A second hidden trait, Weapon Master, is suddenly activated, further enhancing his combat capabilities. Hyunmyeong's eyes glow with a piercing blue light, signaling that his true journey in Pangaea has only just begun. The desert tribesmen are charging across the dunes, their footsteps kicking up a storm of sand. Park Hyunmyeong watches them closely, his expression turning cold as he prepares for the impact. One big guy lunges in first, screaming about him being nothing but a lowly slave. However, Hyunmyeong wasn't about to just stand there and take it. He sliced the heavy spear in half with one clean sword strike, the metal clashing loudly. With a sharp movement, he knocks the enemy back and sends him stumbling into the dirt. He reached out and caught the spearhead, realizing he was picking up the rhythm of this weapon faster than he should. He hurled the spearhead straight forward, striking down another attacker with the precision and speed of a seasoned veteran. The tribesmen can only scream in shock as their front line starts to crumble under his assault. Hyunmyeong shifts his weight, dodging a lethal swing with only inches to spare. He narrows his eyes as something starts to change in the way he sees the entire battlefield. Ghostly silhouettes of axes and swords begin to flicker in the air around him. It's like every weapon he sees is becoming a natural extension of his own body. He parried an incoming axe strike with perfect precision and pushed back with overwhelming force. A blue light pulses from his chest, and suddenly the world seems to slow down around him. He can see it clearly now, the exact path every enemy sword is about to take before they even move. He weaves through the chaos, moving with a grace that definitely shouldn't belong to a slave. His counterattack connects with brutal efficiency, drawing blood instantly. He swaps to a different weapon mid-stride, his hands moving on pure instinct. Another enemy falls as he keeps his momentum going, refusing to give them a second to breathe. The guy tries to beg for his life, but it's way too late for excuses. He stands alone in the middle of a graveyard, surrounded by the men who thought he was an easy target. Sweat drips down his face, his breathing heavy but his focus remains sharp. The remaining tribesmen back away in terror, realizing they're facing a complete monster. System notifications flood his vision. His hidden trait just bumped his weapon proficiency to level 6. He's stunned, reaching level 6 so quickly is unheard of, even for a high-level player. But he knows even this miracle won't let him last forever against an entire army. There are at least 500 more soldiers still waiting for him out there. Scene change, far away from the sand. Isabella kneels in a massive, blood-red throne room. The N-letter-1 Hang sits on her throne, looking down with cold indifference as she speaks. She brings up the failed expedition to the demon world, her eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Isabella, also known as the Snake Princess, keeps her head low as she confirms the failure. The N-letter-1 Hang explains that if word gets out, the entire continent will pin the blame on their city. She orders Isabella to head to the Kaltzman Desert and eliminate every single survivor. They have to erase every trace of evidence that could link them to the disaster. In exchange for this mission, the N-letter-1 Hang promises to finally lift Isabella's curse. Isabella's fist clenches tight at the mention of her freedom. She accepts the order, her voice steady despite the weight of what she has to do. The N-letter-1 Hang makes it very clear, this is a mission she cannot afford to fail. Back out in the scorching desert heat, Isabella stands overlooking the dunes. She looks down at a battered soldier and asks if the cleanup is finally done. The soldier stammers out a report that there's still one slave who refuses to die. Isabella looks intrigued, wondering just what kind of slave could be causing this much trouble. The bodies of the desert tribesmen lie scattered across the blood-stained sand, marking the end of a brutal clash. It looks like a complete massacre, with the ground dark from the recent violence. Park Hyunmyoung stands over the fallen, leaning on a notched sword with a weary but sharp gaze. He's survived the first wave, but the desert air is still heavy with the scent of iron and dust. A system window pops up. He's reached level 2. His mouth hangs open slightly as he catches his breath, feeling the sudden rush of power that comes with a new level. Along with the level up, his health and mana are completely restored. He stares at the blue notification, the light reflecting in his eyes as his wounds begin to close. Another message confirms his exhaustion has been wiped clean, removing the heavy burden from his limbs. He stands tall now, gripped with renewed energy and dual-wielding a sword and a blunt weapon. Behind him, more desert tribesmen are closing in, their spears leveled at his back. One of them shouts a desperate command, telling him to get out of the way before things get even worse. Suddenly, a powerful presence appears on the ridge above them, looking down on the chaos below. The soldiers go pale and stammer out, "Princess," as they realize who has arrived. Hyunmyoung looks up, his expression hardening as he spots the newcomer. He's been waiting for this encounter, but seeing her in person is a different story altogether. Isabella von Dersian stands atop the cliff, her long hair catching the desert wind as she stares down at him. She looks exactly like the character he remembers, radiating an aura of lethal authority. Her system profile flickers into view. She's a level 8 beast. The description confirms she's trapped in this area due to a status ailment from the Desert Queen's curse. Hyunmyoung breaks into a cold sweat as he reads her level. 8 is no joke. He knows from experience that he can't win this fight through brute force, no matter how many times he tries. In this world, level 10 is the absolute peak, making anyone at level 7 a true powerhouse. Being at level 8 puts her in a league of her own compared to the mobs he just faced. Level 7 is where the real power gap begins to show, a difference that can't be overcome by just being lucky. He knows the math, and it's definitely not in his favor right now. Bosses of major organizations usually sit at this level, making them the strongest entities in most regions. He's essentially looking at a walking natural disaster. He grips his weapons tighter, realizing that facing her head-on is essentially a suicide mission. He looks up at her, trying to find a way out of this impossible situation. Her stats remain hidden, obscured by his low understanding of her character. The system window is a stark reminder of just how much of a threat Isabella truly is. Hyun-myung's eyes widen as she makes her move, her presence suddenly much closer. He has to react, and he has to do it fast if he wants to keep his head. She steps onto the sand with a light thud, her boots barely sinking into the dunes as she approaches. Hyun-myung stands his ground, weapons ready for the worst. Isabella looks him dead in the eye, her expression cold and detached. She tells him his little performance was interesting, but that's as far as his show goes. A massive, spectral snake looms behind her as she delivers her final verdict. She tells him plainly that he has to die now, her power flaring up in an ominous green glow. Hyun-myung remains silent, his mind racing back through his long gaming history. He thinks about why he ever bothered with a game as punishingly difficult as Pangea in the first place. The game was notorious for its extreme difficulty, yet he was one of the few who actually stuck with it until the end. He recalls many nights spent alone in his dark room, hunched over his monitor. He was the type of gamer who saw impossible difficulty as a personal challenge he just had to overcome. He admits to himself that he was a total pervert when it came to hard games. That obsession with clearing the impossible is exactly what's keeping him focused right now. He knows that if his guess is right, there's only one specific way to handle this encounter without dying. He stares at her, waiting for the right opening to speak. Isabella charges forward, a blur of motion as she closes the distance to strike. The sheer speed of her attack creates a shockwave that kicks up the surrounding sand. She swings her blade with lethal intent, her eyes glowing red with power. Hyun-myung doesn't even move to block, he just waits for the perfect microsecond. Just as the blade is about to connect, he flashes a confident smile. He asks her if she wants to lift the queen's curse, knowing exactly what she wants to hear. The attack stops dead in its tracks, the blade hovering just inches from his neck. The impact of her sudden halt sends a massive blast of wind and sand outward. Isabella's blade remains fixed near his throat, her grip perfectly still. The silence that follows the blast is heavy with sudden tension. She stays in her attacking posture for a long moment, her expression shifting to one of sheer confusion. She can't believe what she just heard him say. She pulls back slightly, gritting her teeth as she demands to know who he actually is. Her voice is laced with both suspicion and a hint of desperation. Isabella's eyes are wide, fixed on him with a mix of fear and desperate hope. He has her full attention now. Hyun-myung looks out over the vast, desolate desert landscape behind her. He tells her that he reads the stars and leads people toward them. He declares himself as the Star Bearer, a title that carries immense weight in this world. He offers to help her lift the curse so she can finally leave this desert. Isabella's pupils dilate in total shock as she hears the forbidden title. She's completely stunned by his bold claim. He watches her reaction, thinking to himself that his massive gamble actually worked. Isabella stands there, her usual coldness replaced by genuine awe. He knows the Star Bearer is a rare NPC class that players need to help them break through their level caps. It's the perfect lie to gain her cooperation. A bright, celestial light shines in his mind's eye as he spins his tail. He knows he's not the real deal, but Isabella doesn't need to know that yet. He thinks about the mechanics of removing the Queen's curse. He knows she needs a specific blessing that only a Star Bearer can supposedly provide. Isabella bows her head, her body trembling slightly as she processes the possibility of freedom. Hyun-myung knows he has her right where he wants her now. He looks at her with a calm, calculating expression, knowing she'll have to listen to him now. He calls her by her full name, Isabella von Dersian, to drive the point home. A system window flickers above Isabella, identifying her as a character he once created. She stands in a desolate ruin, a level 8 beast with a cold, piercing gaze. Park Hyun-myung looks at her, reflecting on how she was an unfortunate character he had to neglect because of his own poor choices in the game's starting point. Isabella's expression is hard, her eyes fixed on him with suspicion. He realizes that the Queen's curse is actually a game mechanic designed to tether players to the starting map. The tension between them remains thick as he analyzes her situation from a player's perspective. A white bird flies over a vast, snow-capped mountain range, a symbol of the freedom players are supposed to have. He knows that in the original game, characters were meant to travel the entire world to reach the ending. An image of a lone white bird trapped inside a golden cage appears, representing Isabella's current state. She's been tied down to this desert wasteland for years due to the Desert Queen's curse. Isabella breaks the silence, leaning forward slightly as she asks for his name. Hyunmyung meets her gaze steadily, preparing to give his answer. "Randolph," he says firmly, causing a system notification to chime in the air. The message confirms that his character's name has been successfully set in this world. The two stare at each other in a tense standoff, neither one willing to back down first. The silence is heavy, filled with the unspoken weight of his gamble. Isabella abruptly turns away, her cape fluttering as she dismisses the immediate threat. She announces that she'll postpone killing him for now, though her posture remains lethal. She continues walking toward her army without looking back, leaving Hyunmyung to watch her retreat. She warns him that if he is lying about being a star-bearer, she will personally rip him to pieces. A close-up of Isabella's face shows her eyes glowing with a menacing red light. The threat is clear. She is not a woman to be trifled with, and his life hangs by a thread. As she passes through the ranks of her soldiers, she gives a sharp command to escort the newcomer. She orders them to treat him as an honored guest and provide the utmost care. A blue system window appears before Hyunmyung, declaring that main Quest 1, Survival, has been officially completed. He's made it through the first major hurdle of this new reality. The system begins settling his results, highlighting a record-breaking performance that borders on miraculous. Hyunmyung sits on the ground, hunched over and breathing heavily from the sheer exhaustion of the ordeal. Notifications flood his vision, claiming that the constellation of fortune is smiling upon him. Even the constellation of battle seems impressed, begrudgingly acknowledging that he isn't bad as his rewards are upgraded multiple times. He stares at the list of legendary items he's just obtained: a broken piece of the golden scale, the soul of the high dragon, and the sword of Michela. These are high-level rewards far beyond what he expected at this stage. Hyunmyung collapses backward into the sand, sweat soaking his hair and face. He thinks to himself that somehow, against all odds, he actually managed to survive. A system message reveals his final score is a staggering 220 points, placing him in the Hall of Fame for main quests. He looks up at the sky, his eyes wide as he processes the magnitude of his achievement. Night falls over a towering Gothic castle, the structure silhouetted against a massive, glowing full moon. The atmosphere is quiet and serene compared to the chaos of the desert. Inside the palace, Hyunmyung relaxes in a massive, ornate bathtub filled with steaming water. He sits submerged, staring at the translucent system windows floating in the air before him. He reviews the stats for the soul of the high dragon, which allows him to summon and control a powerful beast. The sword of Michela is equally impressive, requiring a high-strength stat but offering massive potential for a set bonus. He leans back against the tub, stunned that he managed to get both of these incredibly rare drops at the same time. These are the kinds of items that top-tier players would kill for in the early game. He turns his attention to the broken piece of the golden scale, an item that mentions synchronization between reality and Pangenia. He puzzles over the description, wondering what it means for his future. The heavy bathroom doors are suddenly thrown open, startling him out of his thoughts. 3 beautiful chambermaids walk in, their movements synchronized and their expressions blank. The 3 women approach the tub, bowing low and offering their services to wash him. Hyunmyung stares at them, his mind immediately shifting back into analytical mode. He tells them to just wash his feet, his expression remaining cold and uninterested. He realizes this is likely another test from Isabella to see if he truly acts like a transcendent star-bearer. One of the maids begins scrubbing his foot with a cloth, the soap bubbles rising in the warm water. The touch is gentle, but Hyunmyung stays perfectly still. He identifies them as Isabella's personal chambermaids, sent to serve him in his guest quarters. He knows that if he shows even the slightest hint of lust or reaction, she will become suspicious of his identity. He closes his eyes and takes a slow breath, repeating a mantra to keep calm and maintain his stoic facade. He reminds himself that a true star-bearer is supposed to be above such mortal desires. He keeps his face composed and neutral, ignoring the presence of the beautiful women as they continue their work. His focus is entirely on maintaining his cover. One of the maids gasps softly as she moves closer, her hands busy as she adjusts her clothing or her position. The sound is sharp and sudden in the quiet room. A massive system window suddenly pops up, nearly blinding him with its blue light. He thinks, "Status window," as he scans the new information appearing before him. He looks intensely at the floating screen, his eyebrows furrowed in deep concentration. He's looking for something specific among the dense text. The ranking list shows him at the very top with 220 points, far ahead of other players like Gracia. Below the rankings, a message warns that the breakdown of Pangenia has reached 7.66%, and the boundary with reality is shattering. Hyunmyung's eyes widen in shock as he reads the fine print about the breakdown. He realizes the world he's in is far more unstable than he initially thought. The system announces that the Hall of Fame has opened, and he has unlocked a logout feature. However, it also warns that his character will be completely vulnerable while he is logged out. He murmurs the words "Star-bearer" under his breath, his mind racing to connect all the pieces of this mystery. The maids continue their work, unaware of his internal turmoil. A close-up of his face captures his total disbelief as he stares at the screen. "Impossible," he thinks, his world-shaking realization written all over his features. Images of two formidable, glowing-eyed warriors appear in his mind, the players Gracia and I Love Mint Chocolate. These were high-level competitors he knew from his days playing the original game. He wonders if they were summoned to this world just like him, since they both disappeared from the game around the same time. The possibility that his old rivals are here changes everything. An extreme close-up of his eye shows the intensity of his focus as he absorbs the next piece of information. And furthermore, he thinks, his pulse quickening. The logout notification remains on the screen, a bizarre link back to his former life. He repeats the words "logout feature" to himself, his mind already beginning to formulate a new plan. Park Hyunmyung's eyes widen with a mixture of shock and intense relief as he stares at the system notification. He thinks to himself that he finally has a way out of this damned game and back to reality. He suddenly raises his hand, signaling the three chambermaids to stop their work immediately. Adopting the persona of a detached star-bearer, he orders them to leave so he can communicate with the stars, leaving the women startled and confused. He fixes them with a piercing gaze, his voice low and threatening as he doubles down on his lie. He warns that any delay in his ritual will result in the total loss of his powers, a threat he knows will reach Isabella's ears. One of the chambermaids stares back at him, her expression one of stunned silence and slight embarrassment. The authority in his voice leaves no room for them to argue. The chambermaids bow their heads and retreat, the sounds of their footsteps fading as the heavy bathroom doors begin to slide shut. Hyunmyung tells them to let Isabella know he will meet her once he is finished with his communication. The ornate doors close completely, sealing him inside the steam-filled room in total privacy. The plan has worked, granting him the moment he needs to act. Hyunmyung glances over his shoulder at the shut doors, his stiff posture finally relaxing as a small sigh of relief escapes him. He thinks about how lucky he is that such a shabby excuse actually convinced the servants to leave. He steps out of the ornate bath, water cascading off his shoulders as he looks down at the ripples in the pool. He reflects on the genuine fear he felt at the thought of being trapped in this world forever. He turns his full attention to the glowing, log out button floating in the air, his reflection shimmering in the translucent blue screen. He thinks that he's finally finished with this stupid game as he prepares to press the button. With a firm, decisive movement, he taps the logout icon, his finger passing through the holographic light. A sudden, brilliant flash consumes his vision as the system begins the process of sending him back home. Park Hyunmyung closes his eyes as the system begins the logout process, reminding him to make sure his character is in a safe place. A final tip appears in the digital void, carrying a grim warning. If his character dies in the game, he'll die for real. The logout sequence finishes with a quiet chime, confirming his departure from Pangania. He wakes up back in his cramped, messy apartment, with only the monitor's glow to light up the dark room. The gamer hears faint screams and sirens drifting in through his window, prompting him to see what's going on. He looks down to see the city streets swallowed by fire and thick, black smoke, as if the world is ending. Panicked citizens are running for their lives, as explosions rock the city and the air fills with desperate cries for help. Emerging from the flames is a massive insectoid creature, its glowing red eyes fixed on the chaos below. Hyunmyung's phone vibrates incessantly with an emergency message about an unknown attack hitting major cities. He stares out at the devastation, his face pale and sweating as he tries to process the nightmare unfolding before him. Just outside his apartment, another colossal monster crawls up the side of the building, its segmented legs scraping the wall. The beast opens its terrifying, multi-layered maw and lets out a deafening screech that rattles his window. Stumbling back in terror, the young man falls onto his bed, his heart hammering against his ribs as he gasps for air. He can't believe what he's seeing. These are the exact same monsters he was just dealing with in the game world. Something metallic slips from his clothes and hits the floor with a soft clink as he sits there trembling in shock. It's the broken piece of the golden scale, his legendary item, confirming that the game and reality have officially merged. Park Hyunmyung stares at a massive army in a bleak wasteland. A floating screen displays his low stats, reminding him of exactly where he started. Memories of his time in Pangania flash by, battling through shadows, crossing paths with the cold-eyed Isabella and the constant struggle to survive. It felt so real, every drop of sweat and every close call etched into his mind. He jerks awake in his gaming chair, gasping for air. "Where am I?" he mutters, his heart still racing from the vividness of the vision. Park Hyunmyung looks around his cramped, messy apartment. A fan hums in the corner, a stark contrast to the silence of the wasteland he just saw. He tries to convince himself he just played the game for too long and passed out. He lets out a dry laugh, rubbing his face. He thinks it's impossible to get sucked into a game like some cheap web novel. His laughter dies in his throat. Right there on his desk, next to his keyboard, sits a small pouch and a gleaming gold fragment. He picks it up, the fragment warm against his palm. His eyes widen in pure terror as the realization hits. Everything he experienced was real. Panic surging, he lunges for his mouse and frantically clicks through his tabs. He has to check the game's official site. The screen remains white, displaying a cold error message. This page does not exist. He stares at the screen, his reflection in the glass showing a man whose world has just been turned upside down. The game homepage didn't just crash, it's completely gone. A sudden, sharp noise cuts through the silence of his room. The air feels thick with sudden dread. He freezes as screams erupt from outside. It's a monster!" someone shrieks, followed by a desperate plea for help. He looks out the window and his blood runs cold. A giant, mantis-like creature is tearing through the streets, sending cars flying as people scream in terror. Blood spatters across the pavement. A man lies motionless in the rubble, the brutal reality of the invasion laid bare. Officers fire their pistols at the beast, but the bullets barely seem to graze its thick carapace. It's a slaughterhouse, and they're completely outmatched. His phone buzzes incessantly on the desk, lighting up with a national emergency alert about unidentified monsters appearing everywhere. Park Hyunmyung watches the carnage from above, his hands trembling as he grips the windowsill. "What is this?" he whispers, his voice shaking. Another creature looms in the distance, its red eyes glowing amidst the smoke and fire. He can't believe monsters from Pangania have actually appeared in the real world. He collapses back onto the floor, the gold fragment slipping from his hand as his legs give out. The boundary between reality and the game hasn't just thinned, it's completely shattered. He's trapped in a nightmare. A system window flickers into existence before his eyes. It shows a list of legendary traits and a terrifying statistic. The destruction progress of Pangania is nearing 10%. Sweat beads on his forehead. If the boundary weakens further, the first fissure will open and he's paralyzed by the weight of it all. "What do I do?" he asks himself. His gaze falls back on the fragment of the broken golden scale glowing on the floor. It's the only lead he has. He reaches out, his fingers brushing the cool metal. He can't just sit here and wait for death. A spark of his old gamer instinct flickers to life. He knows he has to find a weapon, something to fight back with. If monsters from the game are roaming freely in reality, he reasons, then maybe things obtained in the game can also be used here. He grabs the small pouch and pulls it open. A blinding light spills from the bag as he reaches inside. It's not just a pouch anymore. System messages pop up, identifying the legendary artifacts he managed to stash away. Michaela's sword and the soul of a high-dragon. He tries to activate them, but nothing happens. Damn it, how do I use this? He growls, remembering how simple it was to just double-click in the game. Another window appears, explaining the fragment's true purpose. It's a key for synchronization, a bridge between his real self and his legendary game persona. He knows his real body is weak and useless against these monsters. But the fragment offers a way out. For 24 hours, he can bring his game power into this world. He grits his teeth and triggers it. A pillar of celestial light erupts around him, an angelic figure manifesting as the system confirms synchronization with Randolph is complete. A timer begins its countdown on the fragment. He has exactly 1 day to survive the chaos using his awakened powers. Out in the city, the situation has turned into a literal hellscape. People scramble over corpses as the monsters continue their relentless hunt through the streets. A woman in a light blue t-shirt and dark pants, Yoonji's mother, sprints through the wreckage. She's clutching her young daughter, a small girl named Yoonji, tightly to her chest. Yoonji's voice is small and trembling as she asks why her dad hasn't come to help them. Her mother can only promise he'll be there soon, her own voice cracking with fear. A deafening groan echoes from the building beside them as massive chunks of concrete break loose from above. Debris rains down like meteors, crashing into the street with bone-shaking force and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The dust clears to show Yoonji sprawled on the ground, calling out for her mom through the haze of smoke and ruin. Yoonji's mother is pinned under a massive slab of rubble, blood pooling beneath her. She looks at her daughter and begs her to run, her own strength fading fast. A pair of feet lands firmly on the cracked asphalt nearby, stirring the dust. Someone has arrived to help. A young woman in a black business suit and short brown hair, Kim Hana, rushes toward the scene. "Are you all right?" she shouts, her eyes wide with shock. Yoonji's mother, pinned beneath a slab of concrete and bleeding out, makes a final, desperate plea for her daughter. She begs Kim Hana to take Yoonji and flee while there's still time. Kim Hana grits her teeth, a look of grim determination crossing her face as she absorbs the weight of the mother's request. Tears well in her eyes, but she knows she can't hesitate. Yoonji's mother is completely trapped under the massive ruin, blood pooling around her. Kim Hana promises to protect the little girl, her heart heavy as she looks at the dying woman. Yoonji's mother's eyes begin to glaze over as the life drains from her. She can only watch as the chance for her daughter's survival rests in a stranger's hands. A giant, insectoid monster looms over them, its many red eyes glowing with predatory hunger. Kim Hana freezes, gasping as the creature readies its massive, scythe-like claws. As the monster's shadow falls over her, Kim Hana clutches Yoonji tightly, certain that these are their final moments. She closes her eyes, bracing for a strike that feels inevitable. A sudden, brilliant flash of light cuts through the darkness, followed by a thunderous boom. The impact is so powerful it sends shockwaves through the ruined street. A man appears in the center of the explosion, his sword glowing with an intense blue energy. With a single, devastating swing, he cleaves through the monster's hard carapace, sending green blood spraying everywhere. The man's eyes glow with a fierce, ethereal light as he lands, his expression cold and focused. He stands as a silent sentinel between the survivors and the beast. With a rapid blur of movement, he continues his assault, his blade carving through the air in a series of lethal arcs. The monster's body is shredded into pieces before it can even let out a final cry. Kim Hana stares in wide-eyed disbelief, her breath hitching as she realizes they're still alive. She trembles, her body still in shock from the near-death encounter. "I survived," she gasps, falling to her knees while still cradling the sobbing Yoonji. She looks up, her eyes searching for the mysterious savior who vanished as quickly as he appeared. She looks at the back of the man who saved them, his silhouette framed by the smoke and debris. Who is this man? She wonders, her mind racing to process what she just witnessed. Another monster, even larger than the first, emerges from the shadows, its long neck snaking toward them. It lets out a piercing screech that echoes through the devastated city. The beast's massive jaw opens wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth as it lunges at the lone warrior. He stands his ground, seemingly unfazed by the creature's immense size. "Look out!" Kim Hana screams, her voice cracking with terror as the monster's head darts forward with impossible speed. She watches helpless as the scene unfolds. The man is suddenly dwarfed by an even greater presence as a massive, reptilian head rises behind him. A deafening roar shakes the very foundation of the buildings around them. Kim Hana's jaw drops as she looks up at the colossal creature. "What is that?" she whispers, her eyes darting between the monster and the man standing atop its head. Not one but 9 dragon heads unfurl from the smoke, each one letting out a terrifying hiss. The man stands calmly on the main head, surveying the battlefield like a king on his throne. The scales of the 9-headed dragon shimmer with a dark, metallic luster as it adjusts its massive body. Its presence alone is enough to make the other monsters hesitate. The man looks down at the survivors, his voice carrying an unnatural authority. "Stay still," he commands, his gaze briefly meeting Kim Hana's before turning back to the fight. Kim Hana stares up at him, her heart hammering against her ribs. She's paralyzed by both fear and a strange sense of awe as she watches the impossible unfold. She laughs nervously, a hysterical edge to her voice. "Am I dreaming?" she mutters, her mind struggling to reconcile the world she knew with the one she's now seeing. Yoonji reaches out for her mother's motionless form, her small voice calling out in a heartbreaking plea. Kim Hana pulls her closer, tears finally streaming down her face as she faces the grim reality of their loss. In the distance, more survivors are seen running through the smoke-filled streets, their shadows small and fragile against the backdrop of crumbling skyscrapers. The scale of the destruction is staggering. Kim Hana watches as another monster is snatched up by one of the dragon's heads and crushed effortlessly. She realizes that the world she lived in has vanished forever. The dragon's 9 heads continue their brutal work, tearing through the monsters like they're nothing more than pests. Blood and ichor rain down on the ruined streets. Global news outlets are in a frenzy, reporting that these monsters have appeared simultaneously across the entire world. Major cities are being decimated, and human civilization is on the brink of collapse. However, the reports also mention the appearance of mysterious warriors who are fighting back. These individuals possess power that far exceeds any conventional human weaponry. Flashes of these heroes appear on screens across the globe. A man with a glowing sword, a woman clad in ethereal armor. They move with a grace and power that shouldn't be possible. One man stands atop a pile of rubble, his glowing blade held high as he addresses a crowd of terrified survivors. "Don't worry, everyone. I'll protect all of you," he shouts, his voice filled with a confidence that seems out of place in this apocalypse. The world is changing at a terrifying speed, and the boundary between the game of Pangea and reality is becoming increasingly blurred. The survival of humanity now rests on the shoulders of these mysterious players. A man watches the broadcast on his phone, a look of pure disgust on his face. "We must unite our strength," the hero on the screen shouts, but the viewer only scoffs. "Tusk." He sits in a luxury apartment, seemingly unbothered by the chaos outside. "Idiots! They're wasting their fragments of the broken golden scale," he mutters, his eyes narrowed as he watches the hero's performance. He looks down at his own fragment, the golden metal glowing with a faint, pulse-like light. His name appears on a nearby screen, Massacre. He's one of the top players, and he knows exactly what's at stake. He understands that Pangea and reality are merging, and only those who can adapt to this new world will survive. For him, this isn't just an invasion, it's an opportunity. He clenches his fist, his expression hardening into a mask of cold ambition. In the coming age of chaos, everyone is a competitor, he thinks, his eyes burning with a dark resolve. Those who obtain more power will become the protagonists of this era. A system window appears before him, displaying the updated global rankings for the survival quest. The list is topped by a name that has remained unchanged for 2 years, Randolph. The top score is an absurd 220 points, a number that leaves Massacre and the other players in the dust. He stares at the name Randolph, his jaw tightening with a mixture of envy and frustration. Is this Randolph Guy Phantom? He wonders, his mind racing as he considers the identity of the world's top player. The name is synonymous with power and mystery, a legend that even the most elite players fear. Randolph is also known as Ghost, a nickname earned from his ability to move through the game undetected. No one has ever seen his face or knows his true identity, adding to his formidable reputation. A man clad in heavy armor sits on a throne, his long, white hair falling over his shoulders. He keeps his head bowed, his hands resting on the hilt of a massive sword. Since no one knows his name, everyone refers to him by these two nicknames. The figure of Randolph, the legendary top player, sits solemnly in his heavy silver armor. He was the first to lead the Demon Realm expedition, the only group to nearly reach the final clear of Pangania. Despite his unparalleled skill, the expedition ended in a devastating failure. Dark, swirling energy engulfs the battlefield as his powerful form is finally brought down. Text on a stark white background solidifies his legacy. He is undeniably the #1 player in the history of Pangania. Massacre continues to analyze the situation on his glowing screen, his expression grim. He reasons that since the strongest character would be summoned upon death, Randolph must have been pulled into the real world the moment his expedition failed. A system window explains that while equipment and appearance are reset during the summoning, a player's talents carry over from their previous character. Massacre's lips curl into a sinister smirk, the scars on his face twitching. I understand why he got such a high score, he muses, his red eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. The focus shifts to a young man with messy brown hair, his gaze distant as he reflects on the changing world. He looks like a shadow of the legendary warrior he once was. Logging back into the game, Park Hyun-myung relaxes in a bathtub, the steam rising around him. He considers how both monsters and players have been summoned, with players taking on their in-game forms. Closing his eyes, Park Hyun-myung feels the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. The reality of the merger is becoming increasingly undeniable. His mind drifts back to the failure of his last character, the armored Randolph, who was left broken and defeated after the expedition's collapse. 3 swords are driven deep into the warrior's back. The memories are bitter. It wasn't just the monsters that stopped them. Hired NPC mercenaries hindered their progress, and in the end, even their supposed allies turned against them in a cold-blooded betrayal. No matter how many scenarios he had planned for, the sheer level of interference from those around him had been beyond anything he could have expected. Park Hyun-myung steps out of the bath, water rippling as he moves. He begins to suspect that those interfering variables might have been other summoned players, just like him. Whether they were rivals or players who simply didn't want the game to end, he was clearly a target. The weight of his past fame now carries a heavy price. Now back in the game world of Pangania, Park Hyun-myung walks with purpose, dressed in a simple tunic. He knows he can no longer just hide after logging out. He must be prepared for those still targeting him. He traverses the grand, marble-floored hallways of a palace. To ensure his safety in both reality and the game, he needs to regain his former strength as quickly as possible. He enters a high-ceilinged throne room where Isabella von Dersian sits regally. "Have you finished talking with the stars?" she asks, her tone both curious and commanding. Park Hyun-myung approaches her, his expression unreadable. Isabella watches him closely, her dark hair with red highlights framing her sharp features. "Yes," he replies, standing before her. "I've come to keep my promise with you." Isabella smirks, satisfied with his response. However, Isabella raises a finger, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I do have one condition, though," she states, causing Park Hyun-myung to pause. "What is it?" he asks. In the distance, maids move about the opulent room, their presence a reminder of Isabella's high status. The atmosphere is tense as the two negotiate. "Take me to the sanctuary, Isabella," he says firmly. The request catches her completely off guard, her red eyes widening in shock. Isabella stares at him as if he's lost his mind. "The sanctuary? Are you insane?" she exclaims, her voice echoing through the chamber. Park Hyun-myung remains undeterred, his gaze steady. He knows his next main quest is to obtain a class, and the one he desires can only be found there. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he explains his reasoning. "There's a star there," he says, his eyes glinting with ambition. "It can be obtained here." A blue system window confirms his goal. Main Quest 2, obtain a class. The reward depends on the rank of the class obtained, and the sanctuary is the key to his next level of power. A full moon hangs over the jagged ruins of a dark castle. A sharp-heeled boot steps firmly into a thick pool of fresh blood. Isabella walks calmly through a corridor littered with the bodies of fallen guards. She pauses to wipe the blood from her dagger, her expression cold and focused. Hyun-myung watches her from a distance, acknowledging that she's a reliable ally despite the carnage. The scene shifts to a few hours earlier, where Hyun-myung asks Isabella to take him into the sanctuary. Isabella is baffled, calling him insane since obtaining a class is the immediate goal. Hyun-myung leans in with a smirk, revealing that he knows a star is hidden within that very place. He explains that to lift her curse with the blessing of the stars, he has to get his hands on that star first. He's the only one who knows the exact location, having found it by sheer luck in his previous life as a player. Isabella warns him that the sanctuary is forbidden, and bringing an outsider in would have dire consequences. Hyun-myung doesn't blink, telling her it's her last chance to escape the desert for good. Back in the present, Hyun-myung swallows hard, knowing he'd be dead if his persuasion hadn't worked. They finally reach the entrance to the holy ground. A massive stone staircase leads down into a dark, swirling abyss. System windows flash warnings. His level 2 status is far below the recommended level 8, and the area is choked with poison. A new notification pops up. His Giant's Demon Resistance trait is active and keeping him safe. He steps forward, realizing entry would be impossible for anyone else at his level. As his foot hits the stone, he decides the exploration subquest isn't the priority. A precarious bridge stretches out over a purple, misty chasm filled with dark energy. He has a much bigger goal in mind, obtaining a specific legendary class. They stop at the edge of a deep pit where the air is thick with demonic energy. Isabella stares down, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. The path ahead is broken, with only floating stone pillars visible in the gloom. She glances at him with a small, knowing smile. She noted that they had taken the wrong path and was about to turn back, but Hyun-myung pulled her back and asked her where she thought she was going. She warns that the bridge is a trap designed to sweep away anyone who tries to cross. Hyun-myung just grins and asks if she's actually scared. Isabella's eyes widen in shock at the suggestion. She scoffs, claiming the Snake Princess knows no fear, while Hyun-myung calls her out for being timid. She makes up an excuse about a leg cramp, but Hyun-myung just drops low and tells her to get on his back. Isabella snaps at him, her face flushing with anger and embarrassment. He gets serious, explaining that they have to move before the dead guards are discovered at dawn. He doesn't want to waste time on her fear. He's carrying her whether she likes it or not. Isabella clenches her eyes shut, realizing she has no choice but to comply. She grumbles on his back about her damned leg, while he prepares to run. Hyun-myung takes off, his feet hitting the ground with a heavy thud. But instead of running toward the stone pillars, he sprints directly toward the edge of the cliff, where there is absolutely no bridge. Isabella panics, screaming that he's heading in the wrong direction. They leap straight into the void, with Isabella shouting that there's no path beneath them. Suddenly, Hyun-myung's eye glows a brilliant blue as his mutant, hidden trait activates. An invisible staircase of light appears before him, revealing secrets that no normal human eyes can see. As they run, Isabella is shocked that Hyun-myung knows a path even she doesn't, considering her high rank. He simply tells her that this is the only real path through the void. She watches him closely, wondering how an outsider could possibly have this much knowledge about their hidden grounds. It doesn't make sense for a simple star-bearer to be this confident. Isabella notes that even in a place choked with poison and demonic energy, he isn't even breathing hard. There's something deeply strange about how he's handling the pressure. Hyun-myung shoots her a smirk, teasing her about her fear of heights again. She just tells him to shut up, though her face is still a little red. He even jokes that she's a bit heavy for a level 2 player to carry, which only makes her more annoyed. She glares at the back of his head, asking if he actually wants to die. To her, it feels like he's not just confident, but like he's meeting an old friend he hasn't seen in years. He's navigating the terrain with a familiarity that shouldn't be possible. She asks him straight out if they've met before, looking for any clue as to who he really is. He doesn't answer immediately, keeping his gaze fixed on the glowing path ahead. The stairs hum with blue energy as they climb higher into the dark. Hyunmyung finally speaks, saying they've never met in the same place. He reaches a hand out toward the light, explaining that while he has seen her, she has never seen him. It's a cryptic answer that only deepens the mystery. They burst through a blinding white light at the end of the invisible staircase. The energy crackles around them as the environment shifts once again. The transition is sudden, the air crackling with magic as the scene changes. They've successfully bypassed the traps and crossed into a new section of the sanctuary. They land on a lush, flower-covered hillside that looks out of place in the dark ruins. Petals drift through the air as the wind picks up across the green slope. Hyunmyung explains that this is a domain barrier, a shield that hides the true nature of the sanctuary. Only those on the right path can see what's really here. He looks around, his memory of the game guiding his every move. He knows that something big is coming next. A deep red glow suddenly flares up from within a pile of ancient stones. The ground begins to shake, dust and gravel tumbling from the rocks. The boulders groan and shift as something massive starts to pull itself together. The air grows heavy with the sound of grinding stone. Multiple stone creatures begin to assemble, their bodies glowing with a harsh red light. They stand tall, ready to defend the sacred ground. A massive golem towers over them, its single red eye focused directly on the intruders. It's an upper-tier guardian, a level far beyond anything Hyunmyung should be facing. Hyunmyung realizes that at his current level, even a graze from this thing would kill him instantly. He stays back, trusting Isabella to handle the heavy lifting. He casually asks if her leg is feeling better now, prompting another sharp response. She tells him to just shut up and watch how a real professional works. The golem lets out a deafening roar, its massive stone fists clenching tight. It lunges forward, determined to crush the tiny intruders. It raises a colossal arm, casting a huge shadow over the flowery ground. The sheer weight of its movement creates a shockwave that rattles the air. Isabella stands her ground, tiny compared to the stone giant but completely unfazed. She watches its every movement, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A cold smile plays on her lips as she prepares her daggers. She's an assassination specialist, and size doesn't matter when you know exactly where to hit. The golem's fist slams down, but Isabella is already a blur of motion. She dodges the impact and leaps high into the air, moving with impossible speed. In a single, fluid motion, she strikes the core of the giant. The stone begins to shatter, brilliant light exploding outward from the point of impact. She lands gracefully, telling him that it'll be over soon. Her eyes are sharp and cold as she looks back at the crumbling guardian. Isabella dives back into the fight, her daggers carving through the golem's thick stone skin like paper. Debris flies everywhere as she dismantles the creature piece by piece. The golem's red eye flickers as it tries to track her, but she's too fast. She's already behind it, targeting the joints and internal power sources. The stone giant finally collapses, its massive body breaking apart into harmless boulders. Isabella stands amidst the wreckage, her mission accomplished in seconds. Hyunmyung smiles, impressed by her efficiency. Even though he raised this character himself, seeing her skills in person is something else entirely. Isabella makes short work of any remaining threats, her movements precise and lethal. The ground is littered with stone fragments as she finishes the job. Hyunmyung realizes that this is what level 8 actually looks like in this world. The power gap is clear, but he's still not worried about his own low level. The system suddenly pings him with a notification. It seems it's recognizing Isabella's kill as his own, probably because they're treated as a party. A blue screen offers him a new class, Golem Maker. It's a rare summoner-type class, and even at its base, it's considered high-tier in Pangenia. He looks at the sigil of the Golem Maker, knowing it's a powerful option for most players. It would give him a reliable source of strength right away. But without hesitation, he hits the decline button. He has something much bigger and more specific in mind for his character. He explains that the one who can give him the class he really wants is something else entirely. The air begins to swirl with a dark, purple energy. Isabella senses the change in the atmosphere and grips her daggers tight. Something far more dangerous than a golem is starting to manifest. The ground turns a dark, bruised purple as shadows stretch across the field. The scale of this new presence is overwhelming, far beyond anything they've faced so far. A system warning identifies the new arrival, the ancient King Dramut, the master of this mountain. It's a being that was buried by the nameless star long ago. Hyunmyeong looks up as the colossal presence looms over them. He's not afraid. In fact, he says that the king has finally shown himself. Dramut's colossal, scaled head descends from the purple-tinged shadows, a single slit-pupiled eye burning with ancient power. Standing in the grassy field, Hyunmyeong and Isabella are dwarfed by the sheer scale of the ancient king and greater god who guards the stars. A translucent blue system window flickers into existence, flashing a stark warning across the screen. It notes that Hyunmyeong's current level is dangerously far below the sanctuary's recommended level of 10. Hyunmyeong looks up at the massive silhouette looming in the mist. "You've finally shown yourself," he says, seemingly unfazed by the scale of the creature. A colossal snake head descends from the clouds, its red eye glowing with ancient power. This is Dramut, the guardian of this sanctuary, and the system makes it clear that Hyunmyeong is nowhere near strong enough to be here. Up close, the pressure is heavy enough to make a normal person collapse. Hyunmyeong breaks a sweat just trying to keep his footing as the beast glares at him. The mountain guardian coils its massive body around the plateau, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. Its size is enough to make the entire mountain feel small. Isabella looks back, wondering if he's lost his mind for bringing her to a place like this. He tries to play it cool, telling her the snake is actually pretty gentle despite its looks. The snake immediately proves him wrong by lunging with a deafening roar. Isabella barely has time to scream that it definitely does attack first before the air around them explodes. A massive shockwave from the beast's movement sends Isabella flying through the air. She can barely keep her balance as the sheer force of the wind threatens to tear her apart. She slams into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. She recovers quickly, gripping her daggers, but the impact clearly rattled her. Hyunmyeong watches the chaos with a slightly awkward expression. His gentle guide, Theory, is falling apart pretty fast. Isabella shoots him a look of pure rage, her teeth bared. She's definitely not finding this situation funny or gentle. Hyunmyeong tries to piece together his game memories, thinking this guy was supposed to be a guide. Isabella screams back, asking if this looks like a friendly creature to him. Dramut's giant eye focuses on them, demanding they prove their worth. Isabella panics, trying to explain that she's not the one challenging the sanctuary. The snake doesn't care. It knows she's the one who destroyed its sentinel guard earlier. It doesn't take kindly to people breaking its toys. A massive tail whips through the air with the speed of a falling building. The force of the movement alone is enough to crack the ground. The tail smashes into the earth, narrowly missing Isabella. Dramut makes it clear, if she can't prove herself, she's never leaving this place alive. She scrambles away from the impact zone, shouting at Hyunmyeong to actually do something besides standing there and watching. Hyunmyeong watches the environment crumble around them. He's confused because in his past runs of the game, this fight never happened. It clicks, the rules of the world have changed because he's no longer the powerhouse he used to be. The Guardian only respects strength, and right now, he lacks it. This is the legendary ancient King Dramut, a name feared across the game's lore. A greater god with a massive body, serving as the ultimate protector of the star. His presence is enough to overwhelm any ordinary mortal. Lore describes him as an enchanted beast that grew in both size and wisdom by feasting on the spiritual energy of the star for centuries. Hyunmyeong thinks back to his glory days as Wilhelm, a top-tier character who cleared this sanctuary without breaking a sweat. Back then, the snake was nothing more than a servant. In the past, Dramut didn't attack. He bowed his head and guided Wilhelm to the star with total obedience. The difference in treatment is staggering. The logic is simple. If you're qualified and strong, he's a guide. If you're weak, you're a snack. And right now, Hyunmyeong is looking very unqualified. He ponders his next move while watching the creature's movements. He needs a way to force the old rules back into play. Isabella is sent tumbling back yet again by the sheer force of a shockwave. She's reaching her limit, and the snake isn't even trying yet. She hits the ground hard, her weapons sliding away. She groans in pain, struggling to keep her eyes open. The sanctuary's poison is finally starting to take its toll, making her muscles lock up and her vision blur. She can't even stand anymore. Dramut's massive tail looms over her like a guillotine. He's finished testing her and is moving in for the kill. "Stop, Dramut!" Hyunmyung finally speaks up, his voice cutting through the roar of the wind. The snake actually pauses at the command. A ripple of energy flows out from Hyunmyung as he steps between the snake and Isabella. The atmosphere of the entire plateau shifts in an instant. The giant eye focuses on the tiny human, narrow and filled with sudden confusion. It's not used to being talked to like that. Dramut is stunned. He asks how a lowly human could possibly know his true, secret name. Hyunmyung gives him a sharp, knowing look and drops a bombshell. "Your master, Wilhelm, has returned." Isabella stares from the ground, wondering if she's finally hallucinating from the poison. The claim is absolutely insane. The massive snake towers over him, searching for any sign of his old master in the young man's face. It doesn't seem to see any. Then the creature erupts in massive laughter. The sound is so loud it practically shakes the leaves off the trees. Dramut mocks him, pointing out that he's currently weaker than even a low-level sentinel. He isn't buying the returned master story for a second. He remembers Wilhelm as a perfect transcendent human, a warrior who was actually worthy of leading him. This boy is nothing like that. The snake reminds him that Wilhelm failed his final expedition and met a complete, permanent death. To him, the man is long gone. Dramut roars directly in Hyunmyung's face, barring his massive fangs. He screams that a lowly creature has no right to even speak Wilhelm's name. Facing certain death, Hyunmyung doesn't even flinch. He simply stares back at the giant and tells him to honor the contract they made centuries ago. Hyunmyung stands his ground as the Guardian's roar echoes through the sanctuary. The sheer scale of the creature would be enough to make anyone else run, but he isn't even flinching. Dramut is visibly shaken, its red eye widening in disbelief. It demands to know how a mere human could possibly know about the secret contract it made with its former master. The beast's confusion is clear. That contract was supposed to be a secret that died with its maker. It stares down at the young man, waiting for an explanation that shouldn't exist. Lore pulses through Hyunmyung's mind as he recalls the game's hidden mechanics. The contract states that anyone who obtains the Star of the Mountain gains the Guardian's true name and becomes its new master. The details are grim. The Guardian must obey, but the secret must never be revealed. If the pact is broken, the one responsible will face a lethal curse. Hyunmyung realizes he's gambling on a loophole by being in Randolph's body. Since the actual contract was made by Wilhelm, he's hoping the game's curse won't actually trigger for him. Dramut lowers its massive head, its tongue flicking out as it searches for a scent of familiarity. It asks point-blank who this creature standing before it really is. Hyunmyung doesn't give a straight answer, keeping his gaze steady. He simply tells the beast to guide him, promising that the star itself will provide all the proof needed. The snake's eye narrows, glowing with a dangerous red light. It warns him that the star shows no mercy to the unworthy and will incinerate anyone who lacks the proper qualification. A small smirk plays on Hyunmyung's lips. He challenges the Guardian's bluff, asking if it's simply afraid that the star will acknowledge him as its rightful master. Dramut scoffs at the arrogance, calling him a brat who looks like he'd crumble in a single bite. It can't fathom where this puny human gets the confidence to talk so much trash. Despite its doubts, the Guardian decides to lead him to the star rather than killing him on the spot. It admits that while it doesn't believe he's Wilhelm, his knowledge of the contract makes things complicated. Dramut slithers toward the heart of the sanctuary, with the two humans following behind. The beast would much rather let the star's trial finish him off so it doesn't have to get its own hands dirty. The trio moves through the desolate sanctuary under a heavy, darkening sky. The atmosphere is thick with ancient magic and a silent, oppressive anticipation. Isabella looks around as they reach a secluded area, her expression one of pure shock. The gravity of the situation is finally starting to sink in for her. She looks up at a stone altar looming in the darkness. "Is this where the star is?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper in the gloom. Hyun-myung steps forward, confirming that the object resting on the altar is exactly what they came for. He's completely focused on the prize ahead, ignoring the Guardian's threats. There it is. The star is revealed to be a glowing white skull sitting atop an ancient stone pedestal. It radiates an eerie, powerful light that fills the entire chamber. Isabella is confused, wondering how a skull could be considered a star. Hyun-myung explains that this is more than just bone. It's actually the face of the goddess Lee. He recounts the history of Pangenia, explaining how the goddess's body was shattered into 32 fragments upon her death. These fragments are the legendary stars scattered across the continent. He reaches out and picks up the skull, explaining that these pieces are the keys to transcendence for any player. It's the ultimate power-up that everyone in this world dreams of achieving. Hyun-myung's face is set in stone as he prepares for the next step. He knows exactly what's about to happen and isn't showing a hint of fear or hesitation. The moment he grips the skull, it erupts into a massive pillar of white-hot energy. The sanctuary is flooded with light as the power of the goddess is unleashed. Isabella shields her eyes, screaming out in terror. She's convinced he's about to be incinerated and wonders if he's actually lost his mind this time. Dramut watches with a cruel satisfaction, laughing at the display. It's certain the star has rejected him and is now watching its supposed master burn to death. A dark silhouette remains standing within the heart of the inferno. The flames swirl around him with violent force, but he hasn't moved an inch from his spot. Inside the light, Hyun-myung looks more annoyed than anything else. He mutters about the Guardian's attitude while the power of the goddess washes over him. He knows the secret. The star only kills those who try to bypass the Guardian. Since he technically passed through Dramut by negotiating, he's safe from the deadly rejection. His mind is already on the next goal, securing the specific character class he needs. This is a one-time opportunity, and he can't afford to mess it up. He stares into the hollow eyes of the skull as it begins to crack. He remembers a rare lore detail stating that if a classless player acquires a star, it grants them a special class. The word void pulses from the artifact as it starts to disintegrate in his hands. This is the moment of truth where his destiny in this world is decided. A massive list of legendary traits and classes begins to spiral around him like a whirlwind. Everything from Weapon Master to Great Sage is momentarily within his reach. The system announces that he is one who faces destruction, but the light only grows more intense. He's being remade from the inside out by the pure goddess power. Messages flood his vision, confirming that his mana is being converted into raw star energy. He's already gained new skills like Star Pierce and a blessing that enhances his abilities. The rewards keep coming as his base stats receive a massive permanent boost. The system explains that his power will only grow as he collects more of Lee's fragments. The most important detail is that these effects are permanent, even if he achieves transcendence later. Hyun-myung's eyes glow with a new, terrifying intensity. Finally, the notification he was waiting for appears. He has officially acquired the Star Successor class. The process is complete, and the blinding light begins to fade. Isabella can only stare in mute shock, her mouth hanging open. She's just witnessed a human absorb the power of a god, something she thought was completely impossible. Hyun-myung stands silently for a moment, letting the new power settle into his veins. The air around him crackles with a lingering static from the transformation. He turns to Isabella, his voice calm and steady despite the chaos. He asks her what her heart truly desires once her curse is finally lifted from her. She's still dazed, but the answer comes out instinctively. She wants to leave the desert behind and find the lost bloodline of her family, the Dursians. Hyun-myung leans in, his gaze piercing and full of newfound authority. He offers to help her achieve that dream, but only on one specific condition. Park Hyun-myung makes his proposal with a calm, steady voice. 1 year of service in exchange for her freedom and the location of her lost family. Isabella stands frozen, the weight of the offer clearly showing in her eyes. A haunting image of a woman on a dark throne flashes through her mind, a figure of cold authority that she seems desperate to escape. Back in the present, Isabella looks down at the ground. her voice barely a whisper as she begins her reply to his offer. Her hand clenches tightly against her shoulder, her knuckles turning white as she battles with her own pride and desperation. Hyunmyoung places a steady hand on her, his gaze intense as he promises he is nothing like the queen and never breaks his word. Isabella looks up at him, her pupils dilating as she begins to realize the true nature of the man she's dealing with. She remains silent for a moment longer, her lips pressed together in a thin, hard line of determination. Finally, she drops to one knee in a formal gesture of submission, vowing to serve him exactly as he requested. Hyunmyoung looks down at her with a satisfied nod, acknowledging that she's made the only logical decision available to her. He turns his attention back to the massive snake Dramut, asking for final confirmation that the star's owner is the Guardian's master. The giant beast is visibly shaken, sweat beading on its scales as it realizes its fate is no longer its own. With a fierce glare and a pointed finger, Hyunmyoung commands the Guardian to bow its head and accept its new master. System windows erupt into view, detailing his massive score and the upgraded rewards he's earned through his reckless actions. The constellations of fortune and adventure are both watching his progress with growing interest. The notifications continue, warning that several combat-oriented entities from beyond have begun to take notice of his unique path through the world. The scene shifts to a darkened room where a pair of sharp, suspicious eyes watch from the deep shadows. Isabella enters a grand sanctuary, leading Hyunmyoung behind her under the guise of a captured slave. The room is filled with kneeling, robed figures who watch their approach toward the throne in silence. The silence is shattered by a harsh command to seize both of them immediately. The robed soldiers look up, their expressions grim as they prepare to move in on the pair. Randolph and Isabella stand before the massive head of Dramut. The protagonist asks if the creature finally recognizes who the master of the star is. Dramut, looking completely intimidated, quickly confirms that Randolph is his new master. "All right then, bow your head, you bastard," Randolph commands with a cold, pointed finger. A flurry of system messages confirms the completion of Main Quest 2. He scored a unique 230 points, causing a massive update in the Hall of Fame and drawing the gaze of high-level constellations. More notifications pop up, showing that several combat-oriented constellations have started taking a keen interest in his every move. The scene shifts away from the game world to the bright, busy streets of reality. People are relaxing at a local coffee shop, unaware of the high-stakes events happening in Pangenia. Inside, a girl with blonde pigtails sits with her crew, debating if Randolph could actually be the legendary player known as Phantom. She's convinced no one else could have scored that high without knowing the game inside and out. Her two companions look serious, wondering if they can track him down before any other guilds get the chance. The pigtails girl takes a drink, listening quietly with a sharp, calculating look in her eyes. She explains that Phantom is finally a real player now, so there has to be a way to find him, starting with a phishing tactic. Since the secret auction hall just opened for him as a quest reward, she's betting he'll definitely try to use it. She details the plan. They'll list a high-quality item at a dirt-cheap price to lure him in. Once he buys it, they'll use a special twin ability on a talisman to attach a tracking spell directly to the buyer. She notes how many rookies fall for these traps, only to be tracked down and robbed shortly after. One of the men is skeptical, doubting someone as experienced as Phantom would ever be that careless. The girl leans forward, her expression turning intense as she argues that his past decisiveness is exactly why he'll bite. She recalls his failed but massive expedition, her face flushing with a manic, obsessive energy. Her face twists into a wild, blushing grin as she laughs, convinced his greed for juicy items will be his downfall. Her companions watch her with pure concern, wondering if they should call for help or just report her for stalking. They wonder what kind of powerhouse he is in reality, maybe a CEO or the heir to a massive corporation. The scene shifts to a dark alleyway as the conversation about Phantom's identity continues. The global rankings refresh, showing Randolph firmly in first place, while another player named Massacre is officially banned from the quest. Gracia stares at the new rankings in disbelief, shocked that anyone could score that many points. He sits calmly in a dim room, unfazed by the fact that he won't be using the auction hall for a while. On the floor next to him lies Massacre, beaten and bloodied, gasping for air. Gracia casually walks away from the violence he just committed, looking completely indifferent. He grabs the man by his hair, coldly stating that he'll just keep killing everyone in the top ranks until he's back at the peak. Back in the game, a sub-quest notification confirms that the sanctuary exploration has been completed. Randolph and Isabella float through a bright portal as the system confirms a 100% exploration rate and a new Conqueror achievement. They slide down a long shaft while the system rewards him with an epic teleport book. Randolph keeps his cool, nodding that the ride isn't as uncomfortable as he thought it would be. Isabella looks back at him. He's satisfied with the outcome, thinking about how he managed to finish the exploration and escape all in one go. A familiar flash of light signals another level up. He hits level 3, which feels slow to him, but his stats show balanced growth across the board. A massive list of talents fills his screen, though it means he'll need far more experience than a normal player to keep progressing. He doesn't complain, knowing his stats grow much more because of it. He checks his hand, sensing his new strength. Sitting in the shadows, he starts checking the rest of his rewards from the main quest. He's landed 2 extremely rare items for his current level, and Isabella watches him closely. The first is the Shadow Cloak, a powerful piece of gear that grants him a free stealth skill by turning him invisible. A sudden impact shakes the area, kicking up dust and debris from the ceiling. In the darkness, Dramat's eye snaps open, glowing a sharp red as he detects intruders approaching the sanctuary. These guys are sprinting frantically through the darkened corridors of the sanctuary, their movements a blur of speed. Dramat reports the detection of intruders, his glowing eyes tracking the incoming threat. Randolph stops, his expression turning sharp as he processes the news. Isabella speculates that it's likely the Queen's pursuit squad, realizing they've overstayed their welcome in the sanctuary. She turns to him with a worried gaze, asking what he plans to do now that a sizable force is closing in. Randolph pulls his hood over his head, skeptical that even with Dramat's help, they could handle the entire squad. He points out that since Dramat is the sanctuary's guardian, there's no reason for them to stay and fight a battle they can't win. Isabella looks surprised by his blunt pragmatism. They take off at a full sprint, leaving Dramat behind to hold the line against the intruders. Dramat narrows his massive eyes, letting out a hiss as he prepares to do his job. The pursuit squad bursts into the chamber, shouting in shock at the sight of the giant sea serpent while the 2 targets escape. As they run, Isabella worries about the Queen's arrival, but Randolph is confident it's only an advance unit. He explains that they need to get out as fast as possible before the main force surrounds the sanctuary and traps them inside. Isabella realizes he isn't abandoning Dramat. The Guardians simply can't leave the sanctuary, so they're the only ones who can run. Randolph explains they need to reach the warp gate at the edge of the desert. He's already used the blessing of the stars to lift her curse, making the escape possible. His boots slam into the ground as he pushes himself to keep moving. They arrive at a massive stone archway, but Randolph notes the real problem. The gate requires time to activate. Isabella looks up at him, the weight of their situation sinking in as they wait for the portal. Randolph turns back, confirming that once they pass this area, they'll finally be out of the desert. He looks out over the barren landscape, knowing there's nowhere to hide if the pursuit squad manages to track them down. He tells her he needs to use this time to communicate with the star, while Dramat keeps the enemy busy. He also admits he needs to check on things in the real world, explaining that he can't stay logged in forever. He looks her in the eye and asks if he can truly trust her while he's vulnerable. Isabella's eyes widen in surprise. She shifts her grip on her dagger, the metal hilt firm in her hand. With a look of pure determination, she vows to protect him no matter what. The system begins the logout process, displaying a few helpful tips about the auction hall. Park Hyunmyoung wakes up in his own bed, the soft light of morning filling his room as the logout completes. He sits up and lets out a sigh, still struggling to get used to the strange feeling of returning to his real body. He picks up his phone, immediately scanning for any updates on the world's status. He's relieved to find that no monster alerts or disaster warnings have been issued yet. A system screen only he can see shows that the boundary between reality and Pangea is weakening as the destruction progress hits 7%. He knows more monsters will appear soon, making it crucial for him to gather information in the real world. His phone pings with a notification, snapping him out of his thoughts. It's a message from Kim Seoyeon asking how he's been. He looks at it with a mix of surprise and annoyance. He ends up at a bright cafe called Coffee and Tea to meet her. Seoyeon is already complaining on the phone, bringing up how he used to buy her food and clothes. Hyun-myung tells her bluntly that he has nothing to say to her and doesn't see the point in meeting. He hangs up the call without giving her a chance to argue. Inside the cafe, Seoyeon glares at her phone, calling him an annoying jerk for hanging up on her. She thinks back to when he was pathetic and did whatever she said, regretting that she didn't just stay with him for the money. She looks up and sees him walking toward her, her expression immediately shifting to a fake, happy smile. She greets him warmly, but she's stunned by his appearance. He's wearing a tracksuit and glasses, looking much more composed than before. He sits down and tells her to get to the point, his cold, changed vibe catching her completely off guard. Seoyeon speaks with a faint, knowing smile, her red-painted lips curving as she attempts to re-establish her influence over him. She leans forward across the table, her expression soft and seemingly nostalgic as she reminds him how he always used to come running whenever she called. Her eyes widen slightly, shimmering with a performance of deep regret, as she claims to have realized his value only after they parted. Park Hyun-myung stares back through his glasses, his face a mask of total indifference as she asks if he felt the same longing for her. He glances down at the cafe's one drink per person policy on the table, nodding with a dry internal monologue that she didn't even bother to buy him a beverage. Without a word, Park Hyun-myung stands and begins to walk away, his sudden movement leaving Seoyeon stuttering in confusion. Seoyeon lunges forward from her seat and shouts after him, her facade cracking as she desperately tries to stop him from walking out on her again. He looks back over his shoulder, his gaze cold and calculating as he asks if her current boyfriend is aware of this secret meeting. Seoyeon freezes, sweat beading on her forehead and her face flushing red as she realizes her double dealing has been laid bare. Park Hyun-myung continues his exit with steady steps, ignoring her desperate pleas as he leaves the cafe and its drama behind. As he was walking out of the cafe, he suddenly recalled a blinking blue system notification that had appeared right before his eyes, announcing a level up and confirming that his progress in Pangea was being synchronized, meaning it had transferred directly into his real body. His calm reflections are interrupted by a loud disturbance ahead, where a group of people has gathered around a chaotic, escalating conflict. A hulking man has a young woman trapped by her hair, pulling her head back while he rants aggressively at the surrounding crowd. The attacker's face twists with a manic rage as he pulls out a utility knife, brandishing the sharp blade with murderous intent. The woman screams in terror, her eyes squeezed shut and her face pale as the sharp blade is swung toward her. Before the blow can land, Park Hyun-myung's hand shoots forward, catching the man's wrist in a bone-crushing grip. The sudden intervention halts the knife midair. The young woman looks up, gasping in shock as she realizes her attacker has been immobilized by a complete stranger. Park Hyun-myung stares the man down, his expression unwavering and stern as he tells the assailant that his little show is over. Park Hyun-myung catches the guy's wrist before the knife can do any damage. He tells him to cut it out with a cold, steady voice. The stalker struggles against the grip, yelling for him to let go. He's clearly not used to someone actually fighting back. The sound of snapping bone isn't quite there yet, but the pain is real enough to make the attacker scream. He realizes his wrist is about to break under the pressure. Park Hyun-myung looks down, realizing his body has actually changed. Even without using game items, his physical stats are now on a completely different level. With a single shove, he sends the guy tumbling across the pavement. Kim Hana watches in a daze, still trying to process what just happened. She stares up at him with tears in her eyes, barely able to find the words to thank her savior. The shock of the near-death experience is finally setting in. The young man asks if she's all right, but his mind is already somewhere else. He's more focused on testing his new strength than the woman he just saved. Suddenly, a memory clicks into place. Park Hyun-myung recognizes her as the person he just saved and the figure from the viral video that's been making waves online, the one who recently rescued a child from a monster's clutches. He turns to leave, but the scuffle isn't over yet. The sound of running footsteps echoes behind him as the stalker gets back up. The guy lunges forward again, face twisted in rage as he aims the knife at the young man's back. The woman can only scream a warning as the blade gets closer. The young man doesn't even have to look back. He sidesteps the clumsy attack with a casual movement, letting the guy's own momentum carry him forward. Park Hyun-myung grabs the back of the guy's head and slams it straight into the concrete. A sickening thud echoes through the alley as the attacker finally stays down. Kim Hana stands frozen, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. She's seen Dimension warriors before, but the raw efficiency of this guy is something else. He looks down at the unconscious body with a cold, indifferent expression. To him, this wasn't a fight, it was just taking out the trash. The flashing lights of a police car soon illuminate the scene. Officers step out, looking at the carnage and the young man standing over it. One of the cops tells Park Hyun-myung he needs to come down to the station for questioning. He looks back with a confused expression, wondering why he's the one being targeted. The reporter immediately steps in front of him, defending her savior. She tells the officers that he was only helping and that she's the one who reported the stalker. The officers aren't budging, insisting that since there was an assault, they have to follow protocol. Kim Hana isn't having it, arguing that a man with a knife shouldn't just be watched. The young man sighs, leaning back and running a hand through his hair. He's got too many things to do in the game world to waste time in a police station. She doesn't let up, asking the cop if he'll take responsibility if the witness gets dragged into some unnecessary legal mess. The officer hesitates, clearly losing his footing in the argument. She pulls out her press card, introducing herself as Kim Hana from CK Broadcasting. Her eyes are sharp and determined, showing she's not someone they can just push around. The cops exchange a worried look, realizing they're dealing with a major media representative. The situation just got a lot more complicated for their paperwork. People in the crowd start whispering, recognizing her from the recent news reports. They mention she's the one who saved a child from a monster on YouTube. Seeing the public sentiment shift, the officer lets out a defeated sigh. He tells the reporter she can take the complaint directly and lets the young man go. Kim Hana turns back to her savior, offering her sincere thanks once more. He just brushes it off with a casual "don't mention it," ready to move on. She hands him her business card, explaining that she covers cases involving Dimension warriors. Park Hyun-myung looks at the card, the term catching his attention. The reporter describes the mysterious people who appeared the day the monsters invaded. She calls them Dimension warriors, the heroes of the modern world. He finds it interesting that almost nobody mentions Pangea directly. People seem to find attacks from another dimension more believable than a game becoming reality. A high-pitched voice interrupts them as a girl comes running up, shouting for her oppa. The reporter looks on, a bit surprised by the sudden intrusion. Kim Seo-yeon grabs his arm, her face full of forced concern as she asks if he's hurt. The woman wonders if this newcomer is his girlfriend, seeing her possessive grip. Park Hyun-myung doesn't hesitate to pull his arm away, his face turning cold. He flatly denies having a business card or any connection to the woman hanging on him. Seo-yeon looks stunned by the cold shoulder. Meanwhile, Kim Hana ignores the drama and asks for his phone number instead since he doesn't have a card. She saves the contact under Park Hyun-myung, a small smile on her face. It's a good name for someone who just saved her life. The reporter suggests they grab coffee or dinner sometime soon, promising to treat him as a thank you. He gives her a brief nod as she walks away with a wave. In the background, Seo-yeon is absolutely fuming, her face contorted in a mix of jealousy and disbelief. She can't understand why he's treating her like a stranger. Her teeth grind together as she stares at his retreating back. The thought that a nobody like Park Hyun-myung would ignore her is more than her ego can handle. Kim Hana continues on her way, the clicking of her heels echoing on the pavement. She seems satisfied with the day's events, despite the near-death experience. Her phone rings, pulling her out of her thoughts as she checks the screen. She lets out a small hum, wondering who would be calling her this late. She picks up with a professional hello, already transitioning back into reporter mode. The voice on the other end is her boss, and he sounds urgent. The station's chief tells her that he left a major task for her while he's away on a business trip. Her eyebrows shoot up, curious about what could be so important. He drops the bombshell. They want her to get an interview with Gracia. She stops in her tracks, wondering why a global hero would want to meet with her. A vision of the legendary hero appears in her mind, a silhouette standing atop a pile of defeated monsters. The weight of the task begins to sink in as her boss mentions that Gracia specifically asked for her. The scene shifts to a vision of the global hero, Gracia, standing amidst a field of defeated monsters as glowing swords rain from the sky. A news report voiceover mentions that this legendary figure is planning a visit to Korea in person. Bodies are strewn across the scorched earth, with a single blue-hilted blade stuck in the ground as a testament to the one-sided slaughter. Back in the game world of Pangania, Isabella is gasping for air, her breath coming in ragged bursts after a desperate struggle. She stands on a high stone wall, daggers drawn, as a horde of hooded soldiers closes in on her and the man sitting calmly behind her. Blood is splattered across Isabella's clothes and skin, her dark hair messy as she prepares for a final stand. The lead pursuer calls her the Snake Princess and demands she return to the Queen, offering to overlook her betrayal if she hands over the slave she's protecting. Isabella grips her blood-stained daggers tighter, her face set in a cold grimace as she scoffs at the idea of returning. The soldiers charge forward with a collective roar, brandishing their curved blades and calling for the execution of the traitor. The exhaustion is clearly taking its toll on Isabella, her shoulders slumped even as she keeps her weapons raised. Randolph just sits there, watching the scene unfold with an eerie calmness that suggests he's just waiting for the right moment. Her gaze is heavy with fatigue, yet there's a flicker of defiance left as she prepares to meet the incoming assault. Suddenly, a pillar of brilliant blue light erupts from the center of the stone platform, illuminating the entire area. A massive warp gate begins to spiral into existence, its swirling energy crackling with power as system messages confirm the activation. The soldiers stop in their tracks, their shouts turning into cries of confusion as the timer starts ticking down. Isabella stumbles, her energy finally spent, but a firm hand catches her before she can fall. Randolph stands beside her, his expression steady as he tells her she did a good job holding them off. A dark, confident smile spreads across his face as he looks at the surrounding enemies. He asks if she's done communicating with the star, and gives a simple yeah as he prepares to unleash his power. The soldiers realize they're losing their chance and scream for her immediate execution, but they're already too late. Randolph's hand begins to glow with an intense golden radiance, the air around him humming with gathered energy. He promises to keep his end of the bargain since she kept her promise to protect him. He clenches his fist, and the golden light explodes outward in jagged arcs of electricity and star force. A system window flashes over the chaos, announcing the activation of his exclusive skill, Star Scratch. It's a high-level ability that drains his entire pool of star force in one go. The soldiers are caught in a blinding flash of energy, their screams cut short as they're blown backward by the sheer force of the skill. The explosion consumes the entire platform, leaving Randolph and Isabella standing in the eye of a golden storm. Isabella stares at the destruction with wide eyes, completely awestruck by the raw power of a starseer. As the light fades, Randolph looks back at her with a calm expression. He tells her that if she still wants to go back to her people, he won't do anything to stop her. Isabella looks up at him, her previous hesitation completely gone. She gives a firm no, making her choice clear once and for all. A genuine, relieved smile touches her lips for the first time in a long while. She declares her intention to go with him, and the two of them step together into the swirling vortex of the warp gate. As they travel through the dimension, notifications pop up informing them that Isabella's curse has been nullified by the blessing of the stars. The destination is set for Arcana, a major city on the central continent. They emerge to a breathtaking view of the Golden City, Arcana, its majestic domes and towers gleaming under a bright sky. A system tip appears, warning that Arcana is a place ruled by pure materialism, and that those without serious gold shouldn't even bother entering. The city is a bustling metropolis of stone and gold, with crowds of people moving through the sun-drenched markets. Randolph and Isabella walk through the streets, taking in the opulent architecture and the high-end shops. He notes that the city is incredibly lavish and that they'll need a lot of money just to survive here. Isabella pulls out a heavy leather pouch and gives him a confident smirk, boasting that she brought 300 gold along with them. Randolph stops and looks at the bag, his expression shifting from curiosity to a flat, deadpan stare. Isabella's smile falters as she sees his reaction. He points out that in a city like this, 300 gold is barely enough to cover a decent meal and a bed for a single night. Her eyes go wide, and her jaw nearly hits the floor in shock. Randolph explains that the economy in the heart of the continent is on a completely different level compared to the desert they left behind. They pass a street stall where a simple item has a price tag of 50 gold coins. Isabella stares at it in disbelief, realizing just how little her fortune is actually worth. Randolph doesn't seem worried at all, pointing toward a grand building with flashing lights. He tells her there's no need to panic because there's money practically lying around for the taking. He's pointing straight at a massive building with a neon sign that simply reads, Casino. Isabella stares at the building, her face completely blank as she tries to process what he's suggesting. Randolph stands confidently in front of the entrance, his cape fluttering as he prepares to test his luck in the city of gold. He looks back at her with a mischievous grin, telling her not to worry because he happens to be a very lucky guy. A final system message chimes in, announcing that a hidden trait called Golden Grace is activating, turning the odds heavily in his favor. Welcome to Arcana, the Golden City. It's a place where morality takes a backseat to luxury, earning it the title of the City of Pleasures. In the world of Pangania, every lower city behaves like its own independent kingdom, and Arcana is no different. Here, the rules are simple and brutal. There's only one thing that matters: money. If you have gold, you have power, and if you don't, you're nothing. At the heart of it all sits the Hudson Casino, the grandest gathering point for all the wealth in the city. The lights are bright, but the stakes are even higher. Park Hyunmyoung arrives with his group, but a stern manager stops them at the entrance. He's not interested in pleasantries, just their pockets. He lays it out flat. Unless they have 10,000 gold for the deposit, they aren't stepping foot inside. Isabella and the other companion look completely blindsided by the steep price. Isabella leans in, her voice hushed and frantic. She's only got 100 gold left after they spent most of their funds on basic necessities like clothes. Hyunmyoung doesn't seem bothered at all. He tells her it doesn't matter since they didn't have enough to begin with, and they needed those new clothes anyway. The manager loses patience, telling them to clear out and stop blocking the line for the real customers. The wealthy elites behind them start grumbling about beggars wasting their time. Instead of walking away, Hyunmyoung reaches into his pocket. He admits he doesn't have the cash on hand, but he offers something else as collateral instead. He holds out a brilliant, glowing gemstone that lights up the dim entryway. He's confident that this single item is more than enough to cover the fee. A system window identifies the treasure as the Fairy Queen's Tear. It's an immortal raid tier item that can break the limit restrictions on any equipment it's paired with. The manager's mouth hangs open as he stares at the glowing gem. The sweat on his face tells the whole story. He knows he's looking at something legendary. Suddenly, the staff are falling over themselves to be polite, bowing and rolling out the red carpet. They escort the group inside, treating them like the ultimate VIPs. As they walk through the opulent halls, Isabella asks him what that talisman was. He simply calls it the Fairy Queen's Tear, playing it cool as usual. He mentions he picked it up back at the sanctuary, and it's worth at least 1,000,000 gold. The male companion is horrified that he just handed such a fortune over to total strangers. Hyunmyoung just smirks, completely unfazed. He figures it's just a deposit, and he'll have plenty of money to pay it back once he's finished winning. He heads straight for the roulette table, and the wheel starts to spin. Every eye in the room is glued to that little white ball as it skips across the numbers. The ball settles into the exact pocket he predicted. The crowd starts to buzz with excitement, unable to believe what they're seeing. The room erupts in cheers and whispers of disbelief. People are calling him the god of gambling, stunned that he started with so little and is already clearing the house. Stacks of chips pile up until they surpass 1.4 million gold. Hyunmyung sits back, looking bored while the casino staff look like they're having a collective heart attack. He reflects on his blessing of gold trait, knowing there's no better advantage to have when there's serious money on the line. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Isabella is overjoyed, shouting that they're rich, but a manager suddenly bows before them. He looks like he's about to cry as he delivers the news. They'll give him all his winnings, but there's a catch. He's officially banned from the Hudson Casino forever. The companion is baffled that it's happening this quickly. The manager explains that every other customer is copying his bets and draining their reserves. It's become a serious crisis for the casino's bottom line. As they look around, people are indeed clutching handfuls of gold coins, all thanks to following Hyunmyung's lead. The house is losing big time. Guards surround the table and the manager politely, but firmly, asks them to leave the premises immediately. They aren't taking any chances with him anymore. Isabella's eyes glow with a sharp, dangerous intensity. He's not angry about the ban, but he isn't finished with his business here yet. Hyunmyung agrees to leave without making a scene, much to the manager's relief. He stands up, ready to walk away with his massive haul of gold. But before he goes, he tells them he needs to speak with the owner of the casino. The manager tries to shut him down, insisting that a meeting simply won't be possible. Hyunmyung tells him not to misunderstand the situation. He's not the one who wants the meeting, it's the owner who will want to see him. He tells the man to go tell his boss about who he is. Meanwhile, in a private office, the owner is already staring at the glowing talisman on a silk cushion. The owner activates his Hand of Observation skill, which is currently at level 8. A blue magical circle appears over his hand as he begins the analysis. His eyes widen in shock as the system confirms the item's authenticity. He can't believe that someone actually walked into his casino carrying such a treasure. He knows that these tiers are only carried by the Fairy Queen's knights, powerful beings that rarely leave their hidden realm. They're incredibly difficult to defeat. Killing just one of them would require at least 3 level 10 individuals, making the item almost impossible to obtain. He searched everywhere for one but never found anyone selling. A knock comes at the door, and the manager informs Sir Hudson that the man who left the talisman as collateral is requesting a meeting. Hudson is deep in thought. He's surprised that the stranger predicted his desire for a meeting so perfectly. His expression shifts from shock to intrigued curiosity. A wide, knowing smile spreads across Sir Hudson's face. He's starting to realize that the man downstairs is far more interesting than a typical high roller. He tells the manager to bring the guest in so they can share some tea. Moments later, Hyunmyung and Isabella are seated comfortably across from the casino boss. Hyunmyung sits with a calm, confident posture, while Isabella stands vigilantly behind him. Hudson watches them closely, his mind racing with calculations. Hudson studies Hyunmyung, noting that he doesn't look like a powerful warrior at all. He wonders how someone who appears so ordinary managed to get his hands on a Fairy Queen's tier. Sir Hudson leans back in his opulent office, curious about the bold claim this stranger made at the entrance. He directly asks what Park Hyunmyung meant by saying the owner would want to speak with him. Hyunmyung takes a calm sip of his tea, his expression unreadable. He explains that there was no hidden riddle. He simply knew their meeting was inevitable given the item he brought. Hyunmyung puts the cup down and gets straight to the point. He knows that Hudson desperately needs the Fairy Queen's tier that was handed over as collateral. Hudson is surprised by the bluntness, but he doesn't deny it. He admits he was already planning to call Hyunmyung in to negotiate a permanent purchase of the rare talisman. Hyunmyung remains composed, stating that as long as the price is right, he's open to a deal. He's looking for leverage, not just gold. Hudson tries to set the bar high, offering 2 million gold for the stone. He frames it as a generous offer that most would find impossible to turn down. Isabella's eyes nearly pop out of her head at the mention of 2 million gold. To her, that's an astronomical sum for a single item. Hyunmyung doesn't blink, countering with a demand for 20 million gold instead. Isabella looks like she's about to faint from the sheer audacity of the price hike. Hudson scoffs at the number, pointing out that 20 gold is enough to buy a mansion in the center of the city. He argues that a talisman is just a tool for reforging, nothing more. He leans forward, telling Hyunmyung that even as a collector, he won't pay that much for what he considers a mere hobby item. He thinks he has the upper hand in the valuation. Hyunmyung doesn't move, his voice remaining level as he responds. He agrees that if it were just a collector's item, the price would indeed be ridiculous. But then he drops a bombshell, telling Hudson that the Fairy Queen's tear isn't just a hobby item for him, it's his ticket into the city council. Hudson's eyes narrow, his confidence suddenly wavering as the conversation shifts. He realizes his secret ambition might not be as private as he thought. The minimum requirement for joining the Arcana City Council is reaching level 10, a daunting milestone for anyone in this world. For someone like Hudson, who possesses a non-combat class, breaking through that wall with raw strength is practically impossible. He simply doesn't have the warrior's edge. That's where the Fairy Queen's tear comes in. It has the unique power to remove equipment level requirements, a game changer for those lacking stats. With this gem, Hudson could equip high-tier legendary gear to artificially boost his combat power and bridge the gap. It's the only way he can meet the council's strict criteria. Hyunmyung asks why a simple casino merchant would even want to sit on the city council. The room goes silent as the true weight of the negotiation sets in. He reveals the real reason. It's to gain the approval of his fiancée's family. He mentions her name, Serengeti, causing Hudson to visibly stiffen in shock. The name Serengeti hangs in the air, a phantom from a past Hudson thought was buried deep within the system's history. She was the only daughter of Marquis Weiser from the Balrin Kingdom, a woman of high nobility and even higher repute. Known as the Pure White Knight, she led 500 warriors into the heart of the Demon World Great Expedition, standing tall on the battlefield. She made the ultimate sacrifice, losing both her legs to the Demon King to save Hudson's life. She was more than a knight, she was his indispensable partner. In the real world, Hudson had been just another player sitting at his computer, treating Pangania as nothing more than a complex digital game. But after the fall of the Night King Wilhelm, everything changed. Awakening inside the world itself, Hudson began to see the true nature of the NPCs around him. Serengeti's final words haunted him. She handed him her necklace, begging him to deliver it for her if she didn't return from the front lines. He remembers the moment he obtained Serengeti's necklace, a quest item that felt far too personal to be mere code. The locket contained a photo of Serengeti and her fiancé, a man who shared Hudson's face. It was a realization that shattered his perception of reality. He had wondered if this was just part of the game's original setting, but he knew the lore better than anyone. He was searching for any logical explanation. Based on the game's core parameters, Serengeti never had a fiancé. The history of the world had been altered in a way that shouldn't be possible. Someone had influenced the very foundations of this world, rewriting the lives of those within it to fit a new, distorted reality. Hyunmyung realizes the truth. Hudson is a player just like him, someone who has completely assimilated into this living world. Hudson is sweating, his composure completely gone as he asks how Hyunmyung could possibly know his deepest secret. He's never breathed a word of this to anyone. Hyunmyung deduces that Hudson arrived here long before he did. He knows he needs to squeeze every bit of information out of this man about other players and the true nature of Pangania. He raises a single finger, playing the part of a mystic. He claims that he didn't discover it through research, he simply heard the truth. "The stars told me," he says, a cryptic answer that leaves Hudson reeling. Hudson asks in disbelief if he's actually speaking to a star-bearer. Hyunmyung makes it clear he doesn't care if Hudson believes him or not. He states that he can give the merchant exactly what he desires, but it won't be for money. He has one simple condition. Hudson must tell the stars the full, unvarnished story of his life. He'll decide whether to help only after hearing the truth. He emphasizes that every single detail must be true, as the stars have no patience for liars. The pressure in the room is thick enough to choke on. Hudson clutches his leg, his face contorted with the weight of the decision. He's been asked to lay bare his entire existence to a total stranger. Hyun-myung knows this is a dangerous choice. Revealing personal information in this world can lead to discovery by hunters, a threat every player fears. These hunters are specialized NPCs who treat players as criminals and execute them on sight. For a player like Hudson, staying hidden has always been a matter of survival. Hyun-myung's thoughts dwell on the ruthless nature of the hunters. In this world, the simple act of revealing one's identity as a player is often a death sentence. The hunters are unpredictable, infiltrating every level of society with such precision that extreme caution is the only true defense. This constant threat is why players like Hudson go to such lengths to hide their origins. Despite the risks, Hyun-myung remains certain that Hudson will accept his offer. He knows that the merchant's desire to reach the city council outweighs his fear of exposure. To Hudson, Serengeti is more than just a character in a game. She is a real person who sacrificed everything for him. Her existence is the tether that keeps him bound to this world. Hudson stares at the locket in his hand, his eyes softening as he looks at the image of the smiling woman. After a long silence, he makes his decision. He looks across the table at Hyun-myung and finally agrees to share the story of his life. The two sit in the dimly lit office, the air heavy with the weight of long-held secrets. Hudson begins his tale with Serengeti, explaining that almost everything he wants to achieve in Arcana is tied to his promise to her. She is the compass for his every action. He mentions that she was a brave knight who took part in the Demon World Great Expedition, an assault led by the legendary 8 heroes. Hyun-myung's eyes widen at the mention of the group. Hyun-myung interrupts, questioning the number of heroes. He had always believed that the knight King Wilhelm led the expedition alone. Hudson is equally surprised by Hyun-myung's confusion. He explains that while Wilhelm was the most famous, the expedition was actually a joint effort by all 8 legendary figures. He adds that rumors persist of infighting amongst the heroes, which many believe was the true cause of the expedition's ultimate failure. The red light of the office casts long, ominous shadows. Hyun-myung is stunned, his mind racing to reconcile this new information with what he thought he knew about the game's lore. The idea of heroes fighting amongst themselves seems like pure nonsense. Hudson asks if Hyun-myung even knows the names of the 8 heroes. He begins to list them, starting with the most powerful member after Wilhelm himself. The man he names is Gracia, a legendary figure whose reputation was second only to the Night King. The scene shifts from the fantasy world to a sleek, modern office in the real world. A digital news report by Kim Hana flashes on a screen, titled "The Man Who Rode a Monster." It details a mysterious figure who descended from the sky atop a creature during an attack in Seoul. The report credits Kim Hana for the breaking news, capturing a moment of chaos where a lone man seemed to turn the tide against a giant mantis monster. In a high-rise office, Gracia, now a sharp-dressed man in the modern world, receives word that an interview with Kim Hana has been scheduled. He acknowledges the news with a brief thanks. His assistant suggests bringing the reporter to the U.S. instead, mentioning that the government wants Gracia to stay put in case of further monster attacks on American soil. The city of Seoul shines in the distance. Gracia declines the suggestion, staring intently at the image of the man riding the monster. He insists on going to Korea to see the situation for himself. He leans back, a faint smile on his lips as he gazes at the blurry photo. He has a gut feeling that this mysterious man might be the long-lost friend he's been searching for. Back in Pangaea, Park Hyun-myung remains focused, unaware that his actions in the real world have caught the eye of a legendary hero. The journey is only beginning. Park Hyun-myung listens to the story of Serengeti, a brave knight from the legendary 8 heroes who once ventured into the demon world. The mention of this historical figure clearly strikes a chord with him. Sir Hudson explains that while Wilhelm is the most famous hero, the expedition was actually a joint effort by all 8. He seems surprised that Hyun-myung isn't familiar with such basic history. Hudson reveals a darker truth. The mission failed not because of the enemy, but due to infighting among the heroes themselves. Hyun-myung stares in shock as the statues of the legends loom behind his thoughts. The scene shifts to the present day, where a bright blue sky hangs over a busy city street. Someone is scoffing at the ridiculousness of that historical claim. Hyun-myung sits in a high-end restaurant, staring at a plate of steak with a completely drained expression. He looks like he's running on fumes. Kim Hana asks if the food isn't good, noticing his lack of appetite. He quickly reassures her, claiming he's just tired from everything that happened the day before. He thinks back to his time with Hudson, where the man stayed up all night crying and spilling secrets after a few drinks. That conversation gave him a lot of valuable info on the 8 heroes. But that intel gathering meant he stayed logged in all night without any rest. Because of that, he ended up being 10 minutes late for this lunch meeting. He looks at the elegant decor, feeling a bit out of place. He wonders if it's really okay for him to be eating for free at such a fancy spot. Hana dismisses his concerns, reminding him that he got rid of her stalker. In her eyes, a free lunch is the bare minimum for someone who acted so bravely. Her expression suddenly hardens as she spots something behind him. She asks if that woman in the back is the one he used to be with. Just a few tables away, Seoyeon is sitting with a guy and glaring right at them. The tension in her gaze is impossible to miss. The blue-haired man with her looks over with a judgmental squint. It seems their private lunch just got very crowded. Hyun-myung recognizes the guy from Seoyeon's social media. He remembers how she was flaunting her new boyfriend while still keeping her old profile pictures up. Hana whispers, asking if they should move to a different table to avoid any drama. She can tell the situation is getting uncomfortable. He just continues eating, telling her not to worry about it. As far as he's concerned, he has absolutely no connection to that woman anymore. Suddenly, someone shouts his name across the restaurant, stopping him right before he can take another bite. Young Jinwoo is standing right behind him, looking down with a face full of arrogance. He immediately accuses Hyun-myung of stalking Seoyeon all the way here. Jinwoo gets louder, calling him a shameless bastard for pestering her even after the breakup. He's making sure everyone in the room hears his accusations. Hyun-myung looks up, genuinely surprised by the logic. He asks for clarification, wondering if Jinwoo actually believes he's the one doing the stalking. Jinwoo brings up a story about Hyun-myung crying and begging Seoyeon at a cafe recently. It's clear Seoyeon has been feeding him a complete fantasy about their past encounters. Seeing Seoyeon's smug smirk in the background, everything clicks for him. He finally understands the kind of lies she's been spreading to save face. Jinwoo points a finger in his face, threatening to kill him if he ever gets near Seoyeon again. He ends his rant by calling him a worthless piece of trash. That was enough for Hana. She slams her hands onto the table and stands up, demanding to know why he thinks he can just barge in and say whatever he wants. She stares him down with pure indignation, but Jinwoo just looks back with a condescending smirk. He's clearly not used to being challenged like this. He asks her how much she's being paid to be here, assuming she's just a rent-a-girlfriend Hyun-myung hired. Other diners start whispering as the scene escalates. Hana tries to explain that she's the one who made the reservation and is treating him as a thank you. She tells him to watch his mouth, but he's already reaching for his wallet. He mocks her, asking if 1,000,000 is enough for her to get lost. He throws a handful of 50,000 won bills right at her face. Hana's eyes go dark as the money flutters around her head. This wasn't just an insult to her, but to everything she stands for. Before he can finish his next sentence, she delivers a crushing slap across his face. The force of it snaps his head to the side. She calls him a crazy bastard, her expression sharp and uncompromising. She isn't backing down an inch from his display of wealth. Jinwoo's face contorts with shock and fury. He touches his cheek, his eyes wide as he realizes she actually struck him first. He raises his hand to hit her back, telling her to grit her teeth. All his supposed class has vanished in a fit of rage. Hana flinches, her eyes wide as she sees the blow coming. She didn't expect him to actually retaliate in a public place. But that punch never stood a chance of touching her. With a sweep of his leg as fast as the wind, Hyun-myung threw Jinwoo off balance, sending him face-planting forward and crashing flat on the floor right in the middle of the restaurant. Hyun-myung remains seated, calmly telling him to stop. He notes that Seoyeon doesn't exactly look like the innocent victim Jinwoo thinks she is. Enraged beyond reason, Jinwoo lunges forward again, teeth bared. But Hyun-myung is faster. His hand shoots out and grabs Jinwoo by the face, stopping his momentum instantly. With a massive thud, he slams Jinwoo's head down onto the tabletop. He tells him one more time to just stop it. Jinwoo's hand trembles as he tries to lift himself up. He can't believe the insane grip strength pinning him down like an insect. Seoyin screams at him from the sidelines, calling him an embarrassment. She's more upset about him losing than she is about his well-being. Hyunmyoung keeps him pressed against the table, suggesting they head outside to finish their little chat. He's not going to let them ruin Hana's lunch any further. Hyunmyoung tells him to stop making things difficult since he started the fight. Jinwoo is boiling with rage, feeling completely humiliated in front of Seoyin. He decides he's had enough and reaches for his power, declaring that Hyunmyoung messed with the wrong person. A sudden blinding flash of light erupts from Jinwoo's body, catching everyone off guard. Before anyone can blink, he undergoes a full transformation, his clothes being replaced by a sleek set of blue armor. Hyunmyoung watches the spectacle through his glasses, his expression staying remarkably calm despite the light show. The rest of the restaurant-goers are shocked, with some people even pulling out their phones to record the unbelievable sight. Jinwoo stands there in his new Dimension Warrior form, glowing with energy as he stares down his opponent. He looks like he stepped straight out of a video game. He dares Hyunmyoung to say another word, his face shadowed by a dark, vengeful look. With his enhanced strength, he strikes out, the impact creating a shockwave that rattles the entire room. From above, we see Hyunmyoung sprawling on the floor while Hana screams out his name. As he lies there, Hyunmyoung realizes the guy actually is a player. He's taking a moment to process the fact that he was just attacked by someone with actual stats. He wonders why he's acting like nothing happened, as if being knocked down by a superpowered warrior is just another routine event. He saw the transformation clearly, so he questions if the guy actually put him down gently on purpose. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of his eyes. His hidden trait, Great Sage, has been activated. The trait gives him a full readout on his opponent. Young Jinwoo is a level 4 spearman. Jinwoo is still fuming, feeling like he's been made a fool of by someone he considers trash. Hyunmyoung is surprised to see that Jinwoo actually has a class and has reached level 4. The system starts explaining the mechanics of Panginia's level system, where each section requires more experience to progress. A side-by-side comparison shows Hyunmyoung's stats as Randolph, a star successor with a massive list of talents. It seems having more talents means he needs a lot more XP to level up. The trade-off is simple. The more talents you have, the stronger you become, but the slower you'll reach the next level. Young Jinwoo, on the other hand, falls into the group with very few talents, which explains why he was able to hit level 4 so quickly. But there's a catch. Despite his level, Jinwoo has apparently never been in a real fight until this very moment. He's been running away from danger since the day he was synchronized with the game world, prioritizing survival over combat experience. Through sheer luck, he survived a main quest and managed to obtain a high-tier spearman class. That lucky break allowed him to log out, and he's been avoiding Panginia ever since, living off his status in the real world. Hyunmyoung realizes that for most people, adapting to a world like this wouldn't have been easy. Not everyone started with a legendary item like the heart of the iron-blooded monarch. Seoyin grabs Jinwoo's arm and tells him it's enough, noticing that everyone is starring. Jinwoo huffs, his mood completely ruined as he agrees to leave. He gives Hyunmyoung one last warning not to cling to Seoyin again, telling him he should consider himself lucky to still be breathing. As he walks away, Hyunmyoung watches him, thinking about how foolish the guy is for showing off his status like this. He predicts that someone who wastes their time like that won't live very long. Hana rushes over to his side, asking if he's okay. He sits up and brushes himself off, assuring her that he's perfectly fine. She's fuming and wants to report them to the police immediately, but he tells her to just let it go. He points out that technically, they were the ones who threw the first punch. He just wants to finish their meal in peace and move on from the drama. But before they can get another bite, a massive tremor shakes the entire building. People start screaming as they're thrown from their seats by what looks like an earthquake. Hana looks up in confusion, while Hyunmyoung gets a very bad feeling about this. Loud cracking sounds echo through the restaurant as massive fissures split open across the ceiling. Giant, toothy worm monsters burst through the walls, sending debris flying everywhere. Hana is frozen in terror as the things loom over her. Hyunmyeong quickly covers her mouth to keep her quiet, telling her to stay calm and wait for a second. Total chaos erupts as the monsters slither through the restaurant. People are desperately trying to crawl away from the massive maws full of sharp teeth. Hyunmyeong notices something strange. The monsters aren't actually attacking the civilians. They seem to be focused on something else entirely. He identifies them as cheedworms, scavengers that usually only go after corpses. He figures as long as they don't attack first, they might be safe. But then he spots Jinwoo and Seoyeon across the room. Jinwoo is still in his armor, looking incredibly tense as the worms close in. Seoyeon is clutching onto him, screaming for him to do something. Jinwoo looks panicked, clearly out of his depth. He finally gathers his courage and summons a glowing blue spear, preparing to strike back at the nearest monster. Park Hyunmyeong screams a warning at the top of his lungs, calling young Jinwoo an idiot and telling him to hold back his attack. He knows that these scavengers shouldn't be provoked without cause. Jinwoo ignores the warning and lunges forward, his glowing blue spear slicing clean through the thick, rubbery hide of a cheed worm in one fluid motion. Blood sprays across the restaurant floor as the monster is cleaved in two, leaving Jinwoo stunned that he managed the kill in a single hit. He looks down at his armored hand, a newfound sense of power surging through him as he realizes he's much stronger than he previously believed. Emboldened, he continues his rampage, shouting that he'll kill every single one of the monster bastards as he swings his spear with lethal intent. He directs the panicked civilians toward an exit, taking pride in his role as a Dimension warrior, protector, and reveling in the awe of the crowd. A wide, manic grin spreads across his face as he cuts through another worm, blood splattering his armor while he mocks the creatures for being so weak. While Jinwoo is distracted by his easy kills, Hyunmyeong remains calm and tells Kim Hana to get as far away from the area as possible. Suddenly, a thick, blood-red fog begins to pour into the room, accompanied by a low, haunting howl that vibrates through the floorboards. Visibility vanishes in an instant, leaving Jinwoo and the remaining civilians coughing and stumbling blindly through the oppressive crimson haze. Jinwoo's eyes dart around as he curses the fog, his hands tightening on his spear as he realizes he can't see a single thing in front of him. From the depths of the red mist, a massive obsidian-black hand with long, razor-sharp claws reaches out for the unsuspecting warrior. Before Jinwoo can even turn around, the cold, dark fingers wrap around his face and clamp firmly over his eyes, blinding him. A single, glowing red eye slits open in the darkness right beside his head, its vertical pupil fixed on him with predatory intent. Jinwoo's body shakes with a sudden chill as a deep, guttural voice breathes a single word into the silence. Who? Killed my children? The massive shadow of an elite monster looms over him, its presence suffocating the entire room as its claws dig into his armor. A blue system window appears with a dire notification. An elite monster, Cheed Mamba, has appeared, and the recommended raid party size is 20 players. Young Jinwoo is suddenly blinded as dark, shadowy hands clamp down over his eyes. A single glowing red eye opens in the darkness behind him, tracking his every move. A booming voice echoes through the red fog, demanding to know who killed its children as it looms over the restaurant. System alerts confirm that an elite monster called Cheed Mamba has appeared, and it usually takes a raid of 20 people to handle. From the shadows, a jagged, toothy grin spreads across the creature's face as it reveals its presence. Its intent is clear. It plans to kill every last human present without exception. A man caught in the dense haze struggles to breathe, the thick toxins already starting to warp his senses. The dense haze begins to clear, revealing young Jinwoo with a glare full of murderous intent. He has been completely possessed by the monster. Young Jinwoo looks down at his hand, where a radiant, ethereal spear of light is descending straight toward the other guy's head. A cold, bloodshot eye locks onto him as the monster utters a single command: die. A system notification reveals that the fog is actually cheed worm blood, inducing a hallucination ailment in everyone who breathes it in. The other guy lets out a frantic scream as the spear strikes slices down right before him. Dark blood sprays across the scene in a violent arc. But that is actually young Jinwoo's blood, as a close-up shot reveals his severed arm flying through the air. Hyunmyung intervened, saving the man's life by slicing clean through Jinwoo's arm. Young Jinwoo's eyes turn blood-red with pure rage. He has been completely taken over by the hallucination. Park Hyunmyung hadn't planned on stepping in so soon, but seeing things cross the line has finally forced his hand. He draws his sword, stepping out into the thick red mist to face the beast head-on. The massive, multi-limbed body of Cheed Mamba wriggles through the haze like a serpent stalking its prey. It lets out a chilling, guttural laugh, relishing the fear and chaos it has sown among the humans. The monster looms over the area, its multiple eyes glowing with a sadistic hunger for its next victim. It looks down at Hyunmyung, seeing nothing more than a delicious-looking snack to be devoured at its leisure. Kim Hana stumbles through the fog, her face pale as she frantically calls out for her friend's name. She looks in every direction, but the red mist has turned the dining room into an unrecognizable maze of smoke and shadows. Panicked, she cries out for Hyunmyung again, her voice lost in the sounds of crumbling debris. She stares into the shifting red void, her heart racing as she waits for any sign of life from the gloom. Amidst the confusion, Hyunmyung uses the dense fog as cover to mask his movements from the monster's sight. He managed to complete his transformation into his combat gear while the monster was occupied, but he knows this won't be an easy win. Even in his armored form, he recognizes that Cheed Mamba is an opponent that demands absolute tactical precision. If he didn't already have the monster's exact attack patterns memorized, he would have been torn apart long ago. The elite monster is genuinely shocked. It can't understand how a human with such average physical stats is dodging every blow. It realizes the boy is moving with uncanny foresight, as if he knows exactly where every strike will land before it even begins. Another massive claw comes whistling through the air, but Hyunmyung stays perfectly out of reach with a sharp pivot. Cheed Mamba snarls in frustration, claiming that all the humans dodging is ultimately useless against its power. Hyunmyung leaps into the air, twisting his body to avoid a cluster of tentacles that smash into the floor right where he stood. He's already analyzing the boss's sequence, calculating exactly which move is coming next in its rotation. His eyes remain locked on the creature, tracking the subtle shifts in its muscles as it prepares for a heavy skill. The monster unleashes its blood spatter attack, sending a lethal spray of toxic crimson liquid across the room. Hyunmyung lands gracefully, his blade held at the ready as he stays just outside the danger zone of the splash. He's well aware that even a single drop of that tainted blood would inflict a crippling status ailment upon him. A sudden, massive eruption of power shakes the entire building as the monster escalates its assault with a heavy strike. A giant spike erupts from the ground, sending debris flying as Hyunmyung is forced to brace himself against the overwhelming force. Park Hyunmyung pants heavily, his eyes darting around as he anticipates the monster's next move. Every breath feels like lead in the suffocating heat of the battle. The massive tentacles of Cheed Mamba whip through the air, barely missing him as he narrowly avoids another bone-crushing strike. The monster can't believe a mere human is dodging its elite-level attacks. Cheed Mamba looms over him, its multiple eyes glowing with a mix of surprise and frustration at his evasion. It admits that his ability to dodge is truly impressive for a player of his level. The monster sneers, its jagged teeth dripping with malice as it reminds him that evasion won't matter if he can't actually land a blow. It prepares to ramp up the intensity of its assault. Hyunmyung remains calm, focused on his strategy despite the exhaustion visible on his face. He knows he only needs one clear opening to turn the tide of this fight. He reveals his trump card, the Fairy Queen's Tear talisman, a rare item that glows with a brilliant blue light in his palm. He promises that his next strike will be the one that ends the monster's life. Using the talisman, he bypasses the stat requirements to equip the legendary Hermes' shoes. Shifting energy surrounds his legs as the equipment takes effect, granting him godlike speed. He follows up by equipping Michaela's armor and helmet, the full set snapping into place with a flash of red and gold light. The synergy between his items is finally beginning to reveal its true power. System messages flood his vision, confirming that the Celestial Dragonborn set option and the Swiftness option of Hermes' shoes have been activated. He is now a blur of motion on the battlefield. Hyun-myung is thankful he had the foresight to buy these items at the secret auction house before the world changed. He apologizes to Hudson in his mind, knowing he's using a secret weapon earlier than planned. The stats of his new gear are overwhelming, offering him speed and agility far beyond his natural limits. With the requirement reduction from the talisman, he can finally utilize their full potential. He launches himself forward, a streak of light trailing behind him as he activates the swiftness skill. The sheer force of his movement sends debris flying in every direction. The monster swings its massive, spiked limbs in a desperate attempt to catch the blurring human, but it's too slow. Hyun-myung moves like the wind, weaving through every lethal strike. His eyes are locked onto his target, tracking the monster's movements with superhuman clarity through his new helmet. Every action is a calculated step toward his final goal. He sidesteps to dodge a thunderous blow that shatters the floor, using the momentum to pivot and shift his center of gravity in preparation for a counterattack. His boots crunch into the rubble as he stabilizes his stance, his armor glowing with an internal, draconic power. He is no longer just a player, he has become a force of nature. With another burst of speed, he disappears from the monster's sight entirely, leaving only a faint trail of blue energy in the air. He is closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The camera zooms in on his determined face, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he zeroes in on the monster's weak point. The battle is entering its most critical phase. Hyun-myung strikes with a series of blindingly fast sword slashes that leave trails of blue light across the monster's thick hide. He is moving so fast that the beast can barely even register the pain. Cheed Mamba screams in rage, its multiple eyes wide with shock as it realizes it's being pushed back by a single human. It lashes out with everything it has, but its attacks are futile. Realizing the situation is getting worse, the monster immediately plays a dirty trick as a volley of sharp spikes manifests behind its back. Hyun-myung shows no signs of flinching and charges forward, relentlessly maintaining his decisive onslaught as he slices clean through the volley of bone spikes launched by the monster. He parries a massive spike with his sword, the sparks flying as the two powerful forces collide. He doesn't give an inch, his feet firmly planted despite the overwhelming weight of the attack. His focus remains absolute, his eyes never wavering as he analyzes the monster's predictable attack patterns. He is always one step ahead, waiting for the perfect moment to end this. But the monster is no pushover either, possessing a whole slew of attack moves, as it swings its massive tail to block the main character's advance. Even though Hyun-myung managed to raise both arms to guard, he was still blocked and took a heavy, bone-rattling blow. He gritted his teeth against the pressure of the strike, the terrifying force behind the movements already taking a toll on his body. Yet, he refused to slow down until the beast was officially dead and gone. Hyun-myung readies his blade for a final, decisive strike, his armor pulsing with draconic energy. This is the moment everything has been building toward. He activates the full, Celestial Dragonborn set option, a massive burst of energy erupting from his gear as he prepares his ultimate attack. The air itself seems to vibrate with the power he's channeling. Wings of red energy erupt from his back, granting him even more mobility as he takes to the air. He is no longer bound by gravity, a true warrior of the heavens. The monster is shocked to see he still has more tricks up his sleeve, its eyes wide with disbelief as it watches him ascend. It realizes it has underestimated the human completely. It calls him a rat-like bastard in its rage, its voice a guttural growl that echoes through the restaurant. It prepares its own final, desperate attack in a last-ditch effort to survive. Hyun-myung recognizes the monster's final attack pattern, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to endure whatever the beast is about to unleash. He knows this is the creature's last gasp. The entire room is suddenly filled with a swirling vortex of blood and energy as the monster unleashes its ultimate power. Yet, Hyun-myung continues to glide right through the heart of the storm, his blade held at the ready. He launches himself forward into the heart of the vortex, his wings of energy propelling him with incredible force. He is a streak of light cutting through the darkness of the monster's power. The monster screams that there's no way he can dodge this attack, its multiple eyes wide with a desperate, murderous hope. It's banking everything on this single, final move. The energy of the monster's attack begins to coalesce into a massive, lethal explosion that threatens to consume everything in the area. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and death. The entire room is engulfed in a brilliant red light as the explosion detonates, the force of it shattering windows and sending furniture flying. It seems like nothing could survive such a blast. But in the center of the chaos, a powerful gale of wind begins to swirl, pushing back the monster's toxic fog and energy. Hyunmyung's item synergy has triggered a gale effect. The monster's eye widens in pure shock as it realizes its poisonous fog is being blown away by the very human it tried to kill. Its ultimate defense has been completely neutralized. Hyunmyung explains that Mamba has 4 distinct skill patterns: dodge, blood spatter, needles, and poisonous fog. Once it's used all of them, it falls into a state of confusion. He knows that for a very brief moment, the monster will be completely vulnerable and unable to act. This is the only chance he'll get to finish this for good. A system message explains the monster's vulnerability. While Mamba is momentarily paralyzed by confusion, it will return to the fray with even more lethal skill patterns once the state wears off. This brief window is the only chance to avoid a much deadlier second phase of the fight. Park Hyunmyung seizes the opening, plummeting from the air with his sword raised high for a final, decisive blow. He knows that if he fails to kill the beast now, his own life will be the forfeit. The monster looks up in sheer terror, its multiple eyes wide with the realization that it has been outplayed. It tries to plead for its life, a desperate W-wait, escaping its jagged maw as the shadow of the blade looms over it. A massive pillar of light erupts as the strike connects, the sheer force of the impact pinning Mamba to the ground. The creature's screams are drowned out by the deafening roar of the energy discharge. Hyunmyung drives his blade deep through the center of the monster's forehead, fulfilling the grim promise he made earlier. Dark, tainted blood sprays across his armor as the sword finds its mark with lethal precision. His eyes, visible through the narrow slit of his visor, remain cold and focused even as the battle ends. He reminds the dying beast of his word. He told it that he would be the one to end its life by piercing its skull. A system notification confirms the elite monster Mamba has been eliminated, with Park Hyunmyung earning a full 100% contribution score. He's now absorbing a broken golden scale fragment, a process that's going to take 10 minutes. The thick, suffocating fog finally begins to dissipate, revealing the devastation left behind. Kim Hana watches from the sidelines, struggling to process the sudden silence. The darkness recedes, leaving behind a grim update. Pangea is 91% through its collapse. On top of the scale fragment, he's rewarded with an item called Lucky Dice. Kim Hana looks around, her breath hitching as she tries to make sense of the carnage. She can hardly believe it's finally over or that any of this was real. Her eyes land on the warrior in red armor standing amidst the ruins. He looks powerful, otherworldly, and strangely familiar. Park Hyunmyung, still in his Randolph persona, pulls his white hood lower. He's not ready for his identity to be revealed just yet. Hana flashes back to the first time she saw him, remembering the man who stepped in and saved her life when she was most vulnerable. She calls out to him, her voice trembling. She asks if he's the same person who saved her before, desperately hopping for an answer. Hyunmyung looks back for just a second, telling her she's safe now. At that exact moment, the system activates his invisibility cloak. Hana reaches out, begging him to talk to her for just a moment, but his form starts to blur and fade away into nothingness. She's left standing there, completely stunned by the impossible vanishing act she just witnessed. The man is gone, leaving Hana alone in the center of the battlefield with only questions and a fatting trail of red. The sound of footsteps crunching through the debris breaks the silence. Someone is approaching, but they don't sound like a warrior in heavy armor. Hana spins around, startled, and sees a familiar face standing just a few feet away. It's Park Hyunmyung, back in his glasses and casual hoodie. He smiles warmly, telling her he's relieved to have finally found her after they got separated in the chaos. Hana immediately rushes over to check on him. She asks if he's hurt, but he quickly waves it off, insisting he's perfectly fine. She looks him up and down, still worried, when something small catches her eye. Her gaze narrows, focusing on his hand. There's a small, distinct smear of blood on the tip of his finger. He's trying to be casual, but it's a glaring contrast to his uninjured appearance. She points it out, asking him again if he's sure he isn't hurt. Hyun-myung looks down, realizing he missed a spot. He brushes it off with a quick lie, saying some monster blood must have just splashed on him. He tells her not to worry about it, keeping his expression neutral. Internally, he's cursing himself for being so careless. He didn't even notice the blood that got caught under his nails during the fight. Hana finds it incredibly unusual. His clothes are perfectly clean, yet his nails are stained with blood. It just doesn't add up. She pushes further, noting that even when the monsters first appeared, he stayed unnervingly calm. She asks him point-blank if he knew what those things were. Hyun-myung goes silent, his gaze shifting away as he tries to formulate a believable excuse. The silence is thick with unspoken tension. He finally laughs it off, claiming he wasn't calm at all. He says everything was so hectic he probably just said whatever came to his mind. Hana doesn't buy it for a second. She calls him a liar, insisting that he was totally composed throughout the entire nightmare. In her head, the alarms are screaming. She's convinced he's hiding something big, and her suspicion is only growing. The fact that he acted like it was nothing and showed up right after the mysterious warrior vanished is far too convenient. She can't shake the feeling they're the same person. She stares at him, her mind racing as she tries to connect the dots. Could he really be the hero who saved her twice? The next day, the sun rises over a world that has irrevocably changed. The peace is fragile, and everyone knows it. It wasn't long after the First Dimension War ended that another one broke out. The cycle of violence is starting to feel permanent. Shops are closed and streets are deserted. Warrior members warn that these attacks aren't going to stop, urging everyone to stay indoors. The once bustling streets of the city have become ghost towns. People are too paralyzed by anxiety to step outside their homes. Public dissatisfaction is reaching a boiling point. Many citizens are calling out the government's complacent response and their failed promises of safety. Reports suggest the government tried to downplay the scale of the damage, which likely led to even more victims in the second incident. Behind closed doors, a group of influential players meets to discuss the crisis. They aren't waiting for the government to act. One man scoffs at the public outcry. He notes how carefree everyone was during the first invasion, but now they're finally realizing the danger. Another member adds that monster attacks are completely outside common sense, so it's no wonder people who weren't directly affected didn't take it seriously at first. The group acknowledges that since this threat defies logic, nobody knew how to respond. The government's attempts to maintain normalcy were doomed from the start. But the latest incident has made one thing clear to everyone. These invasions are going to keep happening over and over again. Park Tae-woo, the leader of the Hero Player Alliance, stands tall. He declares that this is the perfect time for them to officially launch their alliance. He knows the other alliances are already making moves, so they need to hurry. They're already reviewing footage to scout for new talent to join their ranks. Back in the Hero Alliance meeting, members are scrutinizing grainy CCTV footage. They're debating whether Randolph truly managed to kill the Cheed Mamba on his own, which would undeniably crown him the top player of the current quest. Another member points out a glaring issue with the data. If Randolph just cleared main Quest 2, he'd be too low-level to equip Hermes' shoes, a high-tier item that doesn't fit his reported stats. One strategist suggests that he might be using a powerful, unknown talisman to bypass the system's equipment requirements. Regardless of the method, they all agree that he's an essential asset the Alliance must secure at any cost. The speculation takes a deeper turn when they notice the suspicious timing of his appearance right after Phantom vanished. They're beginning to wonder if Randolph and Phantom are actually one and the same person. Park Tae-woo stares ahead with intense focus, his expression hardening. He reminds everyone that they can't afford to trust rival alliances. They have to bring this man into Hero before someone else does. The situation is more dire than mere recruitment. They need a player of that caliber to stand even a remote chance against the catastrophic rift that's looming on the horizon. The scene shifts to Park Hyun-myung, who has returned to his warrior persona. He remains stoic as he faces a sudden, explosive wave of hostility from one of his companions. An overhead view shows the group in a tense standoff within a small room. Sir Hudson is absolutely fuming, his arms flung wide in disbelief after discovering that Hyunmyeong has already used the Fairy Queen's tear. Hudson shouts in frustration, demanding to know why Hyunmyeong would use such a valuable item on himself. He was convinced it was promised to him, and the perceived betrayal is making his blood boil. Hyunmyeong doesn't even flinch, keeping his arms crossed as he coolly explains that he only promised to help, never to hand over the artifact. Isabella stands quietly in the background, carefully observing the heated argument. He tells Hudson bluntly that he doesn't need a talisman to achieve his goals. He claims he got rid of it on purpose so the Marquis would stop clinging to pointless hope and start taking his own growth seriously. Inside his head, however, Hyunmyeong is hiding the real truth. There is no way he will ever admit that he only used the tear because he desperately needed the boost to defeat the Chi'd Mamba. Hudson leans over the table, his face twisted with doubt. He demands to know if there's actually another way forward now that the item is gone, clearly losing faith in their mission. Hyunmyeong just responds with a confident, almost mocking smirk. He tells the skeptical Marquis to follow him, promising to give him a definitive reason to trust his leadership once more. The scene cuts to a damp, echoing underground passage. A pair of heavy boots splashes through the shallow water as the trio moves deeper into the gloom. A system window identifies their new location, the Arcana City of Gold underground dungeon, specifically the sewers. They walk along the narrow stone walkways, illuminated by dim, flickering light. Hudson stops in his tracks, looking around the filthy, damp tunnel with obvious disgust. He demands to know why on earth Hyunmyeong has led them into a place like the sewers. Hyunmyeong looks back, his tone calm and strategic. He explains that before they can reach the place that will grant Hudson's wish, he needs to establish a waypoint here in Arcana. He pulls out the teleport book he received from Dramat, a powerful but finicky tool. He finds it annoying that he has to manually raise the exploration rate of every new area before the waypoint is registered. The book's statistics appear in a bright blue display, showing its epic rarity. It allows for 1 teleport per day to an explored location, and it's currently set to the Desert Sanctuary. Hyunmyeong wanted to map out all of Arcana, but they simply don't have enough time for a full sweep. He decides that clearing the sewers dungeon will have to serve as his exploration quota for now. Hudson's panic starts to flare up again as the plan sinks in. He can't believe they're planning to tackle a dungeon of this scale with only the 3 of them. He shouts that it's suicide, reminding them that the monster rat boss is a raid-level threat. It's a fight that usually requires a minimum of 6 high-level players just to stand a chance. Hyunmyeong doesn't even slow his pace, his boots clicking firmly on the wet stone. He has no intention of backing down from the challenge. He simply says, "I know," his calm voice cutting through the tension. From the shadows, a pair of glowing red eyes watches their approach with predatory intent. The system officially marks the start of the battle as the sewer's mutant monster rat emerges. The spiky, grotesque beast towers over them, and the system warning emphasizes that it's meant for a full party. A close-up of the monster's eye shows a burning, incandescent red iris. It's locked onto its prey, vibrating with a manic, violent energy. The creature's massive, clawed foot slams into the ground, sending a shockwave through the tunnel. Cracks spiderweb across the stone as the weight of the beast registers. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of green energy erupts from the stone floor, illuminating the entire passage with a sickly, magical glow. Beams of intense light crisscross the tunnel as the trio braces themselves. Hudson yells out in shock, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden, violent display of power from the boss. Hyunmyeong quickly breaks down the threat, noting that the monster rat uses its incredible speed as its primary weapon. It's a target that relies on pure momentum to overwhelm its enemies. Hudson stares at the monster, sweat running down his face. Normally, a 6-man team would form a tight defensive circle to corner it, but they've walked into this with absolutely no formal preparation. The rat roars, its form becoming a blur as it starts its charge. Hudson is still panicking, unable to understand why Hyunmyeong would be so incredibly reckless. Hyunmyeong doesn't move an inch, his voice steady as he calls out to Isabella. He doesn't need a formal formation when he has a fighter of her caliber at his side. He gives a sharp, precise direction, ordering her to strike at the 10 o'clock position. Isabella launches herself forward instantly, her body moving with lethal, mechanical precision. The monster's large, red eye widened in sheer terror as it realizes it's been outplayed. It never expected a human to anticipate its movement before it even finished its charge. Hyunmyoung watches the engagement with cold, analytical eyes. He knows that speed alone is useless if you can decipher the enemy's attack pattern before they even move. He's confident in the strategy because Isabella is no ordinary fighter. Her combat proficiency has been honed to a level that puts her far above any typical character or player. Hudson is left speechless, his eyes glued to the incredible display of speed and skill. He looks like he's watching something that shouldn't even be possible. Hyunmyoung calls out to him, his voice snapping the marquis back to the present moment. He turns to look at Hudson, his gaze filled with an ironclad certainty. He promises that he will keep his word to the marquis, no matter what hurdles they have to clear. A close-up of Hyunmyoung reveals a fierce, determined expression. He tells Hudson not to doubt him. If he says something will be done, he will make sure it becomes a reality. Sir Hudson stands paralyzed, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he processes the sheer intensity of the situation. His eyes are wide, fixed on the unfolding battle with a mixture of profound shock and dawning realization. A man reports to his superior, Seon Jang, saying, "I checked all the nearby CCTV footage too, but there's absolutely no trace. And it looks like everyone who was inside the building at the time says they don't know anything either." Seon Jang, a member of the Player Alliance, scratches his head in frustration. "This is like a damn ghost story," he mutters. His subordinate asks, "Should we go meet Young Jinwoo again?" But Seon Jang quickly dismisses the idea. No, he looked like he'd completely lost it. The scene cuts to Young Jinwoo in a hospital bed, his arms amputated and bandaged. Seon Jang's voiceover continues. He went insane from the shock of having both arms cut off. Going back again would just be a waste of time. Young Jinwoo's eyes are wide with terror, the traumatic memory clearly replaying in his mind as sweat beads on his face. Back on the street, Seon Jang advises his subordinate, "Don't mess with her for no reason. It'll turn into a huge headache." The subordinate is confused. "Does Kim Hana have some kind of backing?" Seon Jang reveals. "Do you know Gracia is protecting Kim Hana?" "Yes, and because of that, all the players in Korea are in an uproar," Seon Jang explains. The scene shifts to a man surrounded by flashing cameras as the narration adds, "I heard that person is doing a direct one-on-one interview with Kim Hana." The press swarms around the man, cameras flashing relentlessly as he makes his grand entrance. Looking down with a confident gaze, the powerful player introduces himself simply. "I'm Gracia." Across from him, a reporter with short brown hair looks on with a determined expression. "It's an honor to meet you. I'm reporter Kim Hana from Korea," she says. Watching from afar, the subordinate wonders aloud, did he fall for her at first sight or something?" Seon Jang retorts, "How would I know, you punk? Anyway, don't go poking a beehive for no reason." Seon Jang reflects on the situation, thinking to himself, with Phantom gone, Gracia is now the undisputed strongest player. Yet that kind of monster came all the way to Korea just to interview with some ordinary reporter. Honestly, I'm curious too. But if Gracia is involved, the right move is to stay as far away as possible. An image of Gracia's overwhelming power fills the screen as Seon Jang's thought concludes. If we so much as rub him the wrong way, the alliance itself could get crushed. The scene changes to a dark, blood-soaked room. A lone, injured player pants heavily, surrounded by bodies. "It's already over," he wonders in disbelief. He looks up in terror at his assailant. "WH, what the hell are you doing?" he stammers. Player PK is supposed to be forbidden in the real world. His attacker remains silent. The player desperately tries to reason, shouting, "Forbidden? Who decided that? Gracia said that to prepare for the invasion, so PK between players is forbidden in the real world." As his assailant grabs him, the player screams, "If Gracia finds out!" The attacker's cold voice cuts him off. "That's fine." The attacker ruthlessly finishes him off. "Ask him right now to save you, idiot," he says as the player lets out a final scream. Blood splatters across the dark room, marking the end of the massacre. A cloaked figure walks away, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. A system window pops up. "Rankings have been updated. You have been registered in the top rankers for obtaining a class. Congratulations, Player Massacre has acquired the rights to the secret auction house." Elsewhere, a man with his hair tied back stares at a glowing interface, coming to a realization. "Randolph, is definitely that bastard Phantom, he thinks. If it isn't, then there's no way to explain the score he's built up. He continues to strategize. If it's him, he'll challenge the main quest immediately without hesitation. If I wait there, I'll meet Phantom soon enough. His eyes narrow with intense determination, his voice laced with venom. You will die by my hands. The scene shifts to a vast, quiet desert under a bright, sunny sky. But the ground begins to tremble. Suddenly, a huge, clawed foot bursts from the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. A massive three-headed dragon, a high-dragon, bursts from the ground, its red eyes glowing menacingly. As the dust settles, it's revealed that the high-dragon is a mount, carrying the protagonist and his companions high above the desert. The protagonist reflects on his recent good fortune. I got lucky. My original goal was just to go register a waypoint in the sewer's dungeon. The scene flashes back to his party, standing before the corpse of a giant, mutated monster rat in the sewers. From the creature's body, he pulls a large, brilliantly sparkling core. A system window explains the item. It's a mutant monster rat core, a mysterious material that can cause mutations in beasts or be used for special equipment. It also has the hidden trait of strengthening beast-type souls. He thinks to himself, to think I'd get material to evolve the high dragon. Thanks to this, we'll arrive a bit faster, as his dragon's eye glows with anticipation. Aboard the high dragon, he turns to his companion. Hudson, did you take care of things at the casino properly? Hudson confirms. Yes, I did. As you instructed, I took care of everything. Hudson sits down, explaining his decision to leave his old life behind. It's true the casino is a shame to give up, but it can't be helped if we have to be away for a long time. If it's for marrying Serengeti, it's not even worth worrying about. With a look of conviction, Hudson adds, besides, there's no way people around here would leave the casino alone if I'm not there. I've decided to trust and follow you, Star Bearer. Hudson reflects on what cemented his decision. And more than anything, while the woman named Isabella who hunted a monster rat alone is impressive, the way she acts is like she can see through everything. He remembers her giving a precise command. Isabella, 10 o'clock. Recalling the Star Bearer's own mysterious power, Hudson thinks. There's no doubt he's an extraordinary man. If I miss this chance, I don't know when I'll ever get an opportunity like this again. The Star Bearer simply scoffs at Hudson's declaration of loyalty. Is that so? While Isabella was dozing off beside him, he thought, he made the right call. Now I can focus entirely on hitting level 10 and advancing on the path of the Star Bearer. But Isabella, despite being fast asleep, muttered, I can hear your true thoughts, you know. Hudson interrupts the moment, asking, so where are we headed now? The Star Bearer replies, didn't I tell you? To which Hudson says, no, I don't recall hearing it. With a smirk, the protagonist says, we're going to the masterpiece that will grant your wish. Hudson can only echo in confusion. The masterpiece. He clarifies in his thoughts, the masterpiece that will fulfill Hudson's request, and the place where main quest 3 begins. Aloud, he declares their destination. We're going to the Tower of Spirits. The scene transitions to a lush, ethereal forest, bathed in a magical blue light. The party arrives, taking in the sight of the massive, ancient trees that tower over them. Hudson looks around, underwhelmed. Is it this place? To my eyes, which know nothing, it just looks like an ordinary forest. The protagonist calmly corrects him. It's not an ordinary forest. Hudson replies, pardon. He gazes up at a colossal, shadowy tree. This is the entrance to the Tower of Spirits, the Bassrock Forest, where the spirit tree grows. The narration explains the lore. A spirit tree is a tree where spirits are born. A tree where spirits are born temporarily has the power to open a path to the spirit realm. The protagonist walks towards the spirit tree, his internal monologue explaining the rule of this place. Entering that path at dusk is the only way you can head toward the Tower of Spirits. But as he reaches out and places his hand on the ancient bark, a grim realization dawns on him. However, as his silhouette stands before the cracked and withered trunk, his thoughts are grim. This tree has already been dead for a long time. He looks out at the darkened woods, realizing the scale of the problem. Not just this tree, the entire forest is dying. It's been quite a long time since a new spirit was born in this forest. He draws his sword, its blade glowing with an ethereal light. It's not a good method, but we have no choice. His companions watch from a distance, shocked by his actions. Star Bearer, WH, what are you trying to do? Hudson asks nervously. He grips the hilt of his sword with both hands, preparing to strike. With a determined cry, he swings the massive blade. Both Hudson and Isabella look on with wide-eyed disbelief. His powerful strike slices clean through the ancient, colossal tree trunk. The spirit tree crashes down, its trunk shattering on impact, sending debris flying across the clearing. Hudson stares at the fallen tree in horror. Is it really okay to cut it down like that? The star-bearer stands silently amidst the wreckage. As a strange light emanates from the sky, Hudson panics. That tree is the entrance to the Tower of Spirits. Suddenly, a streak of light slams into the ground right beside them. An arrow of pure energy comes hurtling towards them from the treetops. In a flash, Isabella shoves Hudson to the ground, intercepting the deadly projectile with her blade just in time. "Whoa!" he yells. She grunts from the force of the impact, her hand bleeding as she successfully deflects the attack. Cug. From the shadows of the forest emerges their attacker, a stern-looking archer with pointed ears. "To think you'd block it," he says, impressed. "You're quite something." The powerful being addresses her directly. "Human woman." A system window identifies him as the level 9 master of Bassrock Forest, a high dryad. As Isabella holds Hudson back, he stares in sheer terror. "In no way a high dryad." The high dryad looks down on them with disdain. "I thought you were merely a wandering traveler who'd gotten lost, so I was going to show mercy and let you pass through the forest." His expression hardens as he gets to the point. "But you dared to cut down the spirit tree. Humans have lost their fear, huh?" He sneers. As dozens of level 7 dryad guardians suddenly appear in the trees, surrounding the party with drawn bows. Isabella and Hudson look up at the sea of enemies. 40, no, at least 50. Isabella's eyes narrow as she assesses their dire situation. "If that many rush us at once, we'd have no chance. In the worst-case scenario, I have to make sure the Star-Bearer escapes." But the Star-Bearer calmly steps forward, drawing the Guardian's attention. "Don't take your anger out on the wrong person," he calls out. "I'm the one who cut the tree down." He meets the enraged High Dryad's gaze without flinching. "If I hadn't done this, you wouldn't have shown yourselves until the very end, would you?" The Dryad can only reply, "You're insane." Unafraid, the Star-Bearer looks up at the Forest Master and says calmly, "Come down. I want to talk with you." The High Dryad rejects the offer without hesitation, his eyes glowing red as he draws his bow, ready to fire. "I refuse." But as he aims, the human's voice cuts through the tension. "Do you plan to just stand by and watch as the forest dies?" The Dryad's fingers halt on the bowstring. His eye widens in shock, caught completely off guard by the question. "What?" The Star-Bearer stands his ground, sword in hand, and makes an unbelievable promise. "I'll bring this dying forest back to life." He continues, laying out the grim truth for the forest's guardian. "I don't see a single spirit in this forest that could breathe life into it. If no new spirit is born like this, you know better than anyone that the entire forest will die before long." He then makes his demand. "Open the gate to the Tower of Spirits, then I'll give this forest a spirit." But the High Dryad scoffs at the proposal. "Nonsense. Even if we open the gate, the Tower of Spirits is a place only the chosen can enter." He glares down with contempt, asking, "Are you saying a mere wretch like you can enter the tower?" The narrator explains why this seems impossible. To enter the Tower of Spirits, one needs specific talents and must complete countless quests. Over an image of the magnificent tower, the narration continues. "It requires breaking through atrocious odds, and among all gamers, the number of people who have entered can be counted on one hand. At Randolph's current level, it's an impossible dream. But there's a catch. Of course, that's only if Randolph were an ordinary character." A brilliant green aura explodes from the protagonist as a system window declares, "Hidden trait, Druid's nature affinity has been activated." Ignoring the impossible odds, he issues a command. "Shut up and open the gate. I'll take responsibility for saving this forest, so open the gate already." The leader of the Forest Guardians fixed his gaze on Hyunmyung and asked calmly, "So, are you claiming that you will save this forest?" The remaining High Dryads, losing their patience and not believing a single word, snarled in fury. "Lies! I'll kill you, spirit tree! Destroy, I'll kill you!" Seeing the Dryad swarm surging forward, Hudson and Isabella brace themselves for the clash. The Dryad Guardians roar, "I'll kill you!" while others chime in, "I'll shoot you dead," while the lackeys were still causing a chaotic ruckus, screaming, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" They were all poised to pounce. Just one word from their leader, and the entire mob would tear Hyunmyung's party of 3 limb from limb. But just as the tension reached its breaking point, the leader raised his hand, his voice turning cold and sharp, drowning out the noise with a single command. "Stop!" The Dryads are taken aback, their furious charge momentarily halted by his unexpected authority. With a single stride, the leader closed the gap, standing face to face with Hyunmyung. The High Dryad stares him down, speaking with a threatening tone. "You'd better keep that promise." Hyunmyung meets his gaze without flinching. "Don't worry, I always keep my promises," he declares, adding, "I'll bring a spirit back to this forest." The High Dryad turns away, still skeptical. I don't expect someone like you to actually pull it off, he scoffs. I just figured it wouldn't be too late to kill you after you fail. Having reached an uneasy truce, the High Dryad leads the way deeper into the woods, simply stating, "Follow me." The sun shines brightly through the canopy of the ancient forest. He leads them to a clearing, where a large pile of stones stands like a makeshift grave. This is all that remains of the forest's last spirit. The High Dryad explains the grim situation. With the forest dying like this, the only way to open the tower's gate is to use the corpse of this stone spirit. He reminds Hyunmyeong of the stakes. Don't forget that if you fail, you'll become nourishment for the forest immediately. Hyunmyeong crosses his arms and asks, "And if I succeed?" The High Dryad's eye narrows as he makes his promise. "Then, I'll give you a reward worthy of it." A system window appears outlining the subquest. Hyunmyeong smirks, thinking to himself, "A battle with the forest, huh? What a grandiose way to put it." A green aura began to emanate from the leader's hand as he declared, "Get ready, for now I shall open the portal." A brilliant burst of light exploded from his hand, consuming the entire area. The entire forest is consumed by a blinding flash. As the light intensifies, the silhouettes of Hyunmyeong and his party can be seen entering the newly formed gateway. The force of the portal's opening is immense, blasting everyone with its radiant energy. A system message confirms his success. A portal leading to the Tower of Spirits has been created. Only those who have been granted permission may enter. Before them lies a swirling vortex of golden light, an entirely new dimension. Stepping through, Hudson and Isabella find themselves in an otherworldly space, surrounded by a sea of cosmic energy. Hudson stammers in awe, this place is." Hudson turns to Hyunmyeong asking, "Star-bearer, does this mean we've entered the Tower of Spirits?" Hyunmyeong clarifies, "No. This is the inside of the portal meant to enter the tower. To enter the tower itself, you have to receive permission here." "Permission from who?" Hudson's question is answered before he can even finish it. A small, fiery spirit wearing a golden helmet materializes before them, floating amidst the star-like embers of the portal. "A spirit?" Hudson wondered to himself. "Do we just grab it by the neck and take it with us?" Hyunmyeong calmly replied, "No." Hudson added, "It looks pretty cute." The little spirit floats closer to Hyunmyeong, seemingly inspecting him. It looks up at him, its simple white eyes blinking in the cosmic void. Suddenly, a voice emanates from the spirit. "I can sense a druid's aura. I grant you permission to climb the tower." A system notification confirms what's happening. Hidden trait Druid's nature affinity has been activated. The spirit then asks, "Are the ones behind you your friends?" Hyunmyeong simply replies, "They are." The spirit presses further, "People you can entrust your back and your life to?" After a brief pause, he responds, "Let's say they are." "Good, then I'll allow them to enter as well," the spirit declares before adding a condition. "However, each of them must face the tower's trial on their own." Instantly, a surge of dark energy erupted from the ground, enveloping all three of them. Isabella muttered, "What is this?" While her companions were caught completely off guard. Feeling himself being pulled away, Hyunmyeong called out to the other two, "I'll be back in a flash." Hudson panicked as his body began to disintegrate into particles of light, screaming, "My body! It's disappearing." The spirit offers some reassuring words as they vanish. Time in reality and time in the tower flow differently, so climb the tower without worry. With its final words of encouragement, the spirit sends them off. "I wish you luck, Druid." Hyunmyeong receives the quest details. Main quest 3 is to climb the tower. The system notes that mysterious towers stand across the world, and completing one is a main quest. It also provides a tip. It's recommended to first climb the Tower of Basics that exists in each city. Hyunmyeong finds himself alone, standing before a massive, ominous door adorned with a skull and wrapped in shadowy tendrils. He looks at the menacing gate, thinking to himself, "It's been a while since I've been in the Tower of Spirits," before his thoughts are cut short. What? Looking up at the terrifying stone face carved into the door, he wonders, what is this trial anyway? His mind races, recalling the rules. To enter the Tower of Spirits, you must pass a trial, which takes on different forms depending on the climber's elemental affinity. He remembers that when he created Isabella, the elemental affinity he chose was wind. Meaning for Isabella, it would be the trial of wind, he thinks. As for Hudson, who has water affinity, it will be the trial of water. He concludes that each trial that forms will be delivered best suited to its climber. But the trial before him is different. But this is a trial of an element I've never seen before, he muses. Is it because when Randolph was created, he had an affinity for every element? As if in response to his thoughts, the eyes of the stone face on the door crackle and glow with intense power. A disembodied voice booms from the gate, impressed. Amazing! A being with affinity for all elements, water and fire, light and darkness. You possess elements that can't coexist. The voice continues its assessment. Is it because of the void element, the one that encompasses all things? Though this is far too much to be simply called a void. It's the incarnation of chaos. The gate issues its challenge. Come in, the trial you must pass through is called the trial of chaos. The heavy doors begin to swing open. As he steps across the threshold, the voice offers a final warning. You who have opened a trial that has never once been opened, be careful. If chaos devours you, you'll never be able to return. Hyun-myung walks alone into the vast, empty space beyond the gate. He enters a massive, empty hall echoing with silence. He whispers the name of his challenge to himself, the trial of chaos. His thoughts drift back to his past. For the past 5 years, I played Pangania without missing a single day. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I'm the gamer who's played Pangania the longest, and knows more about this world than anyone, he continues, reflecting on the countless skills and mysteries he's encountered. And yet, Pangania still has endless things I don't know about. A game with insane difficulty that's impossible to clear, yet always igniting an overwhelming urge to challenge it. Pangania has these unknown regions, places where there is nothing but mystery, he thinks, a determined smile playing on his lips. This is exactly why I can't help but love this game. He grips the hilt of his sword, his resolve hardening. They said the trial of chaos has been opened for the first time, right? Then this time too. I'll be the first to clear it. He draws his blade, ready to face whatever lies ahead, just as a shadowy figure manifests before him. The figure resolves, revealing long white hair. It slowly raises its head, its sharp features becoming clear. It's a man with a regal and powerful presence, his piercing gaze fixed on Hyun-myung. Hyun-myung's eyes widen in disbelief. Wilhelm, he thinks in shock. Why is the character I raised showing up as a trial? Wilhelm immediately lunges, his sword flashing in a deadly arc. Hyun-myung barely manages to bring his own sword up to parry the lightning-fast strike. The force of the blow sends him sliding backward. He grits his teeth, stunned by the sheer power of his own creation. As he regains his footing, his mind reels. Putting aside why Wilhelm has appeared as the trial, don't tell me I'm supposed to fight that guy who used to be rank 1. Wilhelm deflects another blow with ease, sending Hyun-myung stumbling. He struggles to comprehend the challenge. And win. A massive swing from Wilhelm's sword cuts through the air. Hyun-myung ducks just in time, a look of grim realization on his face. He thinks to himself, they are essentially. The shadow of Wilhelm looms over him, sword raised for another strike, his eyes glowing ominously. Not expecting anyone to clear this trial, a powerful impact sends shockwaves through the chamber. Hyun-myung can only marvel at the situation, thinking, Pangania is such an insane game. A blinding light flashes as Park Hyun-myung equips his new gear. A system window confirms it. You have equipped Michaela's armor, Michaela's helmet, and Hermes' shoes. A sword is stopped just shy of his wrist, drawing blood. Hyun-myung analyzes the attack, thinking, the sword couldn't completely cut through my arm. That means his attack power isn't that far off from my defense. 2 streams of blood spray from behind his back. He sizes up his opponent, musing, he looks like Wilhelm, but are his stats closer to Randall? From those streams of blood, 2 massive dragon wings take shape, their sheer power blowing away the surrounding earth, stone, and dust. New system notifications pop up. The Michaela's set option, Celestial Dragonborn, has been activated. The Hermes' shoes option, Swiftness, has been activated. Hyun-myung grits his teeth, realizing it's not just a cosmetic copy. If only the appearance copied, he thinks. A third message appears. Gale, the synergy effect from the potential Dragonborn and Swiftness has been activated. With a surge of power, Wilhelm is thrown back, and Hyun-myung feels a wave of confidence. There's no reason for me to be scared, he declares internally. He unleashes a powerful blast of energy. Wilhelm braces himself, his expression hardening as he withstands the attack. His eyes narrow with intense focus. Hyun-myung doesn't let up, leaping into the air for a downward strike. But Wilhelm is faster, dashing forward and shattering the ground with his speed. A direct kick slams heavily into Hyun-myung's face. That vicious counterattack deflects Hyun-myung's strike, causing the sword to miss his face by mere inches and shatter the ground behind him. Having just scored a hit, he throws a contemptuous look at Hyun-myung. His lips curl into a smirk as he taunts in a mocking voice. Did you come to reclaim your past glory? Is that even possible? In the blink of an eye, he lunges forward, driving his blade straight at Hyun-myung's flank. The strike is so blindingly fast and unexpected that Hyun-myung fails to dodge completely. The blade grazes him, leaving a stinging wound as a spray of blood splatters out. An unexpected turn of events leaves him stunned, his face contorting in pure shock. His fist clenches tight, trembling with tension as he channels all of his pent-up rage into it. Enraged, Hyunmyung lands a heavy punch, shouting, "What the hell are you saying?" He grabs Wilhelm by the hair, his grip tightening. Unleashing a brutal slash, Hyunmyung roars, "You cheap knockoff!" Blood splatters everywhere. And just like that, he tosses Wilhelm's head aside. A look of utter disbelief still lingers on that face after the frantic assault. Hyunmyung stands over his defeated foe, the battle finally over. A system window appears. "You used an HP potion." He pulls out a vial of red liquid. He quickly drinks the potion, and a green aura of healing energy immediately surrounds him. With his wounds now healing, he crushes the empty bottle in his hand. As he catches his breath, Hyunmyung thinks to himself, "Good thing I stocked up on potions with money from the Hudson Casino." But it seems the battle has only just begun. From the shadows, clones of Wilhelm are gradually starting to coalesce. One Wilhelm, two Wilhelms, and then an entire army of clones emerges. Surrounded by the ominous shadows, he lets out a sigh while looking at his potions. "If I hadn't brought these along, I'd be seriously regretting it right now." The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day in the city, focusing on a modern high-rise building. Inside an office, a voice announces, "We'll conclude the interview here." Kim Hana, a girl with short brown hair, is sitting at the conference table with her laptop open. Facing a man on the opposite side, she politely offers a gentle greeting. "It must have been exhausting for you to travel all this way." She looks up at a confident-looking man with blonde hair and a striking coat. "Thank you, Mr. Gracia," she says. Gracia's tone changes. "Not at all," he replies. "Now that the interview is over, I have an off-the-record personal question." Kim Hana looks surprised. "For me?" she asks. Gracia confirms, "Yes, it's a simple question." He pulls up an online article. "That man mentioned in the article you wrote. Who is he?" The headline reads, "Exclusive report, the man who rode atop the monster." The byline is clear, reported by Kim Hana. Gracia's gaze is intense. "Please tell me everything you know about that man," he demands. "I want to know everything you saw that day without missing a single detail." Back in the Tower of Chaos, the floor is littered with the armored bodies and broken swords of defeated foes. Bloodstains and dark residue cover the walls and floor, evidence of a brutal, drawn-out battle. From above, Hyunmyung is a lone figure standing in the center of the carnage, having single-handedly defeated an army. He leans heavily on his sword, completely exhausted from the fight. He wonders to himself, "How much time has passed? I think I've fought at least 100 of them. I'm pretty worn out." Surveying the room, he finds a sliver of hope. The one saving grace is that they're not being summoned anymore, and since I can't see any path upward, this is probably the top floor. He checks his inventory, realizing a critical problem. "I'm out of potions. It'd be nice if a clear message appears now." At that very moment, the pile of defeated corpses suddenly transforms into strange, dark streams of energy that begin to converge at his feet. It erupts from the ground, causing him to jump back in alarm. They manifest into massive, pitch-black figures that blend seamlessly into the darkness. Ghostly figures with glowing red eyes and sinister smiles surround him. One asks, "Chaos didn't work. What are you, human? No, are you a druid?" Another cheerfully exclaims, "I like you, to think you'd make it all the way up here." Hyunmyung recognizes the creatures instantly. "Spirits of chaos," he says, then hopefully asks, "If you've shown yourselves, does that mean I've cleared the Tower of Chaos?" One of the spirits flashes a massive, mocking grin, repeating his word with dripping sarcasm. "Cleared." The spirits of chaos erupt in mocking laughter all around Park Hyunmyung. "How ridiculous," one of them sneers. "You thought someone like you would be able to clear this tower." It continues to insult him as a radiant gate of light appears before Hyunmyung. "The trial of this tower hasn't even begun." Hyunmyung turns to face the light as the spirit explains. "Beyond that barrier is where the real trial starts." A spirit whispers over his shoulder, "You're already in tatters just from getting this far. You think you can clear it." It reveals the supposed truth of the trial. That thing was never meant to be a trial you pass through in the first place. They show him a horrifying vision of an endless army of clones. Beyond it, hundreds, no, thousands of the chaos illusions you've been fighting are waiting for you. The spirit's voice is filled with condescending pity. "Give up. You'll never clear this tower." Suddenly, Hyunmyung starts to move forward, making the spirits stare in wide-eyed shock. Ignoring their taunts, he strides directly towards the light barrier. The spirits panic, shouting, "Hey, where do you think you're going? You idiot, do you want to die?" They change their tune, offering deals. "If you give up here, I'll make you a special offer and form a contract with you." "No, make a contract with me. It'll be like obtaining a star." As he gets closer, their offers become more desperate. "Make a contract with me. I'll tell you the location of a unique piece of equipment in the world. Or how about skills? I'll gift you the highest tier skills of the chaos type. But Hyun-myung is lost in thought, remembering the game's mechanics. The Tower of Spirits sets the clear reward depending on which trial you enter. Clear the trial of fire and you receive the fire spirit's egg. Clear the trial of wind and you receive the wind spirit's egg, he continues to recall. By hatching the egg, you can form a contract with a spirit of that attribute. He thinks about his own situation. The trial I entered was the Trial of Chaos, the first one ever opened in Pangenia. I thought the clear reward would be a chaos spirit egg. He analyzes the spirit's behavior. Spirit eggs are rare to begin with, and this would be the first ever obtained, so a chaos spirit egg should be a top-tier reward. However, before I even cleared the tower, they are already desperately shouting for me to contract with them first. A sly grin spreads across his face as he comes to a conclusion. If that's the case, then beyond that door, there might be a reward even better than a chaos spirit egg. He doesn't hesitate, walking straight into the light as the spirits wail behind him. You're making a stupid choice. Come back. This is your last chance. As he reaches the threshold, he turns back to the frantic spirits. You clearly said there were tons of the ones I fought on the other side, he says calmly. A spirit responds in disbelief. Yeah, don't tell me you're actually planning to fight thousands of illusions. It'll definitely be hard, especially since I've used up all my potions, Hyun-myung admits. However, thanks to that, I've memorized their patterns to the point I'm sick of them. The spirits are stunned into silence. What? One of them manages to utter. Hyun-myung continues, now I don't need potions or anything like that. With absolute confidence, he declares his plan. I'll just repeat the patterns I've learned thousands of times. If doing only that will let me clear it, there's no reason to refuse. The spirits are speechless, their faces going completely blank at his declaration. One of them breaks the silence, a wide grin spreading across its face. I wasn't expecting you to challenge it for such a ridiculous reason. As Hyun-myung is fully engulfed by the brilliant light, the spirit's final words echo after him with a tone of newfound respect. You're an idiot I actually like. He steps through the barrier and finds himself in a breathtaking, celestial space filled with golden light and swirling stars. Standing in the vast, glittering expanse, Park Hyun-myung looks around in awe. This place is, he wonders aloud. A system message flashes before him, confirming his success. You have ascended to the top of the tower. Main Quest 3 has been completed. Calculating results. A small, fiery wisp of a creature appears. Hyun-myung asks, quest complete. The little fire spirit speaks. So you really did succeed in climbing the tower, Druid. Congratulations. It floats up to him, adding, it seems your companions are still alive. Hyun-myung finally understands the deception. All that talk about the real trial beginning was a lie. The spirit confirms his suspicion. That's right. If you had chosen to contract with the spirits of chaos, you would have been trapped there for the rest of your life. He grips his sword hilt in annoyance. Those bastards are really good at lying, huh? The spirit replies. The spirits of chaos like to lie to begin with. Though you must have received a hint when you crossed the trial, the spirit adds. Hyun-myung has a moment of realization. So that's what it was. Either way, you should collect my clear reward, Hyun-myung says, getting straight to the point. The spirit instructs him, hold out your hand, Druid. As he holds out his hand, a notification appears. You have cleared the Tower of Chaos, distributing the Tower of Chaos clear reward. A vortex of energy swirls above his palm. He watches the energy gather, thinking, if it ends like this with nothing hidden, then the reward is probably a chaos spirit egg. It's a little disappointing, but it's still not a bad reward. The system announces, you have obtained the chaos spirit egg, as a dark orb materializes in his hand. But just as he accepts the reward, his eyes widen in absolute shock. Something is wrong. Dark, shadowy tendrils begin to lash out from the egg in his hand. The darkness parts to reveal a new, glowing system message. Hidden trait heavenly. Suddenly, out of nowhere, brilliant snow-white feathers burst forth, swirling around to embrace and shatter the dark energy of the chaos egg. The system message glitches. The words, you have obtained the chaos spirit egg, flickering and breaking apart. It corrects itself, revealing the true, unprecedented reward. You have obtained the heavenly spirit egg. Hyun-myung is left holding a breathtakingly beautiful egg, wreathed in soft white feathers and a gentle, golden light. He can only stare in disbelief. His mind reels as he tries to comprehend the impossible item in his hands. What is this? As the trial concludes, a system notification flashes. You have obtained the chaos spirit egg. But that wasn't all. Another message immediately followed. You have obtained the heavenly spirit egg. Holding the glowing orb in his hands, he stares at the strange, feathered egg, its golden light illuminating his armor. His eyes widen in confusion as he examines the unexpected reward, thinking to himself, What is this? A description window pops up, detailing the heavenly spirit egg. It's an unknown egg from the heavenly realm, said to lie at the end of light, darkness, and chaos. The final line catches his attention. Only celestials can see and hatch this egg. The implications hit him instantly. He thinks, celestials refer to the heavenly race that lives in the heavenly realm, and the fact that I found this egg is proof that I'm one. The pieces start to connect in his mind. No way! Is this connected to heavenly, my hidden trait? Maybe heavenly isn't just a name overlap, and this could be a trait related to the heavenly race. He decides to ask his companion spirit, "Hey, do you know what this is?" The spirit replies, "Other than the fact that it isn't an ordinary egg, I don't know." The spirit adds a crucial piece of information. However, even the spirit kings are showing interest in it. Hearing this, he can only mutter, "What?" Hearing those words, old memories of the game suddenly flood back. The spirit kings are some of the strongest beings in existence. If even such beings are interested, it means that this has tremendous value. Realizing he can't figure it out right now, he decides to put it away. "I'm curious what kind of egg it is, but there's no way to find out right now." A notification confirms the heavenly spirit egg has been stored in his inventory. "I'll have to hatch it later and find out." With that settled, the main quest completion window appears. He has succeeded in becoming the first to conquer the Tower of Chaos, an unprecedented achievement. With a total score of 240 points, the main quest's Hall of Fame will be updated. Suddenly, a flurry of new messages floods his screen. "Beginner's luck. The constellation of fortune is amazed by your results. The rewards are upgraded." And another. "Excited by you being full of adventure, the constellation of adventure licks their lips with their tongue. The rewards are upgraded." The praise continues to roll in. "A constellation praises you for defeating the battle against yourself. The rewards are upgraded." He looks up, a bit bewildered by the sudden attention from these powerful beings. Even more notifications appear. "A cursed constellation expresses interest in you, the owner of the heavenly spirit egg. The rewards are upgraded." And "The constellation that guides black light remembers your name. The rewards are upgraded." A slow smile spreads across his face as he understands what's happening. "The constellations of the 100 Stars Temple." He recalls a previous encounter, thinking, some constellations showed interest back at Dramut's sanctuary too. A faint memory of a glowing skull flashes in his mind. Back then, the messages were similar. "Beginner's luck. The constellation of fortune smiles at you widely. The rewards are upgraded." And "The constellation of adventure applauds your adventure. The rewards are upgraded." But this time is different. He looks at the 5 stacked notifications, amazed. But to think 5 of those high-end mighty beings would take interest. He reflects on their significance. Constellations of the 100 Stars Temple. They are beings that play important roles in Pangenia's setting, just like the Spirit Kings. From a player's perspective, he thinks, they're the kind of beings you lose nothing by staying on the good side of, since they can directly assign special quests or upgrade your rewards depending on how you clear them. He pieces it all together. "In the game's setting, I heard they liked stories humans tell. I guess that means they really liked the trial of chaos I showed for the first time in Pangenia's history." As if on cue, a massive pillar of light erupts before him, and a new message appears. The grade of the rewards is being transcended due to the constellations. The system presents him with a monumental choice. You can choose 2 rewards from the 20 listed below. Staring at the incredible list of items, he admits, "This is beyond what I imagine." After he makes his selection and exits, some time passes before Isabella and Sir Hudson finally emerge from the tower, having completed their own trials. As for the others, their rewards were more modest. Isabella received a wind spirit egg as her clear reward, and Hudson got a water spirit egg. The number of spirit eggs received is random. Luckily, Isabella obtained 2 and decided to keep her promise to the Dryads by giving them 1. The Dryad accepts the egg, thinking that if someday they hatch the wind spirit and release it into the forest. A faint smile appears on his face at the thought. Then Basrock Forest can finally regain its vitality. The Dryad expresses his gratitude. In addition, as thanks, the Dryads gave us the best elixir, Mandragora. He presents the grotesque-looking item, explaining, "It's made from a 1,000-year medicinal herb that had absorbed the forest's vitality." "Of course," he says, as the others recoil in disgust at the elixir's appearance. "They gave it to Isabella, who provided the spirit egg." With this powerful item, the narrator notes, Isabella will grow even stronger. A system window pops up, not for Isabella, but for him. He has gifted the Basrock Forest a wind spirit, completing the subquest. His reward is the title Dryad Friend and the forest's gratitude, which also registers the forest as a new teleport location. A helpful tip adds, Dryads never betray a friend they trust, as long as you don't burn the forest down. At the same time, the Hall of Fame rankings for the tower climb are updated globally. In first place, with an untouchable score of 240 points, is Randolph. He surpassed Gracia, the previous #1, by a wide margin. More notifications follow. You have ranked up in the main Quest 3 standings. You have obtained the main Quest 3 privilege, Guardian Wall. And because his rank has risen to first place, surpassing the maximum limit of points, the Guardian Wall's grade has been upgraded. Later, as the group travels by dragon carriage, the system's effects begin to take hold. On the way, Hyunmyung sits studying the details of his new skill. The Guardian Wall protects his logged-out body from danger and warns him. At level 11, it can nullify attacks of 1 star or below for 30 seconds. He reflects on this, a sense of security washing over him. So the privilege this time is Guardian Wall. That's a huge relief. He thinks about its dual nature. When I log into Pangenia, it protects Park Hyunmyung in reality. And when I return to reality, it protects Randolph in Pangenia. It's the perfect defense against being attacked while logged out. With his biggest weakness covered, his thoughts turn to other matters. And now, there's 72 hours left on the broken golden scale fragment. Thinking about the future, the more remaining time I have, the better. Hudson turns to him, addressing him by a unique title, Star Bearer. Cradling his spirit egg, he says, "Thank you. I never dreamed I'd actually own a spirit egg. I want to hatch it as soon as possible. A spirit will surely be the key to solving my problem." The protagonist advises him, "That's right, the path from 9 to 10. It's hard alone, but if you borrow the power of a spirit, it should be possible." Hudson agrees, "Yes, when we get back I'll buy a spirit incubator first." He then extends an offer to the group. "There's somewhere I need to stop by before going back. Do you want to come along?" From inside the cart, Hudson eagerly replies, "Of course. After receiving such a great favor from you, I'll accompany you anywhere if you need me." A slight smirk plays on his lips as he simply says, "Thanks." The group arrives at a large town with quaint, tiled-roof houses under a bright, sunny sky. Sir Hudson looks around at the familiar yet unsettling architecture, his voice trembling. "So the place you needed to stop by was here," he shouts, his face etched with pure shock as he recognizes the strangely somber streets of his own city. As Sir Hudson panics, grabbing his head and yelling, Park Hyunmyung cuts him off with a sharp, "Quiet." Isabella, looking concerned, asks, "Where are we going that he's acting like this?" He replies, "The Knight's Garden, the territory of Marquis Weiser." He then delivers the final blow. "It's where Hudson's fiancée is." The revelation sends Hudson into a fresh wave of panic. "Why are we here? I'm not qualified to propose to Serengeti yet." Hudson stammers. Park Hyunmyung walks on ahead, saying coolly, "Don't make a fuss. I'm not telling you to propose today. We're here because I personally have something to ask Serengeti," he explains. Hudson watches him, wondering, something to ask her, like what? But as he surveys the street, he sees broken windows and destitute people lying on the ground. The sight stops him, and a flicker of confusion crosses his face. They walk further into the town square, where people dressed in somber clothes are gathered. Before them stands a large, black obelisk, the center of the gathering. A memorial service is underway. Isabella observes the scene with a grim expression. "Looks like they're in the middle of a memorial service." Isabella asks if he came because of the names carved into the stone. "Does anyone know who these people are?" He shakes his head. "No," Hyunmyung replies. Still keeping his back turned to her, he gazes at the monument and speaks with a heavy, cryptic tone. "But I do know exactly why they ended up like this." His internal monologue begins, revealing a terrible truth. "The 500 names carved onto the gravestone all belong to the knights who followed me into the great expedition." He watches the grieving families, thinking, "I never once thought it was strange that I didn't know their names. I never tried to remember them either." His cold, gamer logic had always prevailed. They weren't even important named NPCs. Even if they fought for me, that was all part of the setting. To him, they were nothing more. They were just part of the game. But that detachment is shattered when a grieving mother collapses, screaming, "Wilhelm, you bastard, give my son back, give my son back." Her cries echo through the square, filled with promises broken by death. "Shin, didn't you say you'd come back? Didn't you tell me not to worry? How am I supposed to live without you?" she wails. As she collapses, Park Hyunmyung begins to move. Isabella watches him go, asking, "Where are you going?" The woman's face contorts in pure agony, a raw scream tearing from her throat. "How could?" Her eyes squeeze shut as she lets out a final, desperate cry of pain. "How could I?" AGH. Overcome by grief, her body gives out and she falls backward. But before she can hit the stone ground, a hand firmly grabs her shoulder, catching her. Park Hyunmyung kneels, supporting the unconscious woman as the crowd cries out, Ma'am, Grandma May collapsed. Isabella rushes to his side, calling out, "Star Bearer!" He meets her gaze and says her name to get her attention, Isabella. Lifting the unconscious woman gently into his arms, he gives his next instruction. "Let's go to the relief station." They arrive at the Goddess Church relief station, a place filled with the sounds of suffering. Patients cry out, I'm dying, I'm dying, ugh. Inside, the relief station is overflowing with the sick and the wounded. As Park Hyun-myung sets Grandma May down, Sir Hudson observes, there are so many patients. But then, he quickly corrects himself as the grim reality sets in. Actually, rather than saying there are too many patients, there are far too few people at the relief station to handle them, he thinks, looking at the overwhelmed staff. He finds it unbelievable. If this is the Knight's Garden, which should be one of the top 3 cities in the Balran Kingdom, yet the relief station in such a city has a staff shortage. Finally, Hudson concludes, it seems like there's a major flaw in how this place is being run. Right then, a monk with a bowl cut cuts them off. Greetings, brothers. The monk approaches with a disturbingly cheerful smile, his hands clasped. You're the outsiders who brought Sister May here after she fainted, correct? He continues his praise as Grandma May lies unconscious on the bed. You could have just passed by, but you're so warm-hearted. The group is taken aback by his oily demeanor. Sir Hudson replies cautiously, ah, yes. The monk gets uncomfortably close, his smile never wavering. Sir Hudson leans back unnerved. And what's the matter? Then comes the bombshell. To operate the relief station, we're collecting donations from brothers who visit. If you could donate just 50 gold, it would be a huge help. Sir Hudson is aghast. You charge money for treatment. Park Hyun-myung's eyes narrow. He thinks to himself, a relief station run by the Goddess Church should be funded by the city's coffers. Wasn't it forbidden to take personal donations? The monk breaks into a cold sweat under his razor-sharp gaze. Hyun-myung continues to press him. And 50 gold? Even though hundreds of gold move around in a day in Arcana, do you think it makes sense to demand a normal citizen's monthly wage as a treatment fee? The monk's smug expression finally cracks under the pressure. We don't have a choice, he mutters. He explains, Priest Andrew said that from now on we'll be taking donations to operate the relief station. The name shocks Park Hyun-myung. Priest Andrew. He stands, crossing his muscular arms defiantly. Nonsense. I know Priest Andrew, and he's not the kind of person who would do that. The monk stammers back. It's true. Hyun-myung's mind flashes back to the lore he knows. Priest Andrew. A high-ranking priest of the Goddess Church that serves the twin goddesses of Pangenia, Lee, and Pina. He continues his internal recap. He's an NPC who inevitably gives you honor-related quests when you're raising a class where honor is a factor. He's a devout believer, a spotless and upright sage. That's his setting. The contradiction is glaring. And that Priest Andrew is secretly taking personal donations, he thinks, his suspicion mounting. Suddenly, all the pieces fall into place. The poorly maintained buildings he saw on the way here. The vagrants sitting out on the streets, and even this relief station that's not being run properly. He knows something is deeply wrong. This city should be fairly wealthy too, even if it isn't as rich as Arcana. Staring up at the Lord's grand manor overlooking the city, he asks himself the question that sums up the entire situation. What on earth happened to this city? The scene shifts inside the manor, to a room filled with the evidence of excess. A table covered in empty bottles of expensive liquor. A man guzzles alcohol straight from the bottle as his terrified butler pleads. My lord, you've had far too many drinks. The lord responds with violence, smashing the bottle right next to the butler's head. The old man flinches, crying out, please stop now. Eek. The lord roars, shut UP, sending the servant scrambling away in fear. The source of the city's decay is revealed. Drunk, disheveled, and drooling, the Lord of the Knight's Garden, Marquis Weiser, snarls his next command. Go bring the rest of the alcohol. A moment of silence passes as the visitor arrives at the relief station. He gets straight to the point with a man in robes. I need to speak with Priest Andrew in person. Take me to him. The abruptness of the request catches the man off guard, who can only reply, pardon. The monk begins to make excuses. That will be difficult. There are so many people lining up to be treated by the priest. But before he can finish, Hyun-myung cuts him off, signaling his companion with a simple command. Hudson. Hudson holds out a heavy pouch, prompting the robed man to stammer. What is it? A wide, greedy smile spreads across Hudson's face as he announces. A donation, 50,000 gold. The sheer amount leaves the other man utterly speechless. Leaning in close, Hudson whispers a tempting offer. If you let me meet him right now, I'll double it. The man's eyes widen in shock. His greed takes over, the reflection of gold coins filling his vision as he stutters. Suddenly his entire demeanor shifts. With a bright, booming voice, he declares, "I'll escort you immediately, brother," leaving a nearby bystander completely baffled. Soon, they're led into a quiet, respectable-looking office filled with books. An elderly man with long white hair greets them warmly. "Nice to meet you, brother. I'm Priest Andrew." Andrew gestures to a chair. "Have a seat and let's talk." The visitor simply replies, "Fine." Once they're both seated, Andrew opens the conversation. "I heard you made a large donation to our relief station." The visitor doesn't deny it. It wasn't a small amount indeed. The visitor explains his reasoning. "I heard you charge 50 gold just to receive a donation, so I figured I wouldn't be able to meet you with an ordinary sum." Andrew remains silent, listening. The priest seems to misunderstand the visitor's intentions, asking, "Are you disappointed because I'm just an old priest who cares about money?" "I'm ashamed and have nothing to say." But the visitor clarifies his purpose. "I was just curious," he begins. "How did a relief station in a big city like this," he finishes the question that has been bothering him, "end up so desperate for money?" Priest Andrew clasps his hands and changes the subject. "I heard you brought Sister May here after she collapsed." The visitor confirms, "I did." The priest begins to tell a tragic story. Sister May's only son joined the Demon World Great Expedition and never came back. Since then, she's lived with that pain every day, saying it's her fault and that she should have stopped him, but she couldn't. "And it isn't just Sister May," he continues, as images of grieving citizens appear. "Many people lost family and friends. Countless knights who joined the Great Expedition while admiring Wilhelm, the Night King, swore they'd drive out the Demon King, but never returned here. And thus," Andrew explains, "Knight's Garden lost countless talented people and consumed enormous resources as war funds. It was such a prosperous city that, even with heavy losses, it might have recovered someday as time passed. The real problem began when Serengeti, his lordship's blood relative, returned." The visitor's expression sharpens at this new piece of information. Andrew continues, "She returned here having lost both legs, but for some reason, ever since she came back, she's remained unconscious and hasn't awakened. Many priests, myself included, tried to wake her, but nothing worked. His lordship gathered every kind of rare elixir and searched for a method, but even that failed. Because of that, the city's finances that were already strained had gradually hit rock bottom. In his desperation, his lordship was manipulated by swindlers. It reached a point where he even took on massive debts, using the territory itself as collateral." The priest concludes the grim tale. "After that, his lordship fell into despair and broke." The images show the lord being accosted by debtors before collapsing, a completely broken man. Priest Andrew finishes his explanation with a heavy heart. "As a result, all city subsidies were cut off, and now this is the only relief station left. If this place disappears too, every patient in this city will be left abandoned. That's why, even to brothers like you who helped Sister May, we shamelessly demanded donations," he admits, his voice filled with resignation. "We didn't have enough beds, supplies, or manpower to care for the patients right away." The visitor nods, having heard enough. "I get the gist of things," he says before asking a critical question. "Is Serengeti unconscious due to mental shock or a physical problem?" Andrew shakes his head. "If it were something like that, we would have treated it long ago. It seems she's in a cursed state, but it was beyond my ability to undo." "A curse," the visitor mutters to himself. A new plan forms in his mind. "In that case, like with Isabella, it might be possible to break it with the blessing of the stars." Having gotten the information he needed, he stands up abruptly. "Thanks, I should get going. I have business with Marquis Weiser." Andrew is taken aback, stammering, "Pardon." The priest tries to stop him. "Please wait. Since his lordship became a shell of himself, he doesn't readily receive guests." Andrew offers a compromise. "I can't exactly call it repayment for your donation, but if you give me a few days, I'll arrange a meeting for you." The visitor, however, is not interested in waiting. "I don't have time for that." With a sly grin, he adds, "And don't worry about the donation. I already got my money's worth." Andrew can only ask in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Just then their conversation is interrupted by frantic shouting from outside. Priest Andrew, are you inside?" A knight bursts in, yelling an urgent message. "His lordship says to bring in the guest who donated to the relief station." The visitor smirks at the priest. "See, when you come in with money, they let you in right away." Andrew can only look on, impressed. He turns to leave, statting, "Then I'll be going." But the priest quickly calls out, "Wait. No matter the reason it was for, thank you for helping," Andrew says sincerely, but the visitor waves it off. "I told you not to worry about the donation. It wasn't even my money to begin with." The priest clarifies, "It's not about the donation. It's about you helping Sister May." The words seem to strike a chord with the visitor, stopping him in his tracks. He pauses for a moment before a small, knowing smile plays on his lips. As he walks away, he speaks in a tone that suggests a shared history. "Good to see you again, Andrew." The priest is left stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he whispers, "Again." The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit manor, the residence of the Marquis. Inside, an entourage stands waiting before a set of ornate double doors. In a lavish hall, the group is seated around a long, empty dining table. At the head of the table sits a stern-looking man with a thick beard, calmly sipping from a cup. This is Marquis Weiser. He intently recalls his subordinate's reports, his gaze sharp and focused. Weiser's subordinate finishes his report on the visitor, musing, "So that man donated a huge sum of 100,000 gold to the relief station. Is he a wandering merchant? Doesn't look like he brought supplies in, though. Maybe he's just a rich young master traveling around." After evaluating those pieces of information, the Marquis addresses his guest directly. "I'm sorry to invite you so abruptly like this. I apologize for that." He then introduces himself formally. "I am Weiser, the Lord of Night's Garden." The visitor observes the Marquis, thinking to himself, "Weiser. He really has changed a lot on the outside." His mind flashes back to the past. Marquis Weiser was once a knight who made a name for himself across the continent with outstanding skill in his youth. His daughter, Serengeti, was able to obtain a star and become a one-star transcendent in Pangania with my help back when I was Wilhelm. She rose into the strongest ranks on the continent. Thanks to that, Marquis Weiser's house established its position and held power within the Balrin kingdom. And in gratitude, he swore loyalty to me. Weiser was the kind of man who repaid grudges with his sword and repaid kindness with loyalty. Returning to the present, he thinks with a hint of sadness. Of course, I don't know whether it's only his appearance that's broken now, or even his heart as well. The Marquis begins to speak. "You may already know why I invited you here, but Knight's Garden is currently facing severe financial hardship. So I'd like to propose something beneficial to both of us." But the visitor cuts him off with a bold declaration. "I'll cure Serengeti." The Marquis's eye widens in shock. "What?" Suddenly the Marquis bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, ha. His laughter subsides, but his expression turns cold and sharp. "So I was mistaken. I thought you were just some rich young master." He sneers. "Did you hear rumors of me from all over the continent? That if you mention to Marquis Weiser of Knight's Garden about his daughter's name, he'll pour money into your hands." His voice drips with sarcasm as he continues. "Fine, how much do I have to pay you for you to cure her? 300,000? 400,000, or are you going to demand I hand over this territory?" His frustration boils over as he clenches his fist. He slams his hand on the table, shattering the porcelain. "I've been played by scum like you. I've already lost so much." His eyes glow with rage as he snarls. "What more do I have to give before you're satisfied?" Fed up, the Marquis dismisses him with a sigh. "Ha! This was a waste of time. Gouge out that con artist's eyes and throw him out." His guards immediately move to obey, but the visitor remains calm, his voice steady. "I don't need money, so listen to me to the end." He looks directly at the Marquis, unflinching. "I can't guarantee it, but there is a chance I can treat her." Weiser leans forward, intrigued despite himself. "Now that's a novel approach. Fine, let's say you really can treat her, but why? I've never seen you in my life, so why would you cure my daughter without taking money?" The visitor explains with a cryptic smile. "This is a debt I'm repaying to you and also a debt I'm here to collect." The Marquis can only respond. "What are you talking about?" With an image of the legendary Wilhelm behind him, he makes a stunning claim. "I am the successor of Wilhelm, the Night King you swore loyalty to." He presses his advantage. "Take me to Serengeti. I have something I must ask her, and in return I will heal your daughter who sacrificed herself for her master." The Marquis's disbelief twists into a dark, sharp-toothed grin. "You're saying you're the Night King's successor? Hoo-hoo-hoo." Leaning forward with his hand covering his face, he speaks with utter contempt. "This continent is crawling with people claiming to be the Night King's successor. You're just another one of them, aren't you?" The Marquis loses all patience, his face contorted in a furious snarl. "Kill him," he orders his guards, and the two outside as well. As a guard lunges forward, Hyunmyoung remains seated, showing not a single trace of fear. He doesn't even flinch, his gaze remaining cool and collected. Still holding his cup, he casually deflects the guard's downward slash with a flick of his hand. To the shock of the guards and the Marquis, with a single fluid motion of his hand, he disarms the guard, leaving him frozen in his tracks. The soldier cries out in disbelief while the visitor calmly commands, "Prepare the room." With shards of the broken cup floating around him, the Marquis stares in disbelief as the visitor says, "I'll prove that. I'm Wilhelm's successor." His eyes burn with an unshakable confidence, leaving no room for doubt. Watching from the stands, Marquis Weiser, a powerful noble, observed the arena with a stern and calculating gaze. The vast coliseum buzzed with energy as two figures stood in the center, ready to face off. Hudson, Hyunmyung's companion, couldn't hide his sheer disbelief. "AA duel, what on earth is going on?" he stammered. Isabella, standing beside him, simply replied with a shrug. "Well, he's always been this unpredictable." In the arena, Park Hyunmyung is doing some light warm-up stretches while Isabella adds, "I honestly have no clue how things ended up like this either." His opponent remained silent, his eyes fixed on Hyunmyung with intense focus. Across from him, his opponent's body is enveloped in glowing streams of energy. A thought flashes through Hyunmyung's mind. A full set of equipment blessed by a high-ranking priest. He's really going all out for this match. The fully armored knight challenged Hyunmyung directly. "Are you really the successor of the Night King? If you were lying, confess and seek forgiveness. Your life may yet be spared." Hyunmyung just grinned back, completely unfazed. "Whatever. Just uphold your promise that you'll keep my identity hidden. Don't go around telling everyone who you lost to just because you've been embarrassed." The knight let out a chilling grin. "Don't worry, I swear upon my honor as a knight that it won't happen now. Let me see the skills of a self-acclaimed successor of the Night King." With a flash of light, he charged forward, his sword gleaming. The knight leaped through the air, bringing his blade down in a powerful, glowing arc. Hyunmyung watched him come, thinking to himself, many high-ranking knights were wiped out due to the Great Expedition, but even then this man would have higher stats than me currently. He gripped his own sword tightly. And with the difference in equipment grade, I can't take him lightly. As the armored knight's sword came crashing down, Hyunmyung moved in, not to dodge, but to block. The knight's eyes widened, his gaze filled with killing intent as his attack met its mark. Hyunmyung gritted his teeth, bearing the full force of the blow. Energy sparks fly as steel clashes against steel, or wait, that's steel against his head. The impact echoes throughout the entire arena. The knight is caught completely off guard as Hyunmyung uses his own head to test the blade. He stands there, frozen in shock, only able to gasp out, "Ha!" as he exhales in disbelief. He stared in disbelief at the result. Hyunmyung had stopped the blow by pressing his forehead against the crossguard of his own sword. "To think you'd stop a sword with your head against my crossguard." The knight smirks, his eyes glinting with a mocking laughter. "You're no fraud, but a lunatic," he finished, as blood streamed down Hyunmyung's face, whose eyes were wide with crazed determination. From the stands, a knight comments, "His movements are quite decent." But Marquis Weiser dismisses it. "They're nothing but cheap tricks." The Marquis continued his train of thought, a vision of the legendary Night King in his mind. "I've seen countless idiots who went around saying that they're the Night King's successor to piggyback off his reputation. But his sword can't be so easily replicated." He stared down at the arena, his expression grim. "Having seen it firsthand, I can tell his sword has surpassed human levels, being incomprehensible for people like me. Unless he shows a technique akin to that," the Marquis concluded, "he can't claim to be his successor." Down below, the two fighters clashed again in the center of the arena, kicking up a storm of dust and power. The knight conceded, "You're different from the fraudsters I've seen till now, that's for sure. You've got talent." He then gave an ultimatum. "Admit your lies now and come under my command. I will ask the Lord for your sins to be forgiven." But Hyunmyung, bloodied but defiant, retorted, "You have a full set of equipment against a level 3, yet you're still so full of yourself." The knight replied coolly, "You have to understand, I only wear this because my lord commands me." And he finishes with a pretentious remark, "I don't feel great about this." But the moment the words leave his mouth, Hyunmyung gifts him a direct kick right to the face. He then retorts, "Good for you, you got a lot of good stuff on." The powerful kick sends even Hyunmyung tumbling backward, but he still has plenty of aces up his sleeve. Bracing his sword behind him, ready to unleash a fresh assault, Hyunmyung declares in a resounding voice, "Let me show you my overpowered items too." Then he hurls his sword straight at the knight's luxury armor with a world-shaking impact. The knight's eyes widen in sheer terror at Hyunmyung's wild and brutal tactics. The sword soars through the air, spinning several times before embedding itself deep into the arena floor. Suddenly, system messages appeared around Hyunmyung, equipping extreme iron sword. In a flash of light, another sword materialized in his hand. The knight and Marquis Weiser stand frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events. "Dual wielding?" the knight exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. Hudson was equally confused, exclaiming, "When did he get a weapon like that?" Now armed with two blades, Hyunmyung unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, forcing the knight onto the defensive. The knight analyzed the situation mid-battle. The time between his attacks decreased, Is he trying to win this through speed? However, sparks flew as Hyunmyung's blades glanced harmlessly off the blessed armor. The onslaught continues, but the knight stands his ground, a metaphor flashing by as if Hyunmyung is hacking at a massive boulder. Still too light. He remained confident, thinking, a two-handed sword is slow but has high damage output. It would be enough to lightly damage me through my armor. However, a dual sword is fast but has low damage. It can't even scratch my armor. As long as I defend my vital areas, this is no threat to me. Actually, I only need to guard a few vital spots, which makes this even easier. His train of thought is violently cut short, as Hyunmyung shatters his defense with a strike so fast it's invisible to the naked eye. The force of the blow is so cataclysmic that upon colliding with the premium armor, the sword is sent soaring high into the air. The knight gasped in shock and pain, as blood sprayed from his mouth. Hyunmyung plunges his greatsword violently into the ground, then snatches back the sword that had just been deflected into the air. It all happens in a blur. The knight had only just begun to stumble to the ground. He can only think in a panic. He swapped weapons. With blood trickling down his face, Hyunmyung's eyes blazed with intensity. "Look closely," he declared. "I will show you the true sword of the Night King now." Reminiscing about the moment he received the rewards in the dungeon. A brilliant light envelops him as the system window appears, signaling a massive power spike. The system prompted him with a choice. You can choose 2 rewards from the 20 listed below, showing a list of powerful items like the True Attitude Demon-Slaying Sword and Extreme Iron Helmet. He glances through the rewards before his eyes lock onto a specific notification window. The system offered him a choice of rewards, and his mind focused on a single item displayed on the screen. An experience boost, along with a sleek, powerful-looking sword. He examined the stats of his new weapon, the Extreme Iron Sword. A regular iron sword pushed to its absolute limit by an oddball transcendent star. It is a transcended version of such a basic weapon, he thought, making its stats lacking, but the other effects are overpowered. He continued to strategize. And I can choose 2 rewards from the list, so I can receive the Extreme set bonus too. The system confirmed that using items with the Extreme title would create the Extreme Wear set effect. I already have the Michaela set for my armor, so it would be nice to have the bonuses double up. You have acquired the Extreme Sword, the system announced twice. Standing amidst a brilliant golden light, Hyunmyung murmured, "Oh, there." A flood of notifications explained his sudden power spike. His hidden traits, Weapon Master, and Masterful Hands each added 5 levels to his mastery. The 2 Extreme Iron Swords added another level each, and the Extreme Wear set effect added 2 more. But the most shocking notification was the last one. Class Star Successor may read the memories of the previous star owner under certain conditions. Having reached Sword Mastery LV 10, you may read the memories of the possessed star. With the dual blades in hand, the system declares, reenacting a portion of Night King Wilhelm's swordsmanship. Hyunmyung stands there, twin swords gripped tight, as the memories and techniques of his predecessor flood into his mind. The battle resumed, and the tables had completely turned. Hyunmyung, bleeding but determined, now moved with a grace and power that was utterly inhuman. The knight struggles to hold his ground. Despite the strength of his blessed armor, he is completely powerless against the relentless flurry of attacks. Hyunmyung attacks like a violent storm. With his dual blades, he executes a rhythmic slash and toss plus big hit combo, carving a path here, hurling a sword there, before pulling out his greatsword for a devastating finisher, repeating the cycle until that flashy armor becomes nothing more than a dazzling light show. The knight's eyes widened in terror as he tried to comprehend the attack. What is this impossible sword technique? He thought, desperately trying to find an opening or a weakness. He felt the pressure mounting, realizing, the tide has turned in his favor. I need to stop this. Gritting his teeth, a desperate plan formed in his mind. I must create distance and get out of his range. But the thought trailed off into despair. But how? He was completely trapped. He was caught in a perfect trap. If I try to create distance, he comes charging at me with his quick dual swords. And if I use my strength to take him head-on, he uses his two-handed sword to break my balance. Sweat beaded on his brow as a horrifying realization dawned on him. Does such a sword technique even exist? He's not keeping my movement bound through simple attacks, this feels like. Space itself has submitted to him? He concluded in terror, watching helplessly as Hyunmyung controlled the entire battlefield. Humans become stupefied when they meet something incomprehensible, the narration explains. Something that has far surpassed the limits of their own cognition. They enter a state where they can do nothing but watch. That applied to everyone at the training floor, Hudson and Isabella too. Both stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. The same for Marquis Weiser, and he too was left speechless, all his earlier skepticism erased in an instant. The knight that's facing him. The opponent was utterly paralyzed, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes locked in a state of pure shock and fear. And this is the moment he slips up. A blinding flash of a strike slashes across his neck, illuminating the knight's face, now frozen in sheer terror. Then Hyunmyeong unleashed the ultimate technique, one passed down from legend. Sword technique of the Night King Wilhelm, world-splitting strike. A massive column of light erupted, tearing through the very fabric of the arena. The force of the attack was cataclysmic, sending the knight flying backwards amidst a chaotic storm of energy and debris. As the dust settles, Hyunmyeong stands tall in victory while his opponent remains frozen in place, lifeless. The match is over. The knight lets go, his sword clattering to the ground as his hands tremble uncontrollably. This defeat is absolute. The corners of his mouth tremble as blood seeps from the wound on his neck, and he can only stammer, "I lost." The word hung in the air as he collapsed onto the dusty ground, utterly defeated. Hyunmyeong stood alone in the center of the ravaged arena, his back to the stunned audience. "Hey," he shouted towards the stands, blood still fresh on his face. "Do I need to show you any more?" Drenched in sweat and pale with fear, the knight turns to his master. "Lord," he stammers, completely at a loss for words. Marquis Weiser calls out to his knight attendant, "Lucas." The man responds with a shudder. "Why, yes, my lord." The Marquis rose, his expression one of newfound respect. He gave a clear command, "Treat him with respect. He's the successor of Wilhelm." His words echoed with finality, confirming Hyunmyeong's legitimacy to all who were present. "The venerable Night King." As he spoke, Hyunmyeong stood tall, bloodied but victorious, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. In a grand, ornate room, sunlight streams through a large window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A woman lies unconscious in bed. A voice explains, "Ever since we returned from the great expedition, she's been like this." Her father stands by her bedside, expressing his desperation. He says, "I've tried everything to wake Serengeti. Every elixir they said was effective and famous healers, none of them worked. We even summoned a priestess, but because the curse is far too powerful, she said there is nothing she can do either." Park Hyunmyeong stands silently, looking down at the cursed woman with a serious expression. Suddenly, his eye begins to glow with a faint blue light as a system window appears before him. Hidden trait, the great sage has been activated. Dark, ominous energy swirls around Serengeti's sleeping form as Hyunmyeong confirms his suspicions. He thinks to himself, "As I thought, Serengeti is currently under the Demon King curse. If it's the Demon King curse, then of course even a priestess or the Holy Emperor can't do anything. However, if we perform the exorcism using star energy, the power of a star guardian instead of mana, then it might work." The Marquis turns to Hyunmyeong, his voice a mix of hope and doubt. "I don't doubt you anymore, but do you have a way to wake Serengeti?" Hyunmyeong replies honestly, "I told you before that I'm not sure. I'm only going to try once." Without another word, Hyunmyeong reaches out and places his hand gently on Serengeti's forehead, preparing to begin the ritual. "I bestow the blessing of the stars." As the words appear in a system window, a blinding golden light erupts from Hyunmyeong's hand, flooding the entire room and shocking everyone present. The Marquis gasps in astonishment, completely overwhelmed by the sheer power radiating from the young man. With a look of intense concentration, Hyunmyeong pushes his power to the limit as a critical message flashes. All star energy will be consumed. He pours everything he has into the attack, but it's not enough. A devastating notification appears. Insufficient star energy to break the Demon King curse. Though the curse wasn't broken, the attempt had an effect. A new message appears stating, "The limit curse has been lifted temporarily." Below, Hyunmyeong looks down, exhausted from the effort. Slowly, Serengeti's eyelid flutters open, a flicker of consciousness returning as she lets out a quiet, confused sound. She sits up slightly, her voice weak as she asks, "Where am I?" Both Hyunmyeong and her father stare in stunned silence, shocked that she has awakened. Overcome with emotion, the Marquis grits his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. He rushes to her side, crying out, "Serengeti, are you awake?" He leans in close, his voice trembling with hope. "Ah, do you know who I am?" Serengeti's eyes are hazy and she weakly says a name. "Hudson." Confused, her father begins to respond, "Yeah, I'm your Hud," before trailing off, puzzled. Her confusion only grows as she asks, "H. Hudson? Who's that?" At the doorway, the man named Hudson stands frozen, his face falling as he hears her words. The Marquis grits his teeth, unable to find the right words as the heartbreaking scene unfolds before him. Hudson's expression is one of pure devastation as he finally speaks, his voice filled with regret. "I'm sorry I came so late," he says. He calls out her name, Serengeti. She looks towards him, still weak and unable to fully comprehend what's happening. The scene shifts to Hudson's memories, revealing his past determination. He thought as long as she stayed alive, that would be enough. If he became a member of the city council and returned as fast as he could, the Marquis would acknowledge him too. His devotion knew no bounds, rooted in a memory of her grievous injuries on the battlefield. He had resolved that, if she'd lost the lower half of her body, then he'd just become her legs. Hudson's flashback continues, revealing the depth of his promise. Because as long as she was alive, he'd take care of her forever. This thought is pictured with an image of him pushing her in a wheelchair under blossoming trees. Hudson believed that if he didn't give up, an opportunity would come someday. However, that belief was nothing more than arrogance and greed. The hopeful image of their future shatters like glass, reflecting the harsh reality of their situation. The narrator explains the grim truth. The opportunities weren't eternal, and Serengeti's body kept losing its vitality. The face that used to smile brightly grew increasingly thin, and the strong arm that once swung a sword became like a withered branch. The monologue concludes, showing her frail hand lying on the bedsheets. Back in the present, Hudson is overwhelmed with emotion. He realizes that, if the star-bearer had arrived even a little later, he would never have seen her again. As Hudson apologizes again, the Marquis suddenly becomes defensive, shouting, "Wait a second. Who are you?" Serengeti, however, softly utters Hudson's name. The Marquis turns on Hudson, demanding, "And what are you to my daughter?" But Park Hyun-myung steps in, his voice firm. "Enough, all of you stop. I know you can't contain your emotions, but the Demon King curse hasn't been completely lifted." Hudson panics. What does that mean?" From across the room, the Marquis asks in alarm, "Are you saying my daughter could fall back into a deep sleep?" Hyun-myung delivers the grim news. "At best, she'll be able to keep her eyes open for today. To completely break the curse, we have to find another star." He elaborates on his plan. "To fully lift it, my star energy needs to be higher. There are only two ways to raise star energy, to level up or find stars. The first thing I need to do is recover the 5 stars that the Night King, Wilhelm, dropped when he died." Hyun-myung explains the urgency of his quest. "Because of the star successor class, secret effect which allows me to read the previous owner's memories from a star, I have to retrieve them as quickly as possible. If someone else gets those stars first, I might never be able to recover Wilhelm's memories." Hyun-myung continues his monologue, standing firmly. "I've recovered one, so there are 4 left. If I'm going to retrieve them quickly, I need to ask Serengeti about my death." Having made up his mind, he addresses the room. "Everyone out. I have something important to discuss with Serengeti alone." Meanwhile, in a vast and empty dining hall, Hudson and the Marquis sit far apart at a long table, the silence thick with tension. The Marquis leans forward, his voice sharp with anger. "So you're saying you and Serengeti secretly promised to marry?" Hudson answers respectfully. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry I introduced myself so late." The Marquis lets out a long, heavy sigh, the sound echoing his frustration and weariness. He then delivers a shocking blow. "I'm grateful you came all this way for Serengeti, but from now on, you won't be seeing Serengeti again." Hudson recoils, completely blindsided. Desperate, Hudson gets up and pleads, I know I'm not good enough, but I'll soon enter the city council and become a man worthy of Serengeti, so please just give me a chance." The Marquis cuts him off, his tone flat. "This isn't about whether I like you." As Hudson looks up in confusion, the Marquis begins his painful explanation. "The Great Expedition's aftermath cost us dearly, so restoring the knights and treating Serengeti took an enormous amount of money. In the end, after the territory's funds ran dry, we were reduced to begging other houses for help." He continues, "When that happened, the one who approached me was Duke Sin's house, a great house in the Valen Kingdom that's powerful enough to rival the king." An image of a grand, twilight-bathed city illustrates the Duke's power. The terrible confession comes out. "Duke Sin lent us an enormous sum on the condition that we send Serengeti to him. Back then, I had no other choice. No matter what, continuing Serengeti's treatment came first." The words hang over a pile of glittering gold coins. The Marquis recounts his desperate rationale. "Additionally, even if Serengeti never woke up and our family collapsed like this, I believed that for the sake of Duke Sin House's reputation, they wouldn't simply abandon a girl they'd taken in, so I accepted the offer." He looks down, his expression grim as he delivers the final, unavoidable condition of their deal. "For that reason, in 1 month, she will be sent to Duke Sin's house." Hudson slams his hands on the table, leaning forward as the Marquis tells him, "It's an unavoidable decision to protect this territory and Serengeti, so you should forget about her too. Back in Serengeti's room, Hyunmyeong now sits at her bedside. She looks at him weakly and asks, "You are?" After a moment of silence, Hyunmyeong replies, "I am the successor of the Night King, Wilhelm. I came to deliver news of his final moments." Serengeti immediately refutes his claim, her voice a strained whisper. "Lies. He has no successor." Hyunmyeong scratches the back of his neck, a slight smile on his face. He thinks to himself, as expected of my closest aide, there's no way she'd let me brush this off with vague words. He decides to prove his identity by revealing a secret memory. "The day you first faced a star," he begins, "you could not stop worrying that if you consumed a star and transcended, you might stop being Serengeti." At his words, Serengeti's eyes widen in shock. A flashback shows her past self standing on a cliff edge before a glowing star, Wilhelm's silhouette beside her. Hyunmyeong narrates, "Back then, I couldn't understand the anxiety inside you." The memory focuses on her younger, determined face. "However, thinking back now, it must have been that you wanted your love for Hudson to remain unchanged." Back in the present, Serengeti is stunned. She demands, "That's something only Wilhelm and I would know, so how do you?" "And to you." Hyunmyeong looks down at her with a knowing smirk and reveals the final piece of the memory. "I gave words of encouragement." At that specific phrase, Serengeti's eye shoots wide open in utter disbelief as the full memory comes flooding back, leaving her completely speechless. The flashback reveals Wilhelm's words to a younger Serengeti. He calls her name, and then kicks her off the cliff towards the star, shouting, "Shut up and go grab onto him." Serengeti can only fall, utterly confused. Tears stream from Serengeti's eyes as the memory confirms his identity. With a trembling voice, she asks, "Then you really are Wilhelm?" Hyunmyeong looks away, confirming her suspicion. "There are circumstances. My appearance changed, but yes, if you want, I can tell you other things as well." Hyunmyeong's internal monologue explains the truth of the memory. "Back then, I was a player, so of course I didn't know the details of what was said. The encouragement I gave was just one of 26 emotion expressions that pop up when you press the control and a keyboard key together." He continues to explain how he knows the memory so well now. "However, thanks to the Star Successor class's hidden effect, under certain conditions, it can read the memories of the previous owner contained within the star. When Sword reaches LV 10, you can read the memories of the star you hold. To me now it's so vivid, it feels like it truly happened, as if the scene is being drawn inside my head." He reflects on the personality of the character he used to play, standing back to back with an image of Wilhelm. "Of course, that manner of encouragement wasn't me, but an action reflecting the personality of the character named Wilhelm." Serengeti seems to accept his explanation, saying, "He isn't the kind of man who would speak lightly to others, so that's more than enough." Hyunmyeong kneels, thanking her for believing him. She then asks, "Does this changed appearance mean you become a sinner?" He confirms, "Well, yes." She warns him, "From now on, you'll need to watch out for the hunters." Standing up, Hyunmyeong reassures her, "I know, so don't worry too much." An explanation flashes across the screen. "People, players, who possess others while retaining memories from before death are called sinners, and the NPCs who specialize in hunting sinners are called hunters or reapers." An image of a hunter finishing off a sinner illustrates the danger. Hyunmyeong's expression turns serious as he gets to the real reason he needed to speak with her. "More importantly, there's something I want to ask about my final moments." His voice is firm with conviction as he begins to recount the day of his death. "That day, I definitely killed the Demon King." A brilliant flash of light fills the screen as he remembers the final blow. "I'm sure I drove the path of light into that bastard's core and that his body started collapsing." The memory shows Wilhelm, his sword plunged deep into the Demon King. "However, in that final instant," he continues, as his memory self is shown amidst fire and destruction. Hyunmyeong grits his teeth, reliving the intense moment. Everything stopped. The world around Wilhelm freezes in a negative-like image, his body contorted in agony. "After that, my consciousness cut out," he concludes, the memory showing a close-up of his eye just before the end. The screen flashes with a grim game-over message, showing Wilhelm's character kneeling, impaled by several swords. "And I died just like that," his voiceover says. Hyunmyeong leans in close, his gaze intense. "Tell me, Serengeti, tell me the truth," he pleads, his desperation clear as Serengeti looks back with wide, fearful eyes. "Behind my death that day." An image of Wilhelm's determined face from the past hangs in the air, emphasizing the weight of his question. Hyunmyeong stands over her bed, his arms crossed, awaiting the answer that could change everything. The tension in the room is palpable. The story flashes back to the Great Demon World expedition led by Wilhelm. An unprecedented force of 200,000 elite troops was gathered, their morale soaring with the ambition to become heroes. The troops cheered, confident in their preparations. Based on all the data they had accumulated, they were ready for the demon world. A young commander stood at the forefront, certain of their plan. It was a meticulous operation, with every variable accounted for and not a single inch of error left. Everything was perfect. It was supposed to be perfect. But the reality was a gruesome battlefield, littered with the bodies of his fallen soldiers. The commander fell to his knees, surrounded by a swirling, dark energy, the weight of his failure crashing down on him. As he looked up, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief, the faces of his dead comrades reflected in them. Even as she was crumbling away, the company's healer urged him on, her voice filled with resolve. "Please continue forward. I will give you my blessing, even if it costs me my life." A battered warrior, bleeding from the mouth, gritted his teeth and gave his final order. "It's frustrating, but I think this is as far as I can go. Go on ahead." Another fallen soldier pleaded with his last breath. "There's no time to stop. Hurry." The voices of the dying echoed in his mind. "I was wrong. Please fulfill our long-cherished wish. You must not stop. Press forward." With tears streaming down his face, she heard their final promise. "We'll handle what's behind you." But all she could think was, "It's over." The commander's mind reeled with the truth of their sacrifice. Even after using that many lives as stepping stones, we couldn't even reach the Demon King's feet. The battlefield fell into a dark, desolate silence, but the silence was broken as a shadowy figure, with glowing red eyes, began to claw its way out of the earth. It was far from alone. All around her, the corpses of her fallen comrades began to rise, reanimated by a sinister, demonic energy. The undead soldiers, now monsters, let out guttural growls, their eyes burning with a malevolent red light. A horrifying thought crossed the commander's mind. "It attacked us as if it knew our movements. This makes no sense unless there's a traitor colluding with the demons." The army of the dead shambled towards him, their heavy footsteps echoing the failure of the mission. The terrible realization finally dawned on him. So, in the end, we were collapsing from inside the expedition force, was it? A massive creature lunges forward, ready to devour her as her thoughts end in absolute despair. Was this impossible from the very beginning? Just as the monster is about to pounce on her, a brilliant radiance explodes and a commanding voice declares, "It's not over yet." The entire undead army was suddenly engulfed in a blinding, holy radiance. The light exploded outwards, completely incinerating the demonic creatures in a devastating wave of sacred power. When the blinding light finally subsided, a figure with white hair stood before the kneeling commander. A calm voice cut through the silence. "You look quite exhausted." The white-haired man, holding a greatsword, looked down at the sole survivor. "Rest for a moment," he said, his voice calm amidst the devastation. With a reassuring gaze, he added, "It'll be over soon." The young commander could only stare back, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and disbelief. This was the martial god. The Night King, Wilhelm, was a living god himself. Before his might, the demons were so outmatched, you could almost feel sorry for them. That's how overwhelming his presence was. A whirlwind of golden light and steel that tore through the demonic ranks. A single strike from his sword didn't just kill enemies. It reshaped the very terrain of the demon world. Watching her fight, the young commander felt the deep despair that everything was over being replaced by a newfound hope. That man cut through that despair with nothing but a single sword. Wilhelm stood as a beacon of light in the oppressive darkness, calm and resolute. He walked alone across the desolate landscape, heading towards the heart of the enemy territory. After the battle, Wilhelm supports the exhausted commander. The young woman insists, "There's no need for you to do this. My body has already recovered enough." But Wilhelm brushes it off. "Don't worry about it. I'm only saying it so you can recover some stamina. You're a pretty useful fighting force." The commander then asks a grim question. "Are we the only two left alive?" Wilhelm replies, "Excluding the wounded we sent back at the entrance of the demon world, the entire army has been wiped out." The young woman could only respond with a soft, hollow, "I see." Wilhelm looked at her with grim determination. "Then, at the very least, you must survive and return." A moment later, Wilhelm's tone softens as he begins to tease the young girl. "You were crying every night, blabbering about wanting to see that guy. Hudson, was it?" Hit right where it hurts, the commander immediately screams back, "I did not cry." As he continued to deny it, muttering, "I didn't cry." But then a bright and determined smile spreads across her lips. "But I will definitely go to meet him again." Suddenly, a massive, ominous magic circle erupted from the ground beneath them, glowing with sinister purple light. The young commander looked down in shock, utterly confused. Huh. Wilhelm, on the other hand, just looked up with a grimace of annoyance. Man, without a second thought, He pushed his subordinate out of the way as energy chains shot up from the circle, muttering to himself. This game isn't easy. As he was thrown clear of the trap, the young commander screamed his leader's name in panic. WLHELM. Wilhelm looked back at her one last time. Serengeti, when you get back, whether you marry or fall in love, whatever it is. As Serengeti was pulled away into a vortex of stars, Wilhelm's final words echoed in his ears. Live well. A single thought solidified in his mind. I can live. And just like that, the expedition was destined to end in failure. But even amidst that ruin, the Night King had granted her a future, allowing her to forge ahead. Serengeti recalled the grim calculus of survival. Even if I return alone, no one will be able to blame me. That's how horrific and fierce the battle was. She thinks about the life waiting for her, clutching a locket with a man's picture inside. If only I can make it back, I'll be able to see the person I've been longing for. I can finally return to my peaceful, everyday life. As he remembered the promise made over the bodies of his fallen comrades. As long as you survive and get out of here. She then recalled standing before that same man from the locket, the man named Hudson. She looks at Hudson with a gaze full of regret, uttering just a single word. I'm sorry. Trong KHO letter 1EA3 and HKH letter 1EFC do. Serengeti da hate lern ternan. Hudson, KNCH letter 1E9 and GKI letter 1EBF. And NG letter 1B0 letter 1EDD. I Danong do S letter 1EDD letter 1E5 and G, K letter 1EF9 nang, Han distroke letter 1ED5, IV letter 1ECB try. CHI letter 1EBF, ML letter 1EA5, YCH letter 1ED7, C letter 1EE7, M letter 1ED9T, NG letter 1B0, letter 1EDD, I caught. Wilhelm's brow furrows in a grimace as he realizes Serengeti has swapped places with him. The purple magic circle detonated, engulfing Serengeti in the blast meant for the Night King. From the heart of the explosion, the magical dust gradually clears, revealing Wilhelm's face as he slowly emerges. Wilhelm's eyes widen in shock at the young woman's self-sacrifice. He can only gasp out her name. From a distance, Wilhelm could only look back at the spot where his subordinate lay, having now lost both of her legs. Back in the present, Serengeti lies in bed, her legs gone. She finishes her story. I was lucky. Even after being caught in the Demon King's trap, my body didn't vanish. I lost both legs, but thanks to the elixir Wilhelm gave me, I survived. The listener, Park Hyunmyoung, gazes at her with a complex expression, guilt washing over him as the truth sinks in. Back then, I was so immersed in the game that I acted without a second thought. It just looked pretty dramatic in game. Serengeti continued. After that, Wilhelm placed an extreme vanishing enchantment talisman on me and hid my body. Because of the talisman's effect, the Demon King couldn't sense me, she explained. And I was able to watch the situation unfold until the very end. Hyunmyoung finally spoke. Right, I remember up to that point too, but that's not what I'm curious about. Serengeti knew what he wanted to ask. I know, you're wondering what happened after that. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Serengeti recalled the final battle. After that, the Demon King revealed himself immediately. Just as Wilhelm remembers, the Demon King certainly fell, but his memory took a dark turn. However, all of a sudden, Wilhelm froze like time itself had stopped. Dark, thorny vines of energy had erupted, ensnaring the Night King. Wilhelm was trapped, unable to move, his body rendered in a chilling negative image against the darkness. A single tear of effort or pain escaped his eye as he strained against the invisible force. The Night King was left completely helpless, suspended in the air by the Demon King's power. The Demon King, now a colossal skeletal figure, loomed over him and gloated. You monster! Even if you're a transcendent star of 5 stars. To think you'd drive me this far without any divine authority from a goddess. However, the Demon King hissed, that is your mistake. His own body began to crackle and glow with a final, desperate power. His physical form exploded into pure, dark energy that surged towards the paralyzed Wilhelm. Without a goddess's authority, you may shatter my flesh, he roared, but you cannot destroy my essence. The Demon King's essence began to invade Wilhelm's body, his voice screaming in a twisted show of admiration. I express my RESPECTS, Night King. As the Demon King's essence invaded Wilhelm's body, his voice boomed with triumph. And as a token of that respect, I'll use your body as my new vessel instead of my broken body. The dark energy surged, a maelstrom of purple intent on consuming the Night King. The vortex of demonic power swirled violently, pulling Wilhelm into its depths. But just as the darkness was about to close in, a brilliant, holy light began to pierce through from the inside. The light exploded outwards, causing the Demon King to recoil in shock. This light, a radiant, ethereal form of a woman, appeared above Wilhelm as the light intensified. The Demon King screamed her name in disbelief. Pina. As the goddess intervened, the Demon King let out a furious tirade. Bitch, don't tell me you intend to take the life of the knight who followed you just because you didn't want your star to be taken. And you still call yourself a goddess. Caught between the demonic possession and the holy light, Wilhelm gradually collapses. Meanwhile, the Demon King screams in desperate denial. Enno. In the moment Wilhelm collapses to the ground, the Demon King roars. I'll kill you, Pina. His final act is a torrent of curses aimed directly at the goddess. Back in the present, Serengeti's voice is hollow as she finishes her story. I have no memory of what happened after that. Park Hyunmyoung remains silent, still processing this horrifying truth. Hyunmyoung's mind reels, struggling to comprehend the clash between those two entities. The Demon King tried to possess Wilhelm's body, and the goddess Pina intervened. His expression hardened as the pieces fell into place, revealing a history far more twisted than he could have imagined. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the castle wall of the knight's garden, where the morning sun shines brightly. A lone guard lets out a huge yawn, complaining to his comrade. This is so boring, Tilda, haven't we been assigned to guard duty way too often lately? The other soldier sighed, explaining the grim reality. I heard that everyone, from the Night Order all the way down to low-ranking soldiers like us, has their pay delayed because the territory's finances are in trouble. As a result, people keep leaving. Who'd stick around in a territory that's going under? The first guard gazed out at the plains beyond the wall and agreed. Well, that's true. But his voice trailed off as he saw something on the horizon. His partner noticed his sudden silence and asked, Why did you stop mid-sentence? The guard's face had gone pale with fear. In the distance, a massive cloud of dust was rapidly approaching, the ground itself trembling from the movement. The guard's eyes were wide with terror, his breath catching in his throat as he realized what he was seeing. Thousands of glowing red eyes pierced through the dust cloud. He stammered, his voice shaking. Moan, monsters. An endless horde of monstrous beasts was charging directly for the city walls. A cry of panic finally rang out. It's a monster wave. The beasts surged forward like a tidal wave of claws and fangs, threatening to overwhelm the unprepared city. The final, desperate alarm was sounded. The city is under attack. A long time ago, a war between light and darkness broke out in Pangenia. It was a brutal, world-shaking conflict. The goddess Lee died during that struggle. After her death, the continent itself began to sink into a deep darkness. The land split apart, and the ends of every road were swallowed by a dark void. To reconnect the separated lands, people spent massive sums developing warp travel. These warp gates became the only way to travel across the continents, but they're mysterious objects that pass through a void nobody truly understands. When they aren't managed properly, they don't just stop working, they turn into disasters. Suddenly, the piece is shattered by a violent tremor. Something malevolent stares back from the rift. A monster wave, a tide of death pouring out of the gate. They swarm the city, tearing through any defense in their way. Park Hyunmyoung sits alone, piecing together the truth of this world. He suspects that if the Demon King tried to steal his body, the goddess Pina must have intervened. He's still got more questions than answers, but the puzzle is starting to fit together. The first thing to understand is why he couldn't kill the Demon King in his past life. Right as he was about to deliver the final blow, time stopped, and his world turned into a blue screen. But NPCs like Serengeti weren't affected by the freeze and saw everything. For a regular user, it looked like a simple game over. But for Hyunmyoung, it was something else. He realized he wasn't just a user anymore. He had become a player within the world. That's the most likely reason he ended up stuck in this reality. Then there's the second mystery. What are the conditions for becoming a player? In this world, if you die in the game, you're summoned back as a player. It happens specifically when the strongest character you've ever raised is killed. Hyunmyoung always liked hardcore games and would abandon characters if they didn't look promising. He guesses the deaths of those ordinary characters weren't significant enough to trigger a summon. Only a high-level character's end mattered. Either way, he finally knows what his next move has to be. First, he has to hunt down the traitors who ruined his expedition. The enemy moved like they knew his every plan, which means someone was selling him out. Sir Hudson explains that Serengeti was a brave knight, but even the best couldn't stop the infighting among the 8 heroes. It's highly probable that those heroes are the ones responsible for his missing memories. He clenches his fist, promising to hunt down every last one of them. If he failed to destroy the Demon King's essence, then the bastard is definitely still alive. He'll kill him for real this time, and end the cycle that turns people into players. It's time to put a stop to all of this. Suddenly, the door bursts open as someone shouts for the Star Bearer. Sir Hudson is panicking, barely able to catch his breath. He screams that the city is under attack. Hyunmyoung looks out at the chaos alongside his companion. The the city already beginning to burn. The city is a furnace. Fire blankets every building and the streets are choked with ash. Civilians try to fight back with whatever they have, but the monsters are relentless. It's a scene of pure butchery as the monster tide washes over the defenses. Park Hyun-myung watches the horror unfold, his companion Isabella standing by his side as they both realize the terrifying scale of the disaster. He knows Marquis Weiser's greed is what let this happen, but knowing it doesn't stop the dying. The thunder of horse hooves cuts through the screams of the city. A group of knights charges through the streets, cutting down any monster in their path. Marquis Weiser leads the retreat, his face pale as he surveys the ruins of his territory. The Marquis stops cold when he sees the man he knows as the Star-Bearer standing in the road. Hyun-myung and his group wait as the riders approach, the heat of the fire pressing in on them. Weiser explains that 3 warps have simultaneously malfunctioned, unleashing waves of monsters into the city. Old Hudson was delirious with panic, while Hyun-myung stared at the scene before him with cold eyes, unable to believe such a pathetic failure. Throwing away his last shred of dignity, Marquis Weiser begs for the Star-Bearer to lend them his strength. As he pleads, a system window appears with a sub-quest to defend the city, and a massive honor penalty if refused. Then the real threat pops up. Main Quest 4, tasking him with filling the crack in the dark void within 30 minutes. The rewards are incredible, but the fine print warns that abyss hybrids will start spawning every 10 minutes. Hyun-myung stares at the Marquis, wondering if the man has truly lost his mind to ask for this. The mission details burn in his vision, a high-difficulty gamble with no room for error. Weiser's face is a mask of desperation. He knows he's asking for a miracle. Sir Hudson joins the plea, begging Hyun-myung to save Serengeti before there's nothing left to save. Hyun-myung narrows his eyes as he realizes this is the ultimate worst-case scenario. Behind them, the city guard is struggling to hold the line against a wall of blades and teeth. He knows that when the 10-minute mark hits, an abyss hybrid will turn this struggle into a slaughter. It's a level of power that neither he nor the current city forces are equipped to handle. He visualizes the battlefield, mapping out the 3 warp points that need to be shut down. His gamer instincts kick in, automatically calculating the most efficient path through the carnage. But even with his skills, they simply don't have enough combat power to be everywhere at once. The regular soldiers are already overextended, busy just trying to protect the fleeing citizens. That means the weight of smashing 3 warps through a Legion-scale wave falls entirely on them. It's a suicidal gamble, and the odds of success are practically 0. However, he can't stop thinking about the Golden Scale shop, a reward tied to his most mysterious item. He stares at the system message, his inner hardcore player warring with his survival instinct. The rational choice is to run and never look back, especially with 0 preparation for a mission this size. He turns his gaze toward a monument in the city square, the fire reflecting off its ancient stone. The glowing inscriptions seem to pulse with the rhythm of the city's dying heart. He tries to tell himself he isn't the type to be swayed by pity for these people, but the screams for help are getting louder, drowning out his logical calculations. Everywhere he looks, the monsters are dragging people into the smoke. A man's face is frozen in a final moment of terror as the darkness closes in. The ground is slick with blood, and the bodies of the fallen are everywhere. A child's scream cuts through the roar of the flames, sharp and full of agony. Little Yoonji is caught in the middle of the massacre, crying out for someone to save her as the world collapses around her. Park Hyun-myung stands paralyzed by the visceral screams of "Mom" and "Help" echoing through the smoke. He clenches his fist with such force that his hand trembles, a storm of frustration brewing within him. Sir Hudson looks on with a grim expression, the horror of the massacre reflecting in his eyes. In the middle of the carnage, an exhausted priest Andrew is being hauled to safety by a desperate survivor. Marquis Weiser spurred his horse forward, his voice booming as he ordered the knights to charge into the fray. "Cut off the monsters chasing priest Andrew," he roars, the horse's hooves thundering against the stone. A blade cuts through the air with a sharp whistle, signaling the start of a desperate counterattack. Marquis Weiser plunges into the melee, his sword carving through the monstrous attackers as blood splatters the ground. He urgently tells Priest Andrew to get on a horse, reminding him that he is the city's last high-ranking hope. But the stubborn priest refuses to flee, his gaze fixed on the suffering people he swore to protect. A snarling goblin leaps at the defenseless priest, its axe poised to deliver a lethal blow. A close-up of a wide, terrified eye captures the split second before the monster strikes. Isabella appeared like a shadow, her twin daggers flashing as she effortlessly cut down the orc. Marquis Weiser pulls back his reins, staring in amazement at the woman's unexpected display of skill. Priest Andrew looks up at the mysterious sister, who just saved his life, his face etched with disbelief. Together they stand in the ruins, the weight of the coming battle heavy in the air. Hyun-myung rests his hand on his hilt, giving his companions one last chance to abandon this suicidal mission. Sir Hudson pulled out a stack of red health potions, firmly asserting that he would fight until the end. Isabella smirked in agreement, reminding him that their adventures had never been easy anyway. Hyun-myung looked toward the battlefield, inwardly admitting that for this impossible mission, he truly needed their help. He thinks about the absurdity of the situation, accepting a challenge no sane person would take while protecting half-dead NPCs. Visions of the dying people, like little Yoonji screaming for her mother, flicker through his mind. He tells himself he isn't doing this out of a sense of responsibility, or because he wants to be a hero to the broken. He claims he isn't motivated by guilt for those who lost their families because of the chaos following his path. He looks toward a stone monolith inscribed with ancient text, the fires of the city flickering against its surface. A sharp, manic smirk crosses his face as he admits he's just a freak who loves the challenge of hardcore play. The three heroes stand as a final line of defense, their silhouettes defiant against the backdrop of the burning city. A massive army of orcs and monsters roars at the city gates, their red eyes glowing with murderous intent. "We're going to carve a path through this wave," Hyun-myung shouts, his resolve absolute as he leads his team into the heart of the horde. The ground shakes under the weight of galloping hooves. Marquis Weiser leads the cavalry, sword raised and shouting for the charge. They race toward the city gate, which is swarming with a massive horde of monsters. One of the knights shouts to the Marquis, worried they're walking into a trap. He's terrified they'll get surrounded and wiped out before they can even make a dent. Marquis Weiser knows it's a suicide mission, but he clenches his teeth and pushes forward anyway. Hyun-myung steps up and tells everyone to listen carefully to his plan. He points out that the real battle starts now, as they face the enemy head-on. Legions of orcs and snarling beasts are already waiting for them at the entrance. Marquis Weiser is stunned, questioning if a frontal breakthrough is even possible right now. He argues that his knights alone don't have the strength to survive such a reckless charge. Hyun-myung just looks at him and asks if there's any other choice left. He explains that as long as those warp gates are active, the monster wave will never end. He emphasized that no other plan was more feasible, and Hyun-myung vowed to break the siege at any cost, no matter what happened. Convinced by the protagonist's words, Marquis Whistle gave the command and bellowed, ordering his soldiers to charge with everything they've got. The horses gallop at full speed as he yells for no one to slow down. Massive tentacles rise up near the gate, but the cavalry doesn't stop. Looking back at Hyun-myung, Marquis Whistle decides to put all his trust in the boy's strategy. Hyun-myung charges into the thick of it, carrying the legacy of his predecessor. He flashed a grin, his eyes locked onto the target, absolutely refusing to hesitate for even a single second. A dark shadow looms over the army as they get closer to the monster swarm. Suddenly, a spear whistles through the air, aimed right at the front lines. It slams into a monster with explosive force, catching everyone by surprise. The creature roars in pain as more projectiles begin to rain down from above. Hyun-myung activates his teleport book to summon some much-needed backup. From high atop the city walls, the reinforcements silently observed the entire battlefield below. A massive dark portal opens in the sky, connecting directly to Basrock Forest. The High Dryad steps through with his warriors, ready to repay his debt to Hyun-myung. He calls him a friend of the forest and prepares his archers for battle. A barrage of magical arrows tears through the monsters at the city gates. Marquis Whistle is completely shocked by the sudden intervention. He and Priest Andrew can't believe that the legendary Dryads actually showed up to help. Hyun-myung realizes that completing that sub-quest was the best thing he could have done. He remembers the moment he gifted the wind spirit back to the forest tribe. That one act earned him a permanent waypoint and a powerful ally for life. As long as you don't burn their home down, a Dryad's loyalty is unbreakable. He knows he got lucky stopping by that forest back then. Now he's counting on them to show the monsters what happens when you mess with his friends. The archers draw their bows, ready to unleash another devastating volley. The High Dryad spots the monster blocking the entrance and prepares to clear it. He tells Hyun-myung not to worry and to keep moving forward. With a calm breath, he lets fly an arrow that glows with intense spiritual energy. The High Dryad releases a glowing green arrow to clear a direct path through the horde. The projectile streaks across the battlefield like a beam of pure spiritual energy. It slams into the monster-infested city gate with the force of a falling star. A massive explosion erupts, tossing orcs and heavy debris into the air. The front lines are shredded instantly by the sheer magical pressure. Limbs and armor pieces fly everywhere as the path finally opens up. A thick cloud of dust and blood covers the entrance to the city. Through the smoke, Marquis Whistle and his cavalry start their final, desperate charge. The knights grit their teeth, knowing this is their only chance to break the siege. Marquis Whistle realizes with a shock that the way is actually clear. His men let out a roar of victory, charging past the decimated monster ranks. Isabella calls out to Hyunmyeong, shouting that they've successfully made it through. Hyunmyeong watches the chaos, impressed by the raw power of a level 9 raid boss like the High Dryad. Marquis Whistle raises his sword, trying to keep his men focused amidst the excitement. He warns them not to celebrate yet. The monster wave is still very much active. He lays out the situation. They have 6 minutes left before the hybrid emerges from the warps. The plan is to split into units and destroy all 3 remaining gates simultaneously. Hyunmyeong knows they have no choice, but the math doesn't look good for their small force. He argues that even with Dryad support, the warp gates will be heavily guarded. He thinks 2 units is their limit, and splitting the knights into 3 would be suicide. If they don't move now, they won't destroy a single gate before time runs out. Hyunmyeong narrows his eyes, focusing on the only logical path forward. He shocks the room by announcing he'll handle the 3rd warp alone with just Priest Andrew. He tells them to trust him. This is the choice with the highest probability of success. He knows he has to destroy the gate before the mutated boss can fully manifest. Seeing his conviction, Marquis Whistle decides to bet the fate of the city on the boy's plan. He leads his knights away, leaving the final warp to the 2 unlikely partners. Hudson looks back one last time, hoping his trust isn't misplaced. Isabella tells him to keep moving. Hyunmyeong always manages to pull off the unthinkable. They have to trust that he'll do his part while they handle theirs. Andrew is a bit panicked, asking how just the 2 of them can take down a warp gate. Hyunmyeong tells him to quiet down while he finishes running the numbers. He calculates that Isabella, Hudson, and Weiser can handle their targets with the knights. With only 6 minutes left, every second of their breakthrough counts. The real problem is the Dark Warrior, a skeletal boss with blue flames that appears at the final gate. It's on a whole other level, so Hyunmyeong plans to force a one-on-one duel using Star Pierce. He figures he only needs 30 seconds to kill it if everything goes perfectly. With Andrew's high-level priest buffs, the odds should be in their favor. Hyunmyeong holds up a glowing red gem, ready to start the final phase of his plan. Andrew's jaw drops as a massive 3-headed Hydreigon rises up to serve as their ride. The countdown to the Black Flesh hybrid summoning has already started at 5 minutes. With the clock ticking down to 0, the final race against time begins. With just over 3 minutes remaining, Marquis Whistle leads his unit in a fierce struggle against the Orc defenders. The intensity of the battle peaks as the timer drops to the final minute of the summoning window. Isabella pushes herself to the limit, slicing through enemy ranks to reach her unit's target warp. The countdown hits a critical point, with only 34 seconds left to stop the summoning. 2 of the 3 warp gates have been successfully neutralized by the other units, leaving just 1. The system confirms that 2 gates are down, but a mutated monster is now guarding the final gate. Hyunmyeong remains focused, nodding that the minimum clearing conditions have finally been satisfied. A blinding, malevolent light erupts from the last gate as the final defender prepares to emerge. The air itself begins to crackle with dark energy as the mutated presence fully manifests. A massive pillar of energy surges from the warp, signaling a massive power spike in the area. Heavily armored boots step onto the battlefield, wreathed in chilling, unholy shadows. The mutated monster is revealed as a terrifying skeletal warrior, engulfed in ethereal blue flames. This is the Dark Warrior, the final and most dangerous guardian of the remaining warp. Its empty eye sockets flare with malevolence as it locks onto its newest challengers. Hyunmyeong doesn't flinch, his own body surging with a vibrant, glowing green spiritual energy. Riding the Hydreigon with Priest Andrew, he prepares for a lightning-fast final showdown. With only 28 seconds left on the clock, the fate of the city hangs on this one battle. Thick, dark clouds churn in the sky above the battlefield. A light drizzle begins to fall from the heavy overhead. The knights charge ahead through the rain, desperate to reach the remaining warp gates. Sir Hudson knows the clock is ticking. He's putting everything on the line, trusting the man who carries Wilhelm's legacy. "Just hurry up," a voice calls out as a red-armored boot slams into the ground. Park Hyunmyeong, or Randolph as they know him, activates his full celestial dragon gear and drops right into a nest of monsters. He locks onto his targets with cold precision. Kicking his Hermes shoes into high gear, he triggers haste and becomes a blur of motion. He draws his blade as the red rift behind him pulses with energy. A skeletal knight tries to drop down on him with a blue-flamed fist. Randolph doesn't wait. He jets forward, cutting through the ranks of the undead. He leaps and swings, his blade trailing light in the dark. He grits his teeth, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. The Hydreigons let out a thunderous roar, their hideous heads poised to snap at the boss emerging from the portal to support their master. But they had no idea that the level of the person before them far exceeded their capabilities. Dozens of red slashes web across the beast's hide. The enhanced High Dragon erupts into a shower of gore. He's got 21 seconds left before the real nightmare arrives. Blood dripped steadily from the boss's armor. Hyunmyeong had to make use of every single second to deal with this powerful enemy. He lunged back into the fray, slamming headlong into the skeletal night boss. He thrusts his blade straight at the boss's head, but it narrowly tilts away to dodge. He pulls out 2 iron swords, ready to double his lethality. But the boss was no pushover. In a split-second blur, its blade flashed through the air, severing Hyunmyeong's arm before he could even blink. Suddenly, a wave of emerald energy surged through his body, and his severed arm began to regenerate at an incredible speed. He looks back to see Priest Andrew up on the cliffs, channeling a powerful blessing. Despite the healing surge, the delay cost him dearly, granting the boss just enough time to unleash a devastating, world-splitting slash. De letter 1 ECBCH, Randolph, K letter 1 ECBPG. 2. Than Dao Lern Do Don En Hung Du CH letter 1 E5 N C letter 1 E7. A Don Don Kung Distroke letter 1 EA9 Y and Lern It Kung Trung. Distroke letter 1 ED3 and G, H letter 1 ED3, Distroke letter 1 EBFM, and G letter 1 B0, letter 1 EE3, CGI letter 1 EDD, CH letter 1 EC9, Con Dung 17 Jai. Watching from below, Andrew couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for the swordsman. But Andrew wasn't safe either. With a sudden blink, the massive boss appeared like a looming shadow right behind him. The old priest stares up, knowing he's in serious trouble. Randolph dropped like a meteor, cleaving straight through the monster before it could even lay a finger on the old man. The underlings swarmed forward, desperate to eliminate this crucial buffer. But Hyunmyeong struck back in a flash, unleashing a devastating flurry of kicks and slashes that carved a path of blood for the old man. His focus is razor-sharp. He can't afford a single mistake now. A massive beam of light crashes down, incinerating everything in a skill called Star Claw. Andrew can only watch from the ground as the world turns white. Just as he finished clearing the mobs on this side, the boss was already looming behind him, closing in for the kill. Hyunmyeong's eyes widened in alarm as the chilling mist from the boss exhaled directly onto him. The monster charged forward with a terrifying force, bringing an overwhelming pressure that seemed to crush everything in its path. But Hyunmyeong barely managed to bring his twin blades up in time, locking them against the boss's massive sword with only 11 seconds left on the clock. A massive explosion erupted from the sheer residual force of the clash between these two powerhouses. The ground shakes as the explosion levels everything in sight. As the dust and smoke cleared, the two figures remained standing tall and immovable. Blood splattered the ground, even though Hyunmyeong's blades had successfully intercepted that thunderous, lightning-fast strike. A cold blue flame flickers within the hollow of a steel helmet. Randolph tightens his grip on the hilt, blood mixing with the falling rain. With a predatory grin, he realizes the moment has finally arrived. The skeletal knight blocks his path, certain that the intruder is going nowhere. Randolph didn't even spare the monster a glance. Instead, he called out to his ally standing behind him. Priest Andrew begins the ritual green energy swirling around him as he prepares the ultimate sacrifice. "Venerate only me," Randolph shouts, demanding the priest's total devotion. The scene cuts back to the countdown timer leading to the city's destruction, which still shows 5 minutes remaining. In a flashback, Andrew's face is etched with doubt as he wonders if their two-man mission is enough to stop the war. Park Hyunmyeong admits that even his skills aren't enough to destroy the gates before time runs out. Andrew is horrified, knowing that failure means death for everyone in the city. Hyunmyeong asks him a simple question: does he truly want to save his people? The demand for the prayer of veneration leaves the old priest completely stunned. It's a forbidden technique, a holy ritual usually reserved for the gods themselves. Only a handful of the most devoted high priests in the church even have the power to attempt it. If offered to a mortal, the target gains power equal to the goddess for a single fleeting moment. But for the priest, it's a final prayer, a complete severance from their deity's life. Andrew was a character designed solely to serve his goddess, making this request a death sentence for his soul. For someone like him, being cast out of the goddess's embrace is unthinkable. It's a spiritual agony that transcends physical pain. To Andrew, losing that connection feels like having his heart torn out while the world vanishes into darkness. It's the final technique of a priest, a skill that costs them absolutely everything they are. Hyunmyeong is effectively asking the man to abandon the foundation of his entire existence. Andrew is baffled, wondering how a stranger could possibly know about such a secret and devastating ritual. Hyunmyeong doesn't care about the source. He only cares that the old man has the power to do it. He confesses that his entire plan was built on the assumption that Andrew would make this sacrifice. He knows the priest's heart too well. He's the kind of man who could never let his people suffer. He admits he's essentially holding the city hostage to force the old man's hand. Despite the cold logic, Hyun-myung bows his head in a rare moment of gratitude. Tears begin to fall from the priest's eyes as the weight of the choice finally settles. Andrew actually thanks him, relieved to finally choose the lives of his people over his own religious guilt. Hyun-myung watches in silence, acknowledging the weight of the man's resolve. Back in the present, the sage of Pangenia pours every ounce of his spirit into the prayer. Randolph watches the light intensify, acknowledging Andrew as the most respectable human he's ever met. A massive wave of system notifications floods the air as every single one of his stats hits the ceiling. The ultimate buff activates, but it's only going to last for 2 precious seconds. With this level of power surging through him, he's ready to channel the legendary Night King himself. He stares down the skeleton knight, telling the monster it should feel honored to see what's coming next. He raises his blade, deciding that this forbidden technique is exactly what the situation calls for. The air itself seems to crystallize as the raw energy begins to gather around his sword. He spins into a golden vortex, a display of martial perfection that defies gravity. The skeleton knight is swallowed by the light of Wilhelm's signature swordsmanship. A blinding pillar of pure white light erupts from the battlefield, its power echoing the legendary genesis of heaven and earth. The shockwave ripples across the city, leveling everything in its path and leaving the local defenders frozen in awe. Citizens huddle together in the shadows, shielding their eyes from the divine radiance that has suddenly turned night into day. The survivors look toward the epicenter of the blast, unable to comprehend the scale of the power they've just witnessed. Priest Andrew remains in prayer, his face a mask of exhaustion and reverence as the holy ritual reaches its conclusion. As the divine light fades, system messages signal the end of the buff and the deactivation of Randolph's primary combat skills. Standing amidst the ruins in his dragon armor, Randolph acknowledges the old priest's sacrifice, declaring that the city has finally been saved. A cascade of rewards floods his vision, confirming the destruction of the warps just a second before the arrival of a devastating boss. With the rift sealed and the Dark Army forced back into the abyss, the main quest is officially declared complete. Years ago, Priest Andrew reached out to the legendary Night King, Wilhelm, in total desperation. He begged for help, hopping the old ties between them would be enough to get the king to listen. With tears in his eyes, he pleaded for the life of his only daughter. His child, Andasar, had been twisted into an eldritch monster by a cruel curse. To protect the world from the darkness inside her, Andrew had kept her chained in an underground vault. He spent years searching for someone powerful enough to purify her without letting the secret out. The quest required someone with absolute honor, and the system finally found a match. Wilhelm looked the old man in the eye, weighing the request. Without a second thought, the king told him to lead the way to the dungeon. They descended into the cold, stone depths of the hidden sanctuary. The air was heavy with the smell of old magic and regret. There they found Andasar, barely recognizable as the girl she once was. Wilhelm confirmed her identity before preparing his sword. He walked toward the monster, promising to bring her back from the darkness. Back in the present, Randolph successfully stops the hybrid's summoning with just a second to spare. The Dark Legion is forced back into the abyss as the portal collapses into nothingness. Andrew is stunned, demanding to know how this stranger can use Wilhelm's legendary techniques. Randolph just gives a calm smile, admitting he's the one carrying on the king's legacy. The priest is overwhelmed, being saved by the master years ago and now by the disciple. But the excitement is too much for his failing health. Blood spills from his mouth as his body finally begins to give out. Randolph drops everything and rushes to the old man's side. Andrew is in rough shape, his life force quickly draining away. He explains that using his remaining holy power, let his suppressed illness come roaring back. Randolph realizes the priest is at death's door and needs a miracle. He decides to bet everything on a risky move he's never tried before. Andrew just groans, reminding him that he still owes a massive debt to the master. Randolph brings up the indulgence Andrew once issued to Wilhelm. The priest is shocked. Those items aren't supposed to be transferable to anyone else. A massive pillar of light erupts as Randolph officially absolves the priest of his sins. An indulgence is a big deal. A high priest can only grant 3 of them in their entire life. It's a divine pardon that clears any crime that isn't a literal cardinal sin. In the game world, players use these scrolls to wipe their records after griefing. They don't actually have a physical form. They're more like a debt of pure fate. A priest literally stakes their soul and reputation to make the absolution stick. Randolph gambled that his past contract with the dragon Dramut worked on the same principle. He remembers forcing the dragon to respect their deal through sheer force of will. Dramut was terrified, unable to understand how a human knew the secrets of their bond. In the present, Andrew can feel his holy power flooding back into his veins. Randolph breathes a sigh of relief. It was a total long shot, but it actually worked. He admits he didn't expect the gamble to pay off so perfectly. Andrew is left speechless, wondering where this kid could have possibly gotten such power. Andrew is freaking out, wondering how Randolph managed to get his hands on a holy indulgence. He immediately jumps to the conclusion that it was stolen and starts begging Randolph to repent before the goddess. Randolph realizes he's in a tight spot. He can't exactly explain that he's actually the original owner. He keeps his mouth shut, knowing that revealing his true identity as Wilhelm would cause way more problems. Before he can figure out a cover story, he hears the sound of horses galloping toward them. He considers just knocking the old man out to end the conversation, but Isabella arrives just in time. A smirk plays on his lips. The interruption couldn't have been more perfect. He tells the priest they'll have to finish their chat later and starts walking away. Andrew tries to stop him, but Randolph just waves him off, calling the timing a blessing from the heavens. The system updates the rankings for main Quest 4, and no surprise here, Randolph is holding down the top spot. With the invasion finally over, the Dryads prepare to head back to their forest using the teleport book. Their leader stops to thank him, reminding Randolph that they'll always have his back as a friend. Even though the city air is basically poison to them, the elves leave with their heads held high. As soon as they vanish, the survivors immediately get to work rebuilding the ruined city. Randolph decides to hire top-tier alchemists to fix the warp gate, using Sir Hudson's deep pockets to fund the whole thing. Meanwhile, Andrew is finally stable, but he's going to need some serious bed rest to get his strength back. Since there aren't any other priests around to help the wounded, Randolph pivots to a different strategy. He starts buying up massive amounts of healing potions to treat the citizens, once again charging it all to Hudson. Naturally, the Marquis isn't exactly thrilled about his bank account being drained for charity. He demands to know why Randolph is playing Robin Hood with his family fortune. Randolph shuts him down immediately, reminding him that a stable city is the only way to help his daughter, Serengeti. The girl has fallen back into a deep sleep under the Demon King's curse, and things aren't looking good. To quiet him down, Randolph tosses a vial of highest-grade elixir toward the stunned Marquis. Hudson can't believe his eyes. This is a treasure that even the most powerful temples only see a few times a year. He finally connects the dots, realizing that Randolph must be a high-ranking player. Randolph doesn't bother lying about it anymore, confirming that the Marquis's help made clearing the quest a breeze. Hudson looks at him with newfound respect, realizing this guy is the Randolph currently sitting at the top of the leaderboards. He goes even further, guessing that Randolph is actually the legendary user known as Phantom. In his past life, Phantom was the one who personally trained and raised the greatest heroes of the continent, including Wilhelm. Randolph finds the praise a bit embarrassing, but apologizes for keeping his identity under wraps. Hudson nods, agreeing that revealing who you really are in this world is basically a suicide mission. He looks at the elixir in his hands, wondering how he should address someone of Randolph's status from now on. Randolph tells him to keep it simple. If he's been calling him a saint, he might as well stick with it. Hudson is genuinely grateful, but worries about the massive amount of Golden Rule time Randolph spent to buy such a treasure. Randolph tells him not to sweat it. Landing in first place gave him more than enough currency to play with. He figures the city's low overall combat power actually gave his personal contribution a massive score boost. He opens up the system interface to check out his current standing in the shop. He's currently sitting on over 140 hours of Golden Rule time, which is a massive haul. Being in first place allows him to see 10 different high-tier listings at once. For Randolph, the Golden Rule Shop is his most important tool for surviving the challenges ahead. He's shocked to see the exact materials he used to craft unique items in his past life as Wilhelm. Among them is a fang from the White King, a monster so terrifying that even Wilhelm barely managed to escape it alive. Randolph realizes that when a character dies, their gear doesn't just vanish. It gets registered in the Golden Rule Shop. This makes Golden Rule time even more vital than he first thought. He needs to stack as much as possible to get the best items. He turns to Hudson and announces his immediate departure for the next quest, entrusting Serengeti's safety to him in the meantime. Hudson looks worried, explaining that Marquis Weiser has already promised to hand Serengeti over to the Scion Dukedom to settle a debt. To make matters worse, Maxim, one of the continent's 8 heroes, is lending his strength to the dukedom to ensure the deal goes through. Maxim is a famous mercenary captain, but Randolph remembers him for a much less honorable reason. To Randolph, the man is nothing more than a coward who was the first to tuck tail and run during a critical battle near the demon realm. He realizes his path will cross with the 8 heroes sooner than expected, and he's more than ready for the confrontation. He tells Hudson to simply stall for as much time as possible, assuring him that mentioning Randolph's name should buy them some breathing room. Randolph promises to be back as quickly as he can, urging the Marquis not to let his daughter be taken while he's gone. Hudson is clearly intimidated, but Randolph reminds him that Serengeti herself believes he is someone she can truly rely on. He leaves the city's defense in Hudson's hands, giving him one last look of encouragement. The Marquis stands stunned by the weight of the responsibility, clutching the precious elixir. He softly wishes the young man a safe journey, his respect for the saint having grown tenfold. Behind them, the ruins of the city serve as a grim reminder of the stakes they are playing for. Isabella joins Randolph, looking sharp in the high-quality clothes Marquis Whistle provided as a parting gift. She's surprisingly grateful for the new gear, while Marquis Whistle wishes them both a safe and successful journey. As they walk away, Randolph mentions a reward for the soldiers that Marquis Whistle will need to settle on his behalf. They head toward the outskirts of the city, passing under a clear, open sky. Their path leads them past a massive stone monument engraved with names. Randolph stops to look at the list of those who didn't make it through the invasion. He reads the names of the fallen: James, Noah, Lucas, honoring the heroes who fought fiercely until the very end. He places a hand on the cold stone, silently praying for them to find the rest they deserve. A golden light seems to emanate from the monument as he pays his respects. He whispers a final thank you to the spirits of the knights, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for their sacrifice. The system chimes in, announcing that the 500 fallen knights have found peace, boosting Randolph's fame and progress on a hidden egg. Meanwhile, back in the city, Marquis Whistle men ask about the reward Randolph mentioned earlier. Marquis Whistle nearly chokes when he hears the amount. Randolph promised 10,000 gold to every single bereaved family. Marquis Whistle is left footing the bill for Randolph's grand gestures, while a new threat begins to stir on the horizon. Isabella asks where they are headed next, and Randolph explains they are following the guidance of the stars. He admits he has someone specific in mind that he needs to recruit for the battles ahead. A confident smirk crosses his face as he thinks about the raw power this new ally will bring to the team. Just like Isabella, this person is another powerful character from his past that he had previously left to their own devices. He reveals the identity of their next target, the lightning-wielding warrior known as Isaac. The giant monster lies defeated in the wasteland, its threat finally neutralized. Isabella asks Randolph where they're headed next now that the battle is over. Randolph tells her he's just following the stars' guidance, but adds that he needs to bring someone back. He smiles, explaining that this person is essential for boosting his combat power for the upcoming challenges. He's looking for another former character of his that he left dormant, much like Isabella. The target is a legendary figure, the Supreme Lightning Isaac. A few days later, they arrive at the Eerie Raven graveyard dungeon. The graveyard is silent under the moonlight, filled with rows of tombstones and the constant cawing of crows. A massive corpse raven lies slain on the dark ground, defeated after a quick struggle. The system confirms the dungeon boss's death as the smoke clears. Among the loot is a golden scale fragment and a rare evolved corpse raven core. Randolph picks up the red core, glad it dropped so easily. Isabella watches, wondering what he's planning. He explains that this is the key to entering Cramdal, the demon city where Isaac is hiding. Cramdal is a city of monsters ruled by the White King, the guardian deity of the North. It's home to high-level demons and mythical beings that even the cracks of the world can't hold back. Known as an impenetrable fortress, it's a place where humans aren't normally allowed to set foot. But since Randolph has the glutton trait, he has a way to bypass those restrictions. To Isabella's utter shock, he suddenly bites down on the raven core and starts eating it. The system confirms the core has been consumed, and his trait evolution begins immediately. The iron-blooded monarch's heart pulses, neutralizing the curse and mental contamination from the core. The glutton trait evolves into the corpse Raven King, granting him a powerful summoning ability and a new form. Randolph is impressed. The disguise is so perfect it would fool even the best shapeshifters. The red gem on his chest serves as the anchor for the transformation. If it breaks, the illusion unravels. Isabella stares at his new plague doctor look, completely baffled by the dramatic change. Randolph lets out a loud caw, sounding exactly like a bird. Isabella blinks, asking him if he seriously just made a bird noise. Randolph is horrified. It's a ridiculous side effect of the core he wasn't prepared for. Isabella laughs, thinking he's just really dedicated to the role. He tells her to shut up and hand over the gear. Caw. He pulls out the Michaela set, explaining it will give her the wings of a celestial dragonborn. Since they both need to pass as monsters to enter the city, she has to put it on. Caw. He urges her to hurry because it's a long journey to Cramdell. Caw. A massive ship cuts through the rough ocean waves as they head toward their destination. Isabella puts on the armor, which automatically adjusts to her form, giving her a set of black demon wings. She's surprised he knew about the hidden docks to the city. Randolph just says the stars know everything. Caw. In reality, he just remembers seeing Wilhelm use this route once in his past life. Isabella scans the ship's interior, noticing the crowd of monsters traveling with them. The deck is filled with formidable-looking beings, all quietly minding their own business. Randolph notes that these are all level 7 or 8 monsters, the only ones allowed into Cramdell. Caw. He explains that evolved monsters have human-level intelligence and won't cause trouble. Caw. A clawed monster's hand reaches out as the ship approaches the city's domain. He reminds her that following the rules is mandatory here. Caw. But Isabella suddenly senses something. Out of nowhere, a level 9 raid boss, the giant grudge phantasm, rises from the depths. It lets out a guttural moan about being hungry. The massive beast reaches out with its clawed hands, ready to crush the ship. It looms over them, its presence alone enough to sink the vessel. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupts in the sky right above the monster's head. The city's defense skill, Medusa's Eye, activates. The monster pauses in confusion, its hunger quickly replaced by shock. Within seconds, the colossal threat is turned into solid stone. Isabella is stunned that a level 9 boss was taken out so easily. Randolph explains that this is one of the key defenses of Cramdell. Caw. He tells her that no one is allowed to cause trouble in this domain. Caw. Those who dare to break the rules will find only death. The petrified beast sinks beneath the waves into a glowing vortex. Caw. That is the ironclad rule here. Caw. Isabella remains silent as they watch it disappear. Randolph notes that evolved monsters are smart enough to stay in line. Caw. An evolved crew member approaches them, apologizing for the impurity that tried to interfere with their trip. It's a level 8 evolved sewer rat. He tells the passengers they can relax and rest assured now. The ship continues sailing through the fog. The rat tells them they'll be at the city soon, so they should just forget about the monster. They pass through a massive gateway. He wishes them a peaceful day ahead. Randolph reminds Isabella that they're entering a fortress of monsters. Caw. If their real identities get leaked, they won't make it out alive. Caw. They step off the boat and into the city. He tells her not to let her guard down for a single moment. Caw. They pass under a stone arch, marked with a red hot spring symbol. Inside, the city looks surprisingly normal and bustling, with streetlights illuminating the stone paths. Monsters are shouting advertisements for the friendly hot spring, offering half-price entry for today. One monster yells that unstable bodies need to be purified. They're trying really hard to get customers. Randolph and Isabella are frozen in place. Isabella admits this is definitely not what she expected a demon city to look like. Randolph is internally screaming. He can't believe what he's seeing. He remembers Wilhelm coming here a year ago. Back then, there were no hot springs, just a barren, dead wasteland. He stares at the lively market stalls. He's genuinely confused about what happened to the place. Isabella looks at him. She asks who this Isaac person is that they came all this way to find. Randolph just says, Caw. She repeats her question, wanting to know why he's so focused on this guy. Randolph goes silent for a second. He explains that Isaac, the Supreme Lightning, is a notorious criminal wanted across the entire continent. The guy is known for extorting everyone from nobles to priests of the goddess church. He's the type of guy who robs his own allies while pretending to be a mercenary. But his biggest crime was the annihilation of a mining city. He triggered monster warps that froze and killed everyone. Randolph calls him an unprecedented danger. Caw. Isabella remarks that he sounds like a parent bragging about their kid. Isabella scoffs. Caw. She's convinced that Isaac isn't even human based on those stories. Randolph thinks back to his past life. He feels responsible for how the game world fell apart while he did nothing. He realizes now that this was never just a game. He has to fix his mistakes. He tells Isabella that Isaac is someone they absolutely need for their greater cause. Caw. She says she understands, but she has a warning of her own. She says that since he's so dangerous, if Isaac poses even the smallest threat to Randolph, she won't hesitate to kill him mercilessly. Randolph gives a sharp grin. He's glad he can count on her. Caw. They keep walking as Isabella asks what this Isaac guy even looks like. Randolph starts his description. He says Isaac has a distinct lightning-shaped scar right on his forehead. He's got blonde hair that's hard to miss, and he has the wings of a celestial dragonborn, just like Isabella does. Randolph suddenly spots a winged figure in the distance. He lets out a surprised caw as he sees the man kicking a cactus monster. The man turns out to be a very energetic salesman. He yells at them, waving a flyer and insisting that his hot spring is the cheapest and best in town. Isabella and Randolph are left speechless. Isabella looks back at Randolph, repeating his description of a dangerous man unlike any other in history with pure skepticism. But Isaac, Supreme Lightning, doesn't care about his reputation. He just wants customers. He screams that they aren't allowed to leave without visiting his hot spring first. Isaac is screaming his head off, waving a hot spring flyer like his life depends on it. He's not letting anyone leave until they visit the spring. He's definitely trying to pull a scam, but there's a sharp look in his eyes that says he's more than just a street hustler. He demands to know why they're just standing there staring at him like he's part of a show. Isabella is caught off guard when she realizes he's actually noticed the dragon wings she's trying to hide. Randolph keeps up the act, greeting her as a fellow half-dragon and claiming it's been over a century since he saw one of his own kind. Isaac stays quiet, watching the two of them with a skeptical expression. Randolph suggests they catch up, but Isaac just thinks he's a total lunatic. Isaac is about to tell him off, but he suddenly freezes. A massive red eye looms behind Randolph, and Isaac realizes he's dealing with someone way more dangerous than he thought. Randolph leans in close and whispers a title that makes Isaac's blood run cold: The Lightning-Severing Hunter. They stand in the middle of the foggy street, the atmosphere turning deadly serious in an instant. Isaac panics, grabbing Randolph's arms and demanding to know how he could possibly know that name. Randolph tells him to drop the act, since he knows exactly what kind of situation they're both in. Monsters usually fall for Isabella's disguise, but Isaac has a special reason for being able to see right through it. It turns out Randolph used the exact same trick as her to sneak into this place. Underneath his plain clothes, Isaac is actually equipped with the legendary Michela set. He's wearing top-tier armor and speed-boosting rings that he's hidden with an invisibility potion. But none of that matters because Randolph's great sage skill lets him see through every single layer of his gear. Randolph whispers that he can see every piece of gear Isaac is wearing and gives him a choice: cooperate or die. There's a tense silence before Isaac suddenly bursts out laughing. He does a complete 180, laughing and shaking Isabella's hand like they're old friends. Isabella tries to play along, but Randolph mocks her for the weird caw sound she added to her greeting. He suggests they move somewhere else to have a real conversation. As they walk away, Randolph's attention is caught by something on the ground. It's the flyer from earlier. A hot spring actually sounds like the perfect place for a chat. They head over to a traditional-looking inn nearby. Isaac kicks the door open and shouts for the owner, dragging a cactus-like monster along for the ride. Inside, a grumpy goblin is sitting at the counter. Randolph steps up and asks for 2 rooms. The goblin owner starts chewing out Isaac for his terrible customer service. Isaac doesn't care and tells the owner to just charge everything to the monster he brought in. The poor monster is absolutely terrified, crying about how this is straight-up extortion. It turns to Randolph, begging for the hero to step in and save it. It screams for justice, but everyone just ignores its pleas. Randolph tells Isabella to just keep walking and avoid making eye contact with the creature. They leave the monster behind to deal with the debt, while its screams echo through the hallway. The inn is surprisingly nice, with decorative banners hanging up. The hot spring area is spacious and filled with steam. A system message explains that the water has special properties that can stabilize the body. Isaac is impressed, mentioning that he doesn't remember a spring being here before. Randolph says he doesn't know the details, only that these springs recently started erupting. He looks into the water, wondering if this is a sign of something bigger happening. Isaac cuts to the chase, asking why Randolph went through the trouble of seeking him out. Randolph just says the stars guided him. Isaac thinks the stars' excuse is a load of crap, calling Randolph out for acting like a saint. He insults Randolph, calling him a pathetic corpse crow, but the masked guy just points out he's a thug who scams people into baths. Isaac gets defensive, claiming he's just doing what he has to for a living, and Randolph just goes along with it. Randolph drops the games and says he's actually there to offer him a deal. He tells Isaac to serve him for 1 year, and in exchange, he'll get him out of this hellhole and back to the continent. Isaac stays silent, clearly considering if this weirdo is actually serious. He scoffs and tells Randolph to quit the nonsense and leave him alone. But then Randolph asks if he's going to spend the rest of his life hiding from his past. He brings up the mining city that Isaac destroyed, and the hunter's expression goes cold. Randolph starts recounting the story Isaac has been trying to forget. Back in the game days, Randolph used Isaac's character to basically be the biggest troll on the server. He ended up with so much infamy he couldn't even enter most cities, which led him to a hidden village. That's where he found the village chief, a textbook low-level villain who spent his days embezzling money. The guy was a piece of work, bribing everyone in sight just to stay in power. Isaac figured it was a good place to lay low, so he signed on as the chief's personal fixer. He thought it was funny, a powerhouse like him playing the role of a lackey for a third-rate crook. For a while, it was just simple errands and dirty work, but he soon realized the chief was way more ambitious and violent than he initially thought. Beneath the surface, the man was a genuine monster. He was willing to spill blood to get ahead. With Isaac doing the heavy lifting, this small-time villain started becoming a major player. The guy finally managed to become a real demon after securing a mining agreement. They stood in the shadows of the mine they'd just taken over. The chief thanks him, but Isaac wonders what he's really getting himself into. The man can't stop laughing about how a rural nobody like him finally made it to the big leagues. He promises Isaac enough wealth and power to make a king jealous. Isaac thinks it's all a joke and plans to loot the place and leave as soon as things get boring. But the chief tells him they're only just getting started. He believes that with this mine, they're going to reach the top. He watches the workers with a twisted grin, clearly enjoying his new position. Deep inside the mountain, people are being worked to the bone. They look absolutely miserable, broken by the endless labor. Isaac looks up at the scale of the operation, realizing things have gone way too far. The chief casually explains that he just kidnapped everyone from the surrounding cities to fill the mine. He admits it cost a fortune to bribe the royal guards, but he sees it as a smart investment. He's already counting the astronomical amount of money he's going to make. In the crowd, a young boy is struggling to breathe in the thick dust. The kid is clearly sick, coughing his heart out on the dirty floor. The chief walks over, looking down at the suffering child. The boy is shivering, his bare feet covered in grime. The chief puts a hand on his head with a creepy smile and asks if he's caught a cold. He tells the kid it'd be a disaster if he spread that cold to the other workers, so he should go rest now. The chief sighs, regretting that the sick boy is no longer useful for labor. He calls it a shame, his voice devoid of any actual human emotion. He casually suggests they can just force the slaves to produce more children to replace the ones who die. Isaac stares at the man in horror, finally realizing that he's been serving a complete monster. The chief is already dreaming bigger, talking about buying out the entire kingdom with his new wealth. He laughs and thanks Isaac for everything, totally oblivious to the killing intent radiating from the hunter. Isaac's mind is racing. He realizes he's messed up and that he can't let this nightmare continue. He decides right then and there that he's going to be the one to tear it all down. Back at the hot spring, Randolph notes that killing the chief didn't actually fix anything in that corrupt city. He points out that the entire kingdom was rotten, and new villains were always waiting in the wings to take over. This realization led Isaac to summon a monster wave that completely leveled the mining city. It was a desperate, bloody move to end the cycle of evil once and for all, even at the cost of many lives. Randolph tells him to stop living in his own shadow, as the city's fate was sealed long before he got involved. Isaac clenches his fist under the water, telling the masked man to stop acting like he knows everything. But Randolph pushes further, telling him that hiding in a place like this isn't the right way to seek atonement. When Isaac asks who he is to judge him, Randolph drops a bombshell. His goal is to kill the Demon King. He challenges Isaac to stop hiding and finally do something that actually makes the world a better place. He explains that he's building a team of comrades who are as loyal as they are powerful, and who will never betray him. Isaac is still doubtful, wondering why this stranger would ever consider him reliable. Randolph tells him he knows more about him than he thinks, perhaps even more than Isaac knows himself. The hunter is at a loss for words, scratching his head in sheer confusion at the guy's confidence. He thinks the idea of a lowly king of crows killing the Demon King is nothing more than a bad joke. Randolph just grins behind his mask and suggests they settle this with a bet. He notes that in a place like Cramdell, the normal rules of society don't apply. He explains that among monsters, your status is the only thing that actually matters, and he's going to prove he's no ordinary crow. Isaac looks at him, wondering what kind of insane plan he's cooking up now. The scene shifts to the imposing Tower of Mysteries that towers over the dark city. Randolph declares he'll prove his worth by claiming a mystery from the tower's depths. A system message pops up, officially starting the quest to obtain a mystery and prove his status. So what exactly is an arcana? In this world, it's not just a fancy word, It's a visible manifestation of power and status. Think of it like those flashy effects you see in video games when a character hits a certain level or uses a special skill. It's that glow that says, "Yeah, I'm a big deal." It's similar to how items in Pangea start to glow green or red when you've enhanced them enough. Here, these distinct visual cues are officially known as arcanas. Most of them are just for show, though. While some rare versions might give you a slight edge or a supplementary ability, most don't actually do anything useful. Unless you're a high-ranking guildmaster or a city ruler where your arcana acts as a symbol of authority, ordinary ones are pretty much just cosmetic. For humans, they don't mean much, but for monsters, it's a completely different story. To them, it's everything. In the demon world, an arcana is like a lion's mane. It's a direct representation of the monster's species rank and their qualification to lead. The higher the rank of the arcana, the higher the monsters standing in the hierarchy. It's the difference between a common grunt and a fearsome raid monster. Naturally, the strongest monsters usually end up with the best arcanas, cementing their position as absolute rulers of their kind. Even if the arcana itself doesn't make you stronger, having a top-tier one is living proof that you already are. And if you want to find the highest-ranking arcanas in the land, there's only one place to go. The Hall of Arcanas in Cramdal. Countless monsters risk their lives every day trying to climb its floors to prove their worth to the world. The higher you climb, the better the arcana you can claim. It's a simple, brutal meritocracy. Flashback to 2 days ago, and our boy Randolph is chilling in a hot spring with Isaac. Isaac's just laying it on thick, mocking the idea of a lowly raven even trying to challenge the hall. Isaac is convinced Randolph will be torn to shreds within 30 minutes of stepping foot in there. He's practically laughing in his face. Randolph just takes it all in stride, which only makes Isaac more boastful. He even offers a bet. If Randolph actually proves his worth, he'll become his slave or companion. He's so sure of himself, he's practically giving his freedom away. Randolph just nods, already planning his next move. 2 days later, the day of the trial finally arrives. The atmosphere at the Hall of Arcanas is heavy with the scent of ambition and damp cave air. A massive crowd has gathered at the entrance, a chaotic mix of various monsters all looking for a chance to move up in the world. Isabella and Randolph watch from the sidelines. It's a zoo out here, with half the monsters just present to watch the others fail. Randolph asks Isabella if she's going to challenge the tower too. He's surprised when she says she already has an arcana. She offers to show him, and a strange, cold energy begins to swirl around her body. Even Randolph can feel the weight of it. A glowing blue aura erupts from Isabella, taking a shape that makes Randolph's blood run cold. It's a presence he recognizes instantly. Jormungandr's scales. Randolph can't believe his eyes. This is one of the legendary 32 stars, an arcana of insane value. Isabella explains she got it after a dream about a massive serpent wrapping around her. To her, it's just a pretty effect with no special abilities. Randolph realizes the truth. The Desert Queen didn't keep Isabella clothes out of kindness. She knew Isabella was the key to finding Jormungandr's star. This arcana is essentially a map to a power that no one has ever found. It's one of the most coveted treasures in the world. The light of the arcana shimmers, a tiny piece of a cosmic puzzle that Isabella is carrying around without even knowing it. Flashback visuals of the Desert Queen on her throne. Randolph sees now that she's a predator who recognized the value Isabella possesses. The Queen would never let a prize like this go. Keeping Isabella at her side as a princess was just a way to keep the star within reach. Randolph's mind is racing. His history with the Desert Queen is clearly far from over, and Isabella is right at the center of it. Isabella notices his sudden silence and asks if everything's okay. Randolph just brushes it off with a casual chirp. He tells her to focus on the task at hand. There's no point worrying about the Queen when the gates are about to open. A small, rat-like herald steps forward, announcing that the Hall of Arcanas is about to open. He tells everyone to get their gear ready. The participants start crowding toward the entrance. Randolph watches the preparations with a sharp, focused gaze. He tells Isabella he's heading in. She promises to wait for him, her expression serious as she watches him step toward the gate. The crowd surges forward as the heavy doors finally begin to creak open. revealing the misty path inside. But the air suddenly turns heavy. Huge, monstrous silhouettes emerge from the shadows, making even the boldest participants freeze in their tracks. Randolph pauses, sensing the massive shift in pressure. He's not the only heavy hitter who showed up today. A high-ranking monster with scarred skin and a terrifying aura looms over the entrance. A true blood kin has arrived. Then a mature leviathan drifts into view, its massive, scaled head casting a long shadow over the gathered crowd. And to top it all off, the Minotaur King himself towers over the rest. It seems every Calamity-class monster in the region is here to watch the show. Randolph narrows his eye, watching the chaos unfold. He can tell today isn't going to be a normal walk in the park. Something big is brewing. The Rat Herald steps up, addressing the crowd with a toothy grin. He's excited because there's an empty seat among the 5 great warriors, and he's hoping one of these monsters is strong enough to fill it. He mentions that even the White King is keeping a close eye on the results. Everyone's looking for the next pillar of Cramdal to emerge from this trial. That vacancy is exactly why all these high-tier monsters have crawled out of the woodwork. They're all hungry for that spot at the top. Right now, there are only 4 of these legendary warriors, including Medusa. Each one is a nightmare that would take a top 30 player just to stand a chance against. Randolph finds it suspicious. If they already have 4 powerhouses, why are they so desperate to find a 5th? Something feels off. Suddenly, a massive reptile monster looms over him, barking at him to get out of the way. The creature's got a real ego, looking down on anything it considers inferior. The lizard scoffs at Randolph, asking if a lowly raven is actually planning to challenge the hall. It's the kind of condescending tone that's asking for a reality check. The surrounding crowd stays silent, watching the interaction with curious eyes. They've seen plenty of weaklings try and fail before. The reptile monster erupts into a mocking laugh that echoes through the entrance. He thinks the whole idea is a complete joke. He tells Randolph to scurry off to a junk shop for a cheap arcana instead of throwing his life away here. He's practically begging the kid to go home before he gets hurt. The monster leans in, his red eye full of arrogance. He tells Randolph he clearly doesn't understand the level of danger he's walking into. To him, Randolph might look a bit stronger than a normal bird, but he's still just a low-ranked species in his eyes. Rank is everything in this world. He snaps that this place isn't for trash like goblins or ravens to hang around. He's making it very clear who he thinks belongs in the tower and who doesn't. The lizard claims he understands the desire to escape a lowly fate, but insists that species limits are absolute. He's trying to crush Randolph's spirit before the doors even open. The tower gates finally swing open, revealing a swirling, ethereal portal. The reptile monster shouts one last insult, telling Randolph to know his place. The Rat Herald officially announces the opening of the hall. The air shimmers as the portal stabilizes, beckoning the brave and the foolish alike. A 5-second countdown appears for the entry. Randolph doesn't even look back at the lizard, just muttering that the guy talks way too much. He calls the reptile monster a worm, which completely blindsides the arrogant beast. Randolph's got nerves of steel. As the countdown hits 1, Randolph steps forward into the light. He makes a mental note of the lizard's face. He's definitely not forgetting this encounter. Entering, the world blurs as the transition takes hold. Randolph finds himself standing on a rocky outcrop under a bright, open sky. It's a separate dimension entirely, just as he expected. He looks around, realizing nothing has changed since his last visit in his previous life. He actually regrets not being able to kill that worm inside here. He remembers that this was the only place where Wilhelm failed to get the top reward. It's the one stain on an otherwise perfect record. Back then, it was the first time anyone had challenged it, so there was zero info available. He was essentially flying blind. But this time, things are different. He's not just a challenger, he's an expert who knows exactly what to expect. A horde of skeletons begins to materialize from the ground. Randolph doesn't flinch. He's already got every strategy memorized. He recalls the 2 harsh conditions needed to fully clear this place. It's not just about brute strength, it's about gaming the system. The first trick is to enter at the lowest level possible. It sounds counterintuitive, but it's the key to the whole puzzle. See, the monsters in here match your level perfectly. If you come in at level 100, you're fighting level 100 monsters. But as your level rises, their patterns get more complex, and they become immune to easy instant kill moves. It becomes a nightmare real fast. Of course, just being low level isn't enough on its own. You still have to actually beat them. You have to completely overwhelm them with stats and performance that shouldn't even be possible at that level. You have to be an outlier. With over 200 talents and those 13 hidden traits, Randolph has the kind of absurd specs that make this impossible feat a reality. Anyone else trying this would have been stopped long before they even reached the city, but Randolph isn't anyone else. He activates his exclusive skill, Corpse Raven Summoning. Dark energy erupts from him, ready to tear through the skeleton ranks. The second factor is his class characteristics. He chose the Corpse Raven for a very specific reason. He didn't just need the core to enter the city, he wanted the skills that come with the bird, especially the ones meant for fighting huge groups. Corpse Ravens are specialized in one versus many combat. They might be low-ranked, but they're absolute kings of crowd control. Against enemies weaker than him, these skills are basically a cheat code. He starts racking up skeleton kills like it's nothing. The system messages start flooding in. Every kill pushes his summoning skill level higher, making his small army even bigger. He's clearing the floor with terrifying efficiency. At this rate, he's going to shatter every record the tower has ever seen. Randolph continues his relentless assault, noting that his skill proficiency is growing at a rate far exceeding that of high-rank monster types. It's an advantage only he can exploit. Because of his massive talent pool, his character level remains low despite the constant kills. This gap between level and actual combat power is the cornerstone of his strategy. Skill experience works differently, allowing him to sharpen his abilities to a master level while the tower still thinks he's a weakling. It's the ultimate loophole. A purple light flares in his mask's eye as he prepares to end the first trial. To him, the math is simple. Victory is the only possible outcome. A pillar of dark energy erupts, instantly vaporizing a line of skeletons. Randolph knows he is the only one with the knowledge and power to reach the tower's peak. The skeletons shatter like glass under the weight of his power. This isn't just a clear, it's a statement of absolute dominance. Outside, a cactus monster was lecturing Isaac on manners, but Isaac snapped at it to just shut up and pass out the flyers properly. The cactus could only grumble in frustration, visibly vexed that a prominent customer like itself had to swallow its pride and deal with such a lowly creature. Isaac dismisses the cactus's chirping, finding it difficult to even listen to the lesser-evolved monster. His arrogance is on full display as he focuses on his own goals. He figures that with the crowd gathered for the Hall of Arcanas, today is the perfect day to spread his flyers. His mind is strictly on business. Suddenly, the crowd erupts into a frenzy of murmurs and shouts. They're shocked because someone has already blitzed through the first challenge in record time. The first floor of the massive tower begins to glow with a brilliant, steady light. It's a beacon announcing a successful clear to everyone in the region. Isaac looks up, his eyes widening in disbelief. He can't wrap his head around how someone could have finished the first floor so quickly. He asks aloud what the light signifies, clearly out of his element. His confusion only deepens as the scale of the feat starts to sink in. Isabella steps out of the mist behind him, her presence immediately chilling the air. Isaac recognizes her as the fake demi-dragon from their previous encounter. She gives him a side-eye, asking if he's really that ignorant about how the Hall of Arcanas works. She has no patience for his lack of knowledge. She explains that the light is a progress marker. It only fires up when someone clears a floor for the very first time. It's a public scoreboard for all to see. Isaac doesn't get the big deal, nodding that plenty of monsters should be able to clear a first floor. He's missing the point entirely. Isabella clarifies that it's the speed that's surprising. While 30% might pass the first floor eventually, the difficulty spikes so hard afterward that the clear rate falls off a cliff. She smiles to herself, whispering that the Star Bearer is showing off again. She's the only one who truly knows who is inside that tower. Isaac is skeptical, asking how she can be so sure it's the Raven when no one can see inside. He finds her certainty borderline delusional. Isabella just grins, confident in her intuition. To her, there's no one else in this world capable of such an impossible feat. Her red eye gleams as she tells Isaac to pay close attention. Since they'll be working together, she wants him to understand exactly what kind of person they're dealing with. The image of the cloaked corpse raven looms large, a symbol of the impossible made flesh. In Isabella's eyes, reality itself bends to the will of the star-bearer. A dark silhouette looms with glowing orange eyes. The Minotaur King recalls a time when they were defeated by a single human named Wilhelm. He looks down at the jagged scars across his muscular chest. He realizes that Wilhelm didn't kill them back then because he needed them as bait to lure out the White King. A close-up of the Minotaur King's face reveals a simmering rage. That old humiliation hasn't faded at all, no matter how much time has passed. He orders his subordinates to report as soon as the lights on the second floor come on. He intends to deal with anyone strong enough to ascend that far himself. A servant kneels before the king in the grand, high-ceilinged hall. The news he brings is far more urgent than expected. The Minotaur King's eyes widen in genuine shock. Someone has already reached the fourth floor. The servant confirms that the lights for all floors up to the fourth have already been lit. The speed is unprecedented. The king narrows his eyes, his expression tightening into a grimace. Someone is challenging the same floor as the White King in a fraction of the time. He stands and commands that the 4 great warriors be summoned immediately. They need to gather at the Hall of Arcanas to witness this outlier. Inside the tower, a pair of boots steps onto a floor stained with the blood of countless fallen monsters. Randolph stands amidst the wreckage as his corpse raven summoning skill hits its maximum level. It immediately transcends into the advanced version. A system window confirms he has cleared the 4th floor. It offers him a progenitor giant arcana as a reward, nodding that refusing it will lead to an even tougher trial. Randolph doesn't hesitate for a second. Looking through the slit of his mask, he simply refuses the reward. A swirling cosmic portal opens to warp him to the 5th floor. The tower announces that the next challenge will be scaled based on his racial stats. The system begins measuring his unique racial traits. It tallies his points in Void, Giant, Druid, Celestial, and Corpse Raven. With a total of 55 racial points, Randolph hits a hidden final condition. A special quest arrives directly from the master of the hall. The portal turns a violent red, crackling with energy. He's offered a chance to attempt the Hall of Mythic Arcanas. Randolph stares at the notification, stunned. This is a hidden quest even the legendary Wilhelm never reached. The system warns that the quest will disappear if he refuses, forcing him back into the normal hall. He considers the sheer difficulty of a mythic-labeled challenge. This is completely unknown territory for any player. He questions if there's any merit in a human taking such a massive risk just for a higher grade reward. A close-up shows his focused gaze as he weighs his options. He knows this is a chance that no one else in this world has. He realizes he's the only one who can unlock this secret. The lure of an unprecedented adventure is too strong to ignore. Randolph begins walking toward the glowing abyss. He decides there's no need to hesitate anymore. He formally accepts the challenge and steps into the swirling cosmic rift. He enters the Hall of Mythic Arcanas, immediately earning the Adventurer Challenging Myth achievement. 3 glowing skulls loom before him. The awakened skeleton soldier emerges as his opponent. It randomly acquires the challenger's racial stats, copying his druid and giant traits. Randolph watches the monster closely. He realizes the tower is literally using his own strengths against him. A bright light erupts from the skeleton's core as it prepares to strike. The monster unleashes the druid's light spirit arrow. Dozens of glowing projectiles rain down across the dimension. Randolph tracks the incoming attacks, his red eyes darting across the sky as the beams close in. Massive explosions of light tear up the ground as he narrowly dodges the barrage. The entire area is being leveled. His boots skid across the scorched earth amidst the ongoing bombardment as he looks for an opening. A colossal skeletal hand bursts from the ground beneath him. The enemy has activated the giant's grip skill. Randolph looks down as the massive skeletal fingers begin to close in on his position. The skeletal hand slams shut with a deafening crash, pulverizing the ground where he just stood. Randolph leaps high into the air, his black cape fluttering behind him like wings. He confirms that the monster can use any skill associated with the racial stats it copied. This is proving to be a genuine threat. The difficulty spikes as dozens more skeletal hands emerge from the darkness, reaching for him. Randolph reaches for the hilt of his blade, his grip tightening as he prepares to counter. Above, the gods take notice. The constellations of the 100 Stars Temple show sudden interest in the unfolding quest. Randolph hovers in the air, a lone figure against a backdrop of celestial light and reaching bones. All the constellations have begun to watch his trial. Randolph looks up, sensing the heavy gaze of the 100 Stars Temple. He realizes he's become a main attraction for the constellations, who are likely fascinated by the hidden quest he triggered. He wonders if they're just curious or if they've tuned in specifically to watch him fail. Regardless of their intent, he knows he's being observed by the highest powers in the world. A massive pillar of light erupts from his position, shaking the very foundations of the tower's dimension. The power surges through the air as he prepares for a final, decisive strike against the mythic guardian. He activates Star Pierce, a level 2 skill that floods his body with stellar energy. For the next 76 seconds, his stats are boosted as the energy of the stars circulates through him. He originally wanted to take his time exploring this new monster's mechanics, but with an audience of gods, he decides to end the fight immediately. The ground beneath the three-headed skeleton boss shatters as Randolph readies his final assault. He doesn't want to give the constellations any reason to start hurling insults if he drags the fight out for too long. Randolph stands small against the towering mythic skeleton, but the system notification is clear. Every god in the temple has their eyes fixed on him. Outside the Hall of Arcanas, the local monsters are in a state of absolute shock. They can't believe the events unfolding within the sacred tower. The top floor of the massive pagoda suddenly ignites with a brilliant light. The crowd below erupts into chaos, wondering what kind of monster could have achieved such a feat. A horned warrior leans against a pillar, his arms crossed as he watches the tower's summit. He knows that whoever is at the top is a force to be reckoned with. The Minotaur King stares up, his expression grim. He notes that the being inside must be vicious enough to transcend the limits of any known species. Beside him, the massive, blue-eyed head of the great Earth Dragon watches the tower. They both sense an overwhelmingly horrific presence emerging. Isabella and her companions stand among the crowd, looking toward the lit-up windows of the hall. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she realizes the truth. It seems that, weak, Raven has actually reached the 5th floor, a place even the legendary White King couldn't reach. The crowd suddenly begins to panic and push each other aside. Someone shouts for everyone to make way as the atmosphere turns heavy. The 4 great warriors have arrived in person to see the one who broke the record. The Minotaur King leads the way, his presence towering over the ordinary monsters. The great Earth Dragon remarks that it's been a long time since the group has gathered in one place like this. The Snake King, his silver hair visible under his hood, corrects him with meticulous detail. It hasn't been that long, exactly 2 years and 87 days since their last meeting. Medusa stands silently, the snakes on her head swaying as she keeps her blindfolded gaze toward the tower. The Minotaur King turns to his companion, asking what they think is currently inside the tower. He stands firm, looking toward the portal. He knows a monster is currently challenging a floor that was once considered unreachable. The Snake King doesn't believe anyone stronger than the White King, or the human Wilhelm exists in this world. Yet the possibility of a new outlier, someone who rivals those 2 legends, is hard to ignore. If such a being has truly appeared, the absolute rules of Cramdal might become completely meaningless. He concludes that they will have to welcome this new existence, whether they like it or not, as either a powerful ally or a dangerous enemy. The portal in front of the tower begins to swirl with intense energy, drawing the gaze of every warrior present. A voice calls out from within the light, arrogantly asking if everyone was waiting for him. The reptile monster steps out of the portal with a loud, triumphant laugh. He's fully convinced that he's the hero everyone gathered to see. Isabella and her group look on with confusion and sweat-dropping disbelief at the lizard's grand entrance. The 4 great warriors don't even blink. They immediately dismiss him, nodding that he clearly isn't the outlier they're waiting for. Unaware of the dismissal, the reptile monster continues to boast about obtaining a legendary grade arcana. The Minotaur King is simply confused, wondering if there's a different species still left inside. The portal remains active, shimmering with a blue glow as it prepares to release the true champion of the hall. The massive mist dragon looms over the floor, boasting that its arcana is surely worthy of the title of Great Warrior. It doesn't seem to realize who it's actually dealing with. Randolph just stares it down, unimpressed. He calls the legendary beast an earthworm and tells it to settle down. He gives a cold command for the dragon to get out of his sight. To make things interesting, he starts a countdown from 3. Recognition flashes in the dragon's eyes as it realizes this is the same raven from before, but the countdown hits 3 before it can react. A system notification rings out across the chamber. The arcana of the mist dragon has been completely destroyed. The dragon looks on in absolute shock. It can't comprehend how its power was just erased in a single moment. The creature's pupils contract in fear as purple energy surges around them. The hierarchy in this room has just shifted permanently. Randolph leans in, reminding the beast that he promised he'd remember it. His red eyes glow behind his mask with terrifying intent. The stats for Eternal Randolph pop up, and they're beyond broken. It's an indestructible arcana that blocks any interference and lasts forever. The craziest part is its secondary effect. It can permanently destroy any arcana of a lower grade, literally deleting an enemy's power. The rewards start rolling in, including hundreds of golden scale fragments and a massive score boost. The constellations are losing their minds over this feat. A giant level up banner fills the screen. Randolph is hitting heights most people in this world can only dream of. The scene shifts to a serene, powerful waterfall in a different part of the kingdom. The water crashes down with a deafening roar. Beneath the falls sits the White King, the massive tiger-headed master of Cramdal. He's training in silence until he catches a strange scent on the wind. He mutters about smelling a high-status presence he's never encountered before. It's enough to pique the curiosity of a ruler who's seen it all. The White King stares forward with glowing amber eyes. Whatever just happened in the tower has definitely put him on high alert. Back in the tower, Randolph stands over the remains of the dragon. He's officially cleared the 5th floor, a feat that sets a new precedent. An achievement notification pops up. The challenger who became their own myth. Skeletal hands reach up from the ground as if to acknowledge his new legend. His fame shoots up by 500 points. The system promises that his name will be etched into the Tower of Arcanas for eternity. The results of the hidden mission are calculated, giving him a perfect score. Now he has to choose one reward out of a massive list of 100 options. The list is filled with legendary artifacts from various constellations. Everything from spears of battle to blueprints for weapons is on the table. Randolph scans the list, but finds it impossible to tell what most of these things actually are. He decides he doesn't need to make a choice right this second. The details of his Eternal Randolph arcana reappear. The ability to permanently delete an opponent's core power is just on a different level. Even Randolph thinks this is insane. He's not just stronger, he can now rob his enemies of their very essence. He examines his hand, feeling the colorless and formless energy of his new power. It's invisible, but the weight of it is undeniable. He clenches his fist as the power settles in. He's done here, and it's time to see how the rest of the world reacts. Randolph makes the call to head outside. Behind him, the dragon is still in the background, likely reeling from its loss. The dragon lets out a final, agonizing scream of despair. It can't believe its arcana, its very status, is just gone. The spectators nearby are frozen in shock. To them, it's absolutely impossible that something like this could happen. They're in total denial, unable to accept that a mere crow could deny the status of a legendary beast. The room is buzzing with disbelief. The dragon roars a final death threat at Randolph. Despite losing its power, it's still trying to exert some form of dominance. Randolph just looks back at the beast, his gaze cold and bored. He's already moved past this fight in his mind. He mocks the dragon, suggesting that at least someone here actually has a brain. He watches as the massive creature coils and prepares to lash out. Suddenly, a skill called Medusa's Eyes activates, casting a massive red glow over the scene. A group of powerful figures appears in the silhouette. The Minotaur King steps forward, his massive frame towering over the others. He announces that disturbances in Cramdal will not be tolerated. He makes it clear that this is the law of the land, decreed by the White King himself. Anyone who defies his word is an immediate enemy. The Minotaur King stares Randolph down, asking a direct question. He wants to know if Randolph is an enemy or an ally. Randolph doesn't flinch, responding that it entirely depends on how the Minotaur King chooses to act. He's not intimidated in the slightest. The Minotaur King grinds his teeth at the nerve of this newcomer. But he also recognizes that Randolph possesses a status that simply cannot be ignored. He changes his tone, stating that they wish to inform the White King of a new high-level equal. He officially invites Randolph to come with them. Randolph calmly accepts the invitation. He has no reason to make unnecessary enemies just yet. He sets one firm condition. His companions are coming with him. He points back toward his allies, making it clear he's not going anywhere alone. The group waits outside, the blonde companion looking pretty stressed out. Beside him, Isabella remains composed as they prepare for the meeting. The massive White King's castle looms through the mist, looking every bit as imposing as its master. It's an ancient, multi-tiered structure that commands the entire landscape. They step into the dark, pillared hallway, their shadows stretching across the cold stone floor. The silence in the castle is heavy, broken only by the sound of their own footsteps. The blonde companion mutters under his breath, wondering how he ever let himself get dragged into this mess. Randolph just reminds him that there's no backing out of their word now. He reminds the guy of the deal they made. If Randolph's status is real, he'll be an ally, a slave, or whatever Randolph wants. The blonde guy is clearly regretting that bet. Randolph asks him straight up which one he prefers, subordinate or slave. The choice is easy. The guy quickly settles on being a subordinate. Isabella whispers to Randolph, questioning if meeting the White King in person is really necessary. Randolph is firm. He says there's no reason to refuse an invitation when there's something he wants from the king. A massive hand pushes open the heavy stone doors. The entrance to the throne room creaks open with a weight that matches the atmosphere. The Minotaur King, Bavon, leads them inside, announcing that they've finally arrived. Randolph and his team follow close behind into the inner sanctum. This place is cavernous, with a long bridge leading toward a central platform shrouded in light. It's the kind of room designed to make visitors feel very small. Randolph takes a step forward onto the smooth floor. Every movement feels deliberate as they approach the center of the chamber. The three of them walk in silhouette toward the light. It's a tense walk, knowing that the ruler of this world is waiting at the end of the path. They stop and offer a formal greeting to the White King. He's sitting high above them on a massive stone perch, looking down like a literal god. The White King sits atop his throne, a waterfall cascading behind him. From their perspective, he's a massive, dark figure dominating the room. The king studies Randolph, nodding that he looks fragile but admits he's certainly interesting. He's curious about the crow who managed to reach the top of the tower. Randolph looks up at the massive, tiger-headed ruler. He isn't intimidated by the sheer size difference or the status of the being before him. Instead of being polite, Randolph calls the king out for being pretty rude during their first meeting. Bold move for someone standing in front of a literal king. Isabella and the blonde companion are absolutely horrified by his lack of filter. They look like they're ready for their lives to end right there and then. The White King's eyes narrow, and he seems genuinely surprised by the comment. No one usually talks to him like that. He repeats Randolph's words back to him with a dangerous edge. "Manners, you say?" The air in the room suddenly starts to feel very thin. The king releases a massive wave of status pressure, his eyes glowing a menacing red. He asks why he should care about manners in front of someone like Randolph. Randolph clenches his fist as the crushing aura hits him. He knows that without his hidden traits, this pressure alone would have stopped his heart instantly. In this world, monsters can level up just like players. They gain experience by killing others, and the higher they go, the more terrifying they become. The main difference is that monsters don't have a level cap. If they survive long enough, they can theoretically keep growing forever. It's not easy for them to level up since they're always risking their lives, but those who do are absolute powerhouses. Every level counts for significantly more than a player's level. A level 11 monster is already equivalent to a level 10, one-star transcendent player. That's a level of power that most humans can't even touch. And at level 12, they match a 2-star transcendent player. The scaling is exponential, making the high-level monsters true apex predators. Randolph looks at the White King standing before him and realizes just how outclassed he should be. This isn't just a monster, it's a living calamity. The pressure is so intense that Isabella and the blonde guy are forced to their knees. Even the Minotaur King is sweating under the weight of his ruler's aura. From the king's throne, he looks down on the visitors, who are all literally being crushed into the floor. Only one figure remains upright. The force is overwhelming, cracking the stone floor and sending ripples of red energy through the air. It's an absolute display of dominance. System messages flash across Randolph's vision as his skills activate automatically. Giant's magic resistance and Heart of the Iron-Blooded Monarch are the only things keeping him standing. The system reveals the White King is a staggering level 15. With the legendary Wilhelm and the Demon King out of the picture, he is the undisputed ruler of this world. Randolph knows he has to stay sharp. In his current state, a single breath from the king could literally tear him apart. A skeletal figure symbolizes the death that's currently staring him in the face. Randolph's mouth is set in a firm line behind his mask. He's feeling the pressure, but he isn't going to let it show. He stands his ground and fires back, asking if it isn't basic etiquette to show respect to a guest. He's effectively challenging the king's own status. The blonde companion can't believe what he's hearing. He's staring at Randolph in pure disbelief, wondering if his leader has a death wish. Even the Minotaur King is stunned. He knew Randolph wasn't normal, but to think he wouldn't flinch under this kind of soul-crushing pressure is beyond anything he expected. The standoff continues as the aura intensifies, swirls of red energy surrounding Randolph. He remains a motionless silhouette against the power of the king. The White King's mouth twitches into a grin. He seems more amused than offended by Randolph's defiance. Suddenly, a thunderous laugh echoes through the entire chamber. The king's voice is so loud it practically vibrates the air around them. The king calls Randolph a strange fellow and admits he now sees why his warriors brought him here. He's impressed by the guts it took to stand up to him. Randolph watches the king's reaction through his mask, realizing that his gamble is paying off. He can tell he's finally broken through the ruler's initial hostility. The White King was known for never paying attention to anything that didn't pique his interest. To get a word in, Randolph knew he had to be anything but ordinary. The king is a beast driven purely by instinct, fiercely possessive of his territory and constantly seeking a challenge from the strong. His glowing red eyes betray a mind that values power above all else. The scene shifts back to the past when the Tiger King was still just a little boy. A massive pillar of energy erupts in the distance, shaking the very foundations of the castle. The sheer power being tossed around threatens to leave nothing left of Cramdell. The ground is scorched and cracked from the force of the king's pressure. He casually suggests they stop the fight here, nodding it would be a problem if his own home were destroyed. Randolph remains unmoved even as fire burns around them, pointing out that the king really has no sense of etiquette. The king just watches him, amused by the human's audacity. The White King lets out a soft chuckle, showing a row of sharp, predatory teeth. He's found a person worth talking to. He tosses a massive, curved tooth toward Randolph as a reward. It's a gift for the strange one, who had the restraint not to kill his warriors. Despite his unpredictable nature, the White King is known to give everything to those he actually likes. He looks down at Randolph with a newfound sense of respect. In this world, if you want to talk to a ruler, you first have to spark his interest. The king leans forward, finally asking for the strange crow's name. Randolph stands his ground, nodding that being called strange is the highest compliment this beast can give. He's managed to secure his seat at the table. "It's Randolph Caw," he replies, maintaining his persona even in the face of divinity. The king repeats the name, savoring the sound of it. The king admits he can't see the true form of Randolph's arcana, but he can feel its immense weight. It's unlike anything he's encountered before. He remembers seeing Randolph through Medusa's eyes when he destroyed the Muga's arcana. He wonders if the Arcana Tower granted him the authority to completely destroy such powers. The White King feels his own arcana trembling, a sensation he's never known. He realizes that an arcana is a marker of a species rank. The fact that Randolph obtained such an unknown power means his species rank is higher than the king's. It's a humbling realization for the ruler of Cramdal. While a higher rank doesn't always mean more raw power, clearing the final mythic trial proves that Randolph is no ordinary being. The king stares at him, his instincts on high alert. The urge to fight this high-ranking existence is almost too much for the king to suppress. His predatory nature is screaming for a clash. Randolph can see the sweat on the king's face. The ruler is starting to lose control of his battle lust. One wrong word could trigger a catastrophe. He warns the king not to make any rash decisions, reminding him that if they fight, Cramdal will be wiped off the map. It's a calculated gamble to keep the peace. The king reins himself in, acknowledging that he can't destroy his own land. He looks away, a silhouette of a man struggling with his own power. He asks about the Arcana Tower, but Randolph casually dismisses it as nothing special. The audacity of calling the world's greatest trial nothing special is not lost on the king. When asked what happened on the hidden floor, Randolph cheekily asks if the king expects him to tell for free. Even now, he's looking for a deal. The king accepts the challenge, asking what it is that Randolph wants. He's willing to pay for the information. Randolph asks for his cooperation as the ruler of Cramdal to find something he's looking for. Behind him, Isabella and the blonde guy watch in stunned silence. The king finds the request trivial. He tells Randolph to go ahead, nodding that no monster would dare touch one of the 5 great warriors. Randolph scoffs, stating he's not interested in being one of the warriors and asks why he should even bother serving the king. He's not here to be anyone's subordinate. He crosses his arms, making it clear he'd rather not get involved any more than necessary. He's only here for his own goals. The king laughs again, realizing Randolph misunderstood the title. He explains that a great warrior isn't a subordinate's position at all. It's a status equal to the king himself. They only show him respect out of mutual recognition of power, not out of servitude. Below them, other powerful monsters kneel. Randolph notes that while these warriors are weaker than the White King, they're all level 12. Since they have no separate rank, they all use the same title. He realizes the king is likely trying to appoint a 5th warrior to strengthen his forces. From Randolph's perspective, this is just a way to ensure he doesn't cause trouble on their territory. Either way, it's an offer he can't really turn down. It gives him the authority and freedom he needs to move through Cramdal. "I accept Caw," he says, officially joining the ranks of the continent's strongest beings. He stands tall, a peer to the Beast King. The White King welcomes him with a ferocious grin. "Welcome, strange crow," he says, acknowledging the new power in his domain. The king announces the birth of a new pillar of Cramdal. The mountain fortress stands tall, marking the beginning of a new alliance. Fog rolls over the ornate balconies of the palace. The setting shifts to a more quiet, diplomatic area of the castle grounds. Randolph meets with another of the great warriors in a secluded courtyard. 3 figures stand in the shadows, their wings folded as they wait. The Snake King, ruler of the Necrovale, asks why he called her here specifically. Her green eyes study him with a mix of curiosity and boredom. Randolph introduces himself formally and repeats his request for cooperation. He knows he'll need more than just the White King's word to get what he wants. The Snake King turns her back on him, stating she has no time to waste on such trivial matters. She suggests he ask someone else for help. She asks what exactly he's looking for to go so far as to invoke the White King's name. Her irritation is clear, and she demands to know why he chose her of all people. Randolph stands before the Snake King, his dark, feathered silhouette looming over the smaller woman. He tells her that he's finally found what he has been searching for in this land. Randolph leans closer, reaffirming that she is indeed his target. He remains perfectly serious behind his plague doctor mask, seemingly oblivious to how his words are being taken. He bluntly declares his interest in her, punctuated by a loud crow call. The Snake King is visibly stunned, her green eyes wide with confusion while romantic sparkles incongruously fill the air around them. In the background, Isabella and the blonde companion look on with expressions of pure disbelief and embarrassment. Randolph, however, presses on, asking the Snake King to invite him into her sanctuary. Randolph leans in close, his plague doctor mask just inches from the girl's face. He bluntly tells her he likes her, punctuating the statement with a sharp caw. The Snake King freezes, her lavender hair framing a look of total shock as little sparkles dance around her. Exploiting her confusion, Randolph asks if she'll invite him to her sanctuary. Her mouth falls open, revealing sharp feline fangs. She stammers, completely caught off guard by the crow-masked man's bold forwardness. The shock quickly turns to indignation as she starts yelling. She accuses him of joining the 5 great warriors with the impure intention of trying to win her heart. She keeps going, pointing a finger and calling him a bastard. She warns him that if he thinks she's an easy target for his advances, he's dead wrong. Randolph doesn't flinch, staring down at her with those glowing red eyes. He calmly asks what kind of nonsense she's talking about, his voice perfectly steady. The Snake King falters, her face flushing pink as she clutches at her cloak. She seems rattled by how unbothered he is, wondering if he might actually be serious. Randolph doubles down on the charm, claiming he's heard rumors about her deep appreciation for the arts. He says he's been wandering just to find an artist of her caliber. He mentions that her sanctuary is said to be lined with exquisite works of art. He specifically asks if she'll show him the corpse art he's heard so much about. As they walk, Randolph's mind drifts back to a time before he took this quest. He remembers a room in the knight's garden filled with rows of sickbeds. In one of those beds lies Priest Andrew, a frail old man with a thick white beard. He looks up weakly, asking if Randolph is there to grant him a final letter of absolution. Standing over him is Wilhelm, Randolph's former self, his arms crossed over a muscular chest. He confirms the old man's suspicion with a somber nod. Priest Andrew sighs, admitting he'd love to hand over the document, but the rules won't let him just give it away. He can't simply hand over such a high-tier reward for free. Wilhelm narrows his eyes, internally cursing the rigid logic of the NPCs. He knows he'll have to earn whatever reward he's after. The old man asks what he just said, sensing the knight's irritation. Wilhelm quickly covers, claiming he didn't say anything at all. He takes a seat on a small wooden stool, preparing to negotiate. He tells the priest he isn't looking for a handout and has a proposal for him. Wilhelm leans in, his expression turning grave as he makes a vow. He tells the old man that he will bring back his daughter, Andasar. Memories of his past life as Wilhelm in Pangenia flash through his mind. He recalls the weight of the tasks he once undertook when he was the world's legendary knight. He remembers purifying Andasar after she had been cursed and turned into a monstrous elder lich. Even after the ritual, she remained a shadow of her former self, unable to fully return to her human form. The tragedy didn't end with her death. Priest Andrew was left to mourn a daughter who was caught between 2 forms, a burden he carried until his final days. Not long after her purification, Andasar passed away. Priest Andrew clutched her lifeless body, the grief etched deep into his features. To make a terrible situation worse, her body was soon stolen from her father's side. Her tomb was left empty, desecrated by someone with dark intentions. While living as Wilhelm, Randolph eventually tracked the body down. He discovered that the Snake King had obtained her remains for her own twisted collection. Back in the sick room, Wilhelm tells the priest he knows exactly where Andasar is. He promises to take full responsibility and bring her back home. He sets his conditions clearly, demanding the letter of absolution in exchange for the girl's body. Priest Andrew looks up with wide, hopeful eyes as the deal is struck. Wilhelm holds up 2 fingers, raising the stakes. He demands 1 letter to retrieve Andasar and a second one for himself as a personal reward. The priest is stunned by the demand for 2 letters, his mind reeling at the cost of his daughter's return. Back in the present, Randolph continues his theatrical performance. He bows slightly, telling the Snake King he truly wishes to see her legendary artwork. The Snake King's eyes light up with joy, her previous anger completely forgotten. She's thrilled to find someone who actually appreciates her art, and eagerly invites him to her sanctuary. They travel to the outskirts of Cramdell, where a dark, jagged castle looms over the misty landscape. The fortress looks like a tomb itself, carved directly into the rock. Large stone gates swing open with a low rumble, revealing the entrance to the castle of the Snake King. The air around the structure is heavy and oppressive. She leads them through the massive doors, acting like a gracious host. She tells the great warrior to make himself at home, nodding that any monster who loves art is always welcome. The blonde companion grips his head in frustration, complaining about the sheer madness of the day. First the White King, and now this. He's had enough of these terrifying encounters. Isabella walks beside him with her usual stoic grace. She tells him to get used to it, as life with the Star-Bearer is bound to be full of the unimaginable. She shoots him a sharp look, reminding him that she's the second in command of their group. Her red eyes glow with a warning as she establishes the pecking order. She adds that a man named Hudson is third, leaving the blonde companion at the very bottom of the ladder. He can only sweat and wonder who this Hudson guy even is. They follow the Snake King deeper into the dark corridors. The blonde companion whispers to Isabella, mentioning the rumors that this woman once turned an entire city into a field of corpses. The Snake King stops at a thick curtain, her smile bright and welcoming. She seems far too cheerful for someone with such a blood-soaked reputation as she prepares to reveal her gallery. She proudly announces that they've arrived at her sanctuary. The silhouettes of the group stand before a massive, well-lit hall that reeks of death. The first sculpture they see is a grotesque pillar of human arms reaching out in all directions. It's a macabre display of anatomy, stitched together with sickening precision. Further in, they find a statue of two figures locked in an eternal, stitched-together embrace. Their pale skin is covered in coarse black thread, holding their mutilated forms together. On the wall hangs a flayed human face, stretched out like a canvas and pinned to a frame. The mouth is locked in a silent, agonizing scream, a grim testament to the Snake King's artistry. The Snake King stands amidst her grotesque collection, her hands clasped as she admits she's proud of these pieces. She's surprisingly humble for someone whose art consists of human remains. She turns her head, a cheerful smile playing on her lips as she asks for their impressions. It's a chilling contrast to the horror filling the room. Behind her, Isabella and the blonde companion stand frozen, their eyes wide with sheer terror. The heavy, dark energy of the sanctuary seems to be pressing down on them. The blonde companion's face is slick with sweat, his jaw clenched as he struggles to process the nightmare before him. He can barely find the words to react to the flayed skin on the walls. Suddenly, the Snake King's expression snaps from pride to pure, unadulterated fury. She whips around, calling the blonde companion a bastard for his visible disgust. A violent red aura erupts from her, filling the room with a suffocating, murderous intent. She demands to know if he intends to insult her precious art. Terrified, the blonde companion screams out an apology, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. He desperately tries to remind her that disturbances are forbidden in the city. The Snake King looms over him, her face hidden in shadow while her green eyes glow with a lethal light. She coldly tells him that as a great warrior, she can kill him without any consequences. Just as things reach a breaking point, Randolph speaks up, his voice cutting through the tension. He claps his hands and loudly proclaims that her work is that of a true master. The Snake King's aura falters as she looks toward him, her green eyes wide with genuine surprise. She wasn't expecting such high praise in the middle of her murderous rage. Randolph continues his performance, bowing slightly as he speaks about the overwhelming emotional resonance he felt from the pieces. He makes sure to include his signature caw for effect. He suggests she ignore the ignorant fool behind him and asks if she'll give him a personal tour instead. The blonde companion can only watch in disbelief from the background. The Snake King's anger vanishes instantly, replaced by a giddy, blushing excitement. She's so thrilled by the flattery that her entire demeanor shifts back to that of a happy girl. She eagerly offers to introduce the pieces right away and starts running toward the next display. The blonde companion is left speechless, stunned by how easily Randolph manipulated her. Isabella steps up and gives the blonde man a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. He looks completely traumatized, his eyes glazed over after nearly being killed by a psycho artist. The Snake King proudly presents her next masterpiece, a large slab of leather crafted from the skin of human invaders. Randolph watches with cold calculation, calling it fascinating. Caw. Banhee leads the way through her macabre gallery, her heels clicking against the stone floor. Randolph stops in his tracks, his red eyes narrowing behind the mask as he senses something powerful nearby. They stand before a massive, heavy curtain. Banhee admits this particular piece is still unfinished. With a swift motion, she reaches out and begins to pull the fabric aside. The curtain reveals a headless corpse dressed in a formal red vest and black trousers. Randolph stares through his mask lenses, recognizing the body of Andasar immediately. Banhee explains that despite its rarity, she hasn't been able to stabilize the material yet. Dark, swirling energy leaks from the headless form as it remains trapped in a state of frenzy. Banhee reaches toward the body, but the dark aura pushes back against her hand. A sudden burst of violet energy erupts from the corpse, forcing both of them to take a step back. Banhee looks frustrated, declaring the material useless if it can't be tamed. Randolph turns to her, calmly asking if he can have the corpse if she has no use for it. A devious smile spreads across Banhee's face as she challenges him to handle what she couldn't. Randolph steps forward without hesitation, his hand reaching into the dark, swirling mist. His palm begins to glow with a soft, golden light as it makes contact with the cold fabric. The spirit of Andasar flickers between its past human self and the monstrous lick it became. The transition from monster back to human left behind a massive accumulation of evil deeds. This weight manifests as an overwhelming oppression stat, driving the soul into a blind, screaming frenzy. Randolph knows the only way to stabilize the body is to forcibly lower that stat. The dark energy lashes out, but he remains perfectly still, focused on the task at hand. He leans in close, whispering a quiet prayer of absolution directly to the restless spirit. A blinding flash of white light fills the room as the system confirms the frenzy state has been successfully removed. Banhee's jaw drops in pure disbelief, her green eyes wide as she watches the energy dissipate. She realizes the man before her isn't just a critic. He possesses a mastery over the craft far beyond her own. For the first time, she sees another artist walking the same grim path she once walked alone. The silhouette of the Snake King stands isolated, a reminder of the long years spent without a peer. She looks at her own twisted creations, realizing that even the best critics could never truly understand her pain. Her isolation was a burden that no amount of praise or recognition could ever truly lift. The fear of being the only one of her kind in the world had always haunted her. She gazes up at the masked man, seeing a glimmer of hope in his detached, bird-like presence. Tears well up in her eyes as she finally finds someone who can truly share in her dark world. A blue system window pops up, confirming that a piece of Andasar's body has been officially acquired. Banhee is still overcome with emotion, while Randolph just stands there wondering why she's so worked up. A month passes since the monster invasions began, and the Dimension Warriors first appeared on Earth. In that short time, an online community has become the primary source of survival data for the entire world. The logo for the interdimensional community shines, a beacon for the billion people who visit it every month. A young man sits at his desk, typing away as elite warriors share their detailed guides with the public. On every smartphone, the community's latest updates serve as a lifeline for those facing the unknown. It has reached a point where entire nations recommend the site as an official resource for their citizens. For a world gripped by fear, the information found here is more than just data. It's their only hope. At the center of it all is the mysterious owner of the site, a figure spoken of with religious reverence. Known only as the Master, he has built the largest and most powerful faction among all the players. Narrator explains how the community master used his rising influence to negotiate with the world's most powerful corporations and politicians. Global news networks highlight the Interdimensional Community app as the new standard for government safety guidelines. Inside a high-security meeting room, the atmosphere is heavy as the elite players gather to discuss the changing world order. The War God Master sits with his legs crossed, projecting an air of absolute authority over the assembly. The man known as the Lightning Emperor or the Dark Star remains silent, his expression unreadable. The nine-tailed fox, also called the Black Demon, watches the proceedings with quiet, focused intensity. Banhee, the Corpse Queen, sits among the heroes, her hands clasped tightly as she listens. Lucifer adjusts his posture, his eyes sharp as the discussion turns to the man named Randolph. Maxim leans forward, his face partially obscured as he weighs the potential threat of this new player. Adjusting his glasses, Maxim decides that while they must deal with him eventually, now is not the time. On the screens behind them, the Pangea collapse data continues to climb toward a critical threshold. Across the world, reality itself begins to buckle, with blue energy seeping through cracks in modern infrastructure. A massive dimensional rift tears open the sky above a metropolis, signaling the start of a full-scale invasion. Emergency forces are left helpless against the onslaught, as debris and smoke fill the streets of the once proud city. Silhouetted figures of elite players stand atop the wreckage, the only ones capable of pushing back the darkness. Maxim declares that in this new world, people will soon realize that neither governments nor corporations can protect them. A system alert flashes, warning that the collapse has reached 9.1% and the first wall is nearing destruction. Back in the sanctuary, Banhee is in a state of shock, frantically asking Randolph what kind of magic he used to purify the corpse. Randolph explains that unlike humans, monsters are usually ignorant of the frenzy state that comes from their deeds. He continues his lecture, stating that as monsters accumulate evil acts, their reputation typically only goes up. Randolph tells her that while asking about an artist's techniques is a taboo, he'll give it some positive consideration. He turns his attention back to the stabilized body of Andasar, preparing to take it as they originally agreed. As he examines the headless corpse, Randolph wonders what could have happened to its missing head. He asks Banhee where it went, knowing a meticulous artist like her wouldn't just throw away a valuable material. Banhee sighs, admitting that the head was already gone by the time she discovered the body. She explains that she followed its energy to the basement of Cramdal, but found it impossible to enter. Randolph is intrigued that even one of the powerful pillars of Cramdal was unable to breach the area. It was the presence of the Star Guardians that made the basement off-limits to everyone. A non-aggression pact prevents the White King and his allies from entering the territory of the Guardians. Randolph questions why these Guardians, who normally stay in their own territory, are even there in the first place. Banhee mentions that the special hot spring in the area is tied to the presence of the stars. She describes a shimmering, rainbow-colored arcana veil that keeps everyone from getting close to the star. The White King's frustration is visible, but his hands are tied by the existing diplomatic agreements. Banhee tells Randolph he should just give up on the head, as entering would mean breaking the pact. Randolph looks at her with a calm, detached expression, suggesting the problem is much simpler than she thinks. He declares that he'll just clear out the uninvited guests himself and walks away into the shadows. Randolph calls upon his power, dark energy coiling around his hand as he prepares for the coming conflict. He tells Banhee to let the White King know that he personally will be handling the trespassers. One day later, at the entrance to the Cramdal basement, a thick mist hangs over the rocky, desolate terrain. The colossal serpent Dramat and the flaming phoenix loom in the distance, guarding the path forward. The Crystal Star Guardian, a towering figure made of jagged stone and light, stands his ground before the visitors. Standing atop Dramat's massive head, Randolph is accompanied by Isabella and their blonde companion as they prepare to face the Guardian. The Crystal Star Guardian looms over Dramat, demanding to know if the serpent can truly stand by the bold claim he just made. Standing atop Dramat's head, Randolph looks on as the Guardian warns of a fitting price to be paid if his words prove to be lies. Backtrack to a few hours ago, where the humid air of the hot spring at the center of Cramdal fills the room. Dramat, in his smaller serpent form, looks up at Randolph in human form, marveling at an ability that allows a human to perfectly transform into a monster. Holding a glowing red, evolved corpse raven core, Randolph explains that he gathered information from the administrators about the local Guardians. Randolph shifts the conversation to the Guardians' true purpose, asking if their gathering is related to the legendary 33rd star. Dramat is caught off guard, confirming that while 32 stars were born from the fragments of the goddess Li, this new one is an anomaly. Images of the past show the celestial beings, with the serpent explaining that this specific star is believed to originate from the goddess Pina. The serpent continues, noting that since the 33rd star appeared out of nowhere, the Guardians have been taking turns maintaining a constant watch over it. Randolph's gaze remains steady as Dramat speaks of Pina, the younger of the twin goddesses whose essence supposedly forms this star. Ancient maps illustrate the formation of the world, where the surviving lands were floated into the sky by goddess Pina's power. The diagram shows the division between the surface world and the demon world, with the abyss having eroded the original ground of the continent. Hearing the history, Randolph asks if Pina's transformation into a star is a definitive sign of her death. Dramat admits that the Guardians gathered to find that answer, but they are blocked by a powerful, unique-grade arcana veil. From high above the hot spring, Randolph makes a stunning offer. He can destroy the arcana and clear the path for the Guardians. Dramat erupts into mocking laughter, declaring that arcana is the ultimate truth of the world and cannot be destroyed by a mere mortal. Randolph remains unfazed by the serpent's skepticism, standing with his arms crossed and a confident, silent expression. Seeing the man's absolute composure, Dramat stops laughing and asks with newfound seriousness if Randolph truly possesses such power. Back in the present, Dramat vouches for Randolph to the Crystal Star Guardian, stating that the man is not one to make empty threats. The Crystal Star Guardian remains wary, questioning why a powerful human like Raven would even bother helping the Guardians of Cramdal. Randolph replies simply that there is something he needs to find within, and clearing them out quickly is a win-win for everyone involved. The Crystal Star Guardian's core eye pulses with golden light as he accepts the explanation, though a lingering doubt remains. The Guardian then looks toward the horizon, asking why the rest of the uninvited guests have followed Raven to this sacred site. Banhee and her companions stand further back, while the White King sits cross-legged on the ground, his massive form exuding power. The White King assures the Guardian that they won't interfere, claiming they merely wish to witness the spectacle about to unfold. A predatory glint shines in the White King's eye, as he admits his deep interest in seeing how their new pillar handles such a formidable task. The Crystal Star Guardian scoffs at the tiger's interest, muttering a name for his old rival as he turns back to the barrier. Randolph prepares to move, the dark atmosphere of the basement swirling with the weight of the coming confrontation. Spreading his massive black feathered wings, Randolph ascends toward the shimmering barrier as Isabella watches with sharp interest. He ignores the bickering of the powerful entities below, focused only on finishing the job quickly so he can claim what he came for. Randolph reaches out, his palm making contact with the translucent, rainbow-hued surface of the massive energy wall. Floating in the center of the cavern, Randolph feels the immense pressure of the veil, confirming that it is indeed a pure arcana. A cold smile touches Randolph's lips behind his mask, knowing that no matter the grade, no arcana can withstand his unique power. Blue system windows flicker into existence, announcing the activation of his special, Eternal Randolph ability to dismantle the barrier. A warning follows. Destroying the first wall will trigger a hidden main quest, leaving Randolph to wonder what secrets he is about to uncover. Despite the potential risks, Randolph doesn't hesitate, pushing his hand deeper into the glowing energy of the veil. He commits to the action, the sound of breaking glass echoing through the cavern as the first cracks form under his touch. Spiderweb patterns of light spread rapidly across the rainbow barrier, the structure of the arcana beginning to fail. The White King watches with wide eyes, while the Crystal Star Guardian is stunned into silence by the impossible feat taking place. With a final surge of power, the barrier shatters into a million sparkling shards, and Randolph flies through the wreckage into the unknown. A system notification confirms the destruction of the first wall, clearing the path to the inner sanctuary of the stars. Through the fading light of the shattered arcana, Randolph sees a brilliant celestial body, the mysterious 33rd star he was seeking. Having successfully reached the star, Randolph peers into the brilliant light, his mind already turning to the mysterious main quest that destruction of the wall has triggered. Randolph's gaze narrows behind his mask, the intensity of the star's glow reflecting in his single visible eye as he prepares for whatever challenge lies ahead. From the depths of the shadowy rift, a dark knight clad in jagged armor emerges atop a massive black steed, its eyes burning with a faint, ghostly light. The king of the dimensional rift remains perfectly still, his featureless visor and heavy plate armor absorbing the surrounding light as he faces the intruders. Glowing blue system windows appear, warning that the destruction of the first wall has caused Panginia's collapse rate to surge rapidly toward 10%. A sinister red light flares within the knight's helmet as dark, misty tendrils of energy begin to erupt from his form, signaling his entry into the battle. The system issues a final directive, a main quest to eliminate the king of the dimensional rift, whose massive shadow now towers over the gathered guardians and Randolph. As the official announcement declares that the quest has begun, the air in the cavern crackles with dark energy, marking the start of a desperate struggle for survival.